Good morning and welcome to Western Province Cricket Club. It is the second youth one-day international between the under-19s of South Africa and England. England taking the first match by 5 wickets on Friday. It's a must-win match for South Africa to keep their hopes in the series alive. I'm joined by Benny Hansen, the captain of South Africa on my left, Archie Vaughan, the captain of England, and then the match referee, Cliffy Isaacs. Benny, you've got the coin. You'll do the honours of the toss, and Archie, you'll call. Heads is the call.
We'll bowl first.
Benny, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to bowl first.
Decision behind that?
I think the pitch is looking quite green and we think it's going to do a bit up front, and hopefully we can take a few sticks up front and then we can cash in later with the bat.
Good confidence booster, having taken 5 wickets in 18 overs. Yes, you lost the game, but there is positives to take into this fixture.
Yeah, definitely. The boys showed a lot of fight. Obviously it was tough because we didn't score enough runs, but I think the fight was amazing and we took some of that confidence into today's game, hopefully.
Any changes from the first game?
We have 2 changes. We've left out a spinner for extra seamer and then we've stack the batting line up again.
Good luck and all the best.
Thank you very much.
Archie, you've lost the toss. What would you have done?
Yeah, we'd have bowled first as well.
Good momentum coming into this fixture. A lot of positives to take in a low-scoring encounter. You lost 5 wickets in the chase, but there's still good momentum on your side.
Yeah, 100%. It was quite a comfortable victory in the end, obviously losing a few wickets at the back end, but damage was done really. I guess it's about assessing the conditions today, slightly different pitch, and see how we go.
Any changes from the team that won the first game on Friday?
No, same team.
Best of luck. Go well.
Cheers.
Play well. There we go. That's the news out in the centre. South Africa has won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
The Western Province Cricket Club for this encounter between South Africa under-19 and England under-19. I'm James King, with me Johan Ferreira, and Johan, second game in the series, very important for South Africa today, having lost the first one, that they come back really strongly.
Yeah, James, what an honour to be at Western Province Cricket Club, Mother City. It's blustery, it's Cape Town, that's what happens. But it's a very important match for South Africa. Having gone down in some style, they need to regroup and refocus. And I think from a toss perspective, Benny Hansen winning the toss last time out, he decided to bat. He knows the conditions now, and no surprise to see that South Africa will take the ball. Now it's restricting England, but I think they'll take a lot of confidence from that 18-over performance.
Yeah.
The fact that they took 5 wickets, they know they've got the bowling arsenal. The question is now, what target can they realistically go and chase to keep the series alive? What can they restrict England to? And you could see Archie Vaughan sort of hesitant, and he would have bowled as well. But now thinking about what a good target is, that changes the mindset slightly.
Yeah, very much so. South Africa making 2 changes, leaving out Kicini, the spinner, the left-arm orthodox spinner, and also Simal Pillay, the batter, bringing in Devan de Villiers, all-rounder, and Thando Soni, more from a pace point of view. So they've assessed this pitch and sort of thought that it's going to give them some assistance early on.
Yeah, I was looking at the track and speaking to the groundsman as well, and there's definitely turn there. But no surprise for South Africa to react in the sense that in the way that they've done. Maybe even they could have even made a bit more than 2 changes, but it's a do or die match, and also credit to the coaching staff to stick with the majority of the team and say, well, okay, we had a bad outing, but we've got to go and get our basics right, rectify this and save the series.
Yeah, England, unsurprisingly, going in with an unchanged team into today. They certainly ran through the South African batting order. You would say that, though, that perhaps the injudicious shots, perhaps from a South African point of view, were their downfall initially on Friday, but some good bowling from England as well.
Yeah, you've got to give them compliments. They turned up and they've produced a good display. Archie alluded to it as well at the toss. They were happy with the basics and their skill set, but they've got to go and redo it all over again. But they'll know exactly what to expect. They've got so much leaders in this team and so much exposure to county cricket. We spoke about it off air as well, how much cricket these guys have played, and they're moving up in the ranks. And this is going to be a good test for a young South African team, but nothing that they can't overbreach. But it's going to start with a disciplined bowling effort, and then having to go and chase whatever is left on the board.
Yeah, so it's all set for a fantastic encounter here at the Western Province Cricket Club today, and we look forward to being with you with the first ball being bowled at 10 o'clock this morning.
quickly.
Okay, here we go. Let's go. On. Good morning once again from the Western Province Cricket Club, where we see the umpires, Thokozisi Shezi and Stacey Lakay, making their way out into the middle for this encounter between South Africa under-19 and England under-19. It's a beautiful setting here at the Western Province Cricket Club. I'm James King, and joining me, Ane Hafaka. Ane, wonderful to have you with me today on commentary, and beautiful day here in the Cape.
Thanks, James. It's lovely to be here, and yeah, what a wonderful day to watch some cricket. Yes, beautiful setting as always, and it looks like the weather is going to play a lovely part in this whole day, so that's always lovely to see.
Yeah, just this light breeze as the England batters come out onto the field, and Ben Dawkins, the tall opener, and with him Ben Mays, who got a 50 on Friday in the win for England under-19 by 5 wickets over South Africa in a low-scoring encounter. And South African team, which is led by Benjamin Hansen, will be making their way out onto the field shortly. And earlier on at the toss, Benny Hansen saying they've made 2 changes, bringing in Devan de Villiers in place of Semal Pillay and Ntando Soni in place of Inati Kachini. So they are looking at perhaps using a little bit more pace on this wicket. Had a look at the wicket earlier on. It looks certainly has got some grass on it, more on the side, the northern side where we're commentating from than it has on the southern side. A little bit damp underneath, so not surprising. In fact, both captains said at the toss with Johan Ferreira that they were going to have a bowl first. So your thoughts on that, Ane, in terms of what how you feel from a bowling point of view that they're going to be going this morning?
I really hope that South Africa made the right decision. As I said, it was interesting that both of the captains decided if they won the toss that they would go for the bowling first. But I think maybe if we can restrict them to a good total, then that would give our batters some confidence. Obviously, we batted first in the first game on Friday, and it didn't go that well, but clearly when they had their pitch inspection, they had some confidence that today bowling will be best, and I think South Africa will be happy that they won the toss.
Yeah, I certainly think after what happened on Friday with them, really the top order being decimated by the England bowlers, that South Africa will feel that they want to get in and amongst the England lineup quite quickly. As we look at that South African under-19 team, and just those 2 changes, as we said, Inati Kachini and Semal Pillay missing out, with Devan de Villiers, the all-rounder from the Titans, and Ntando Soni from the Dolphins coming in to the team for today. So one more pace option available for them, as we see it is going to be opening the bowling from the northern end of the ground, the commentary box end. We'll probably call this the commentary end, and we're not in a box, that's for sure. Out under the under a gazebo here, and the southern end, probably call that the Weinberg end. Why don't we do that? So it makes it a bit easier. So the commentary end here at Western Province Cricket Club, it's going to be Mokoena. It is Ngobani Mokoena who's going to open the bowling for South Africa under-19. He got some good pace on Friday and some good movement early on, and it's going to be interesting to see if these South African openers do get the early movement. He's going to be bowling to Ben Dawkins. He's away from us now. It's a good first up delivery from Mokoena just into Dawkins, and he just plays it nicely out onto the offside. Just a little bit of shape in from Mokoena first up.
Yes, a dot ball on the first ball for England. That's always a nice thing with ODI or 50 overs. There's a lot of time for the batters to settle themselves in and just make sure that they can handle the conditions. So, yeah. going to be an interesting day.
It's away from us now, past umpire Stacey Lackey. And that's played and well fielded there. Jason Rouse just getting a hand onto that. Otherwise, it may well have gone through for at least 2. Perhaps not a boundary. It wasn't hit with a massive amount of force. Just bounced in front of Rouse. But some good fielding there at extra cover. And Dawkins and England are underway in this second youth one-day international. So South Africa bowling to 2 slips. There's a man at third. There's a point. There's a cover, an extra cover, a mid-off. There's a mid-on and a man at fine leg. So bowling to a 7-2 offside leg side field. He's going to have to keep it outside that off stump, Mokoena. And he does that, and it is Mays first up, which we saw from him on Friday. He doesn't hold back. He plays his shots. That perhaps he would have rather wanted to have left that one outside the off stump. 2 slips waiting there to gobble that up. I think it's Adnan Lahadin, and next to him there in the slips, Daniel Bosman.
Yes, he was beaten there for pace, but very lucky not to get a nick onto it.
And that one is a lot straighter from Mokoena. Straight down to Chad Mason here at mid-off. Was Mason, who was the top scorer for South Africa on Friday. Part of a rearguard action that tried to get them back from what was a very difficult position for them when they were batting. So just looking at that scorecard again. That's beautifully played by Mays. It won't go to the boundary. I think it will go to the boundary. It's very well fielded there. A good chase from Bandile Mbata. And they come back for 2. So nice shot there from Ben Mays. He looked very good getting that 50 on Friday.
Yes, James, just on Chad Mason, he got 23 from 47 balls on Friday. Which doesn't sound like that much, but in the conditions or the situation that played out on Friday, that was a match-saving almost innings for them, looking at how that played out for South Africa. So a well-deserved 23.
Oh, and that one slightly short of a length, and Mays is onto it quickly, and Mbata does the chasing once again. They're back for another 2. So Ben Mays playing this England brand of cricket. We spoke about that quite a bit on Friday, and Ben Mays getting that 50 that he scored on Friday was actually his innings was really punctuated by boundaries. 51 of 47 deliveries, so batting it better than a runner ball in that 50 that he did get and took England over the line. They did lose a couple of wickets late on in that innings, but he's not one to hold back, Mays. And
no, definitely. He got, with that 50, he got 8 fours and 1 6. So that definitely means the positive batting that he has, going for the boundaries and trying to get the 4 and 6. And we can clearly see that now in the first over, already going for some big shots early on in the game.
So England 5 without loss after the first over. It's going to be Ray Daniels, the local young man here from Cape Town, from Rondebosch Boys High, and he's towards us now from the southern end. It's nicely played by Dawkins to mid-off, and it's Mason who does the fielding. So once again for Daniels, a slight change in the field. He's got the 2 slips, the third. He's got the man at point, the man in at cover, and then a mid-off. So he's left the extra cover region open. He's got a man in at mid-wicket, so Daniels probably will be attacking the stumps a little bit more. That's a very good delivery, good bounce from the Weinberg end from Daniels. And there is on this pitch, you can't see it if you're looking at it on the screen, you can't actually see it, but there's quite a slope going up from the commentary end. And the pitch as well has a little bit of looks like it has a little bit of a bump in it almost, if you're looking at it from this end, just probably closest to the batter. You do get a bit better bounce, and that is that bounce. It's in the air, but Mbata is not going to be able to take the catch, but he takes it on the bounce, running off to his right hand side. So it is Dawkins that moves on to 2 with that shot. And again, going at it really hard, the England batters. And no real problem with that shot. He probably wanted to get it a bit squarer that time.
Definitely. I think there was a few South Africans that hoped for a catch, but fortunately for South Africa, it was safe, and unfortunately for England, it was safe, and unfortunately for South Africa, but again, a very good shot.
That's very nicely played by Mays once again, and to the man at now like a wide-ish mid-off, almost between mid-off and extra cover. Chad Mason, he's put the mid-off in a lot wider for Mays. Mays, who does go for the big shots outside the off stump, so he probably feels he's not going to be playing it as straight, perhaps, as Dawkins plays. Oh, he has another waft at that one outside the off stump, but it is wide and signalled wide by umpire Shezi. First extra of the innings moves England to 7 without loss in the second over. And one of the things on Friday as well, Ane, was the opening bowlers. First couple of overs for South Africa, they really were on the money in terms of their lines and lengths. And after that, they seem to be searching for wickets, hoping today that that will not be the case. That's an excellent delivery. Completely squares up Mays. He plays down the line inside the ball, goes through to wicketkeeper Hansen. And that's this good start here from Raik Daniels.
Yes, he's getting some incredible pace on the ball already, which is lovely to see. And it definitely troubles the England batters a bit. If he gets it in the right spot, in the right length, it troubles the English batsmen. So for him, it's just to continue with that, and hopefully the wicket will come.
And that is in that region that he likes to play, over the top, and he does this time as well successfully to the left of Mason at that wide-ish mid-off position, and they go through for 2. It's the end of the second over, and England under 19, 9 without loss. So Mays doing exactly what we expected him to do there, given a little bit of width outside the off stump. It wasn't by any means a full delivery. It was on a length and played over the infield. So I think that's what we're going to expect to see from England here. They tended on Friday as well. Even though they were chasing a low target, it wasn't that they scratched around. They really went for their shots, as McQueen is in now to Dawkins. And that is high up in the air. Is it going to be taken? No, it isn't going to be taken. Just out of reach of Devan de Villiers. He made a desperate attempt to dive and catch that one. Played over the infield by Dawkins, and he gets away with that. You feel just it was a bit too it was wide, but he just almost got a top edge on it, trying to play it through the offside. And unfortunately for South Africa, Devan de Villiers not able to get hands on that one. It's a lot more orthodox and just
go through for the quick single.
Yeah. Good running, wanting to rotate the strike. And they're 12 without loss into the third over. England.
Yes, I definitely think South Africa felt like they had a chance 2 balls ago. It was always going to be a difficult catch, not taken away from the fielder, but he had a brilliant effort, and I think it was closer than everybody thought it would be.
Oh, that one, he's trying to turn it into the leg side, just gets the leading edge and doesn't go to carry to the bowler. So something on offer here for the bowlers early on, and that's what South Africa under 19 would have expected, having put England under 19 into bat. And it certainly is, you can get it in the right areas. It's not that easy for the England batters. If we look at this one again, and it's just in, and it really does square him up a little bit. That's neatly played, but Mbata is onto it quickly, and there is no run. So South Africa started off that innings on Friday with 2 maidens, funnily enough, with the lines and lengths being very good. Did beat the bat a couple of times. Dawkins, it was, who was the first to go, and he was out for just 1 of 9 deliveries. Mays then carried on to get that 50. Is in the air for a while, down to long leg.
I definitely feel like in this last few balls there's been a few chances. In this last over, a few South Africans have cried, catch it. So definitely there's been a lot to offer. Currently with the last ball that was just bowled, again, it was in the air but just too far from the fielder. But I think that will give South Africa a bit of confidence that they're getting the result they wanted, and hopefully for them the result will come through in a wicket.
Just too leg side-ish again from Mokoena, considering that he's bowling to a 7-2 offside leg side field, a little bit too straight, and that's easy for Dawkins. Plays it down to Daniels at that long leg position. They come back for 2. It's 15 without loss after the end of the 3rd over, and Dawkins and Mays both on 7. So it's going to be Ben Mays to face. And you just feel that with these England batters that anything could happen any time. They're going for their shots. South Africa, you just would feel Ray Daniels in this over and Mokoena that they just haven't quite got their lines right yet. They're wanting to bowl with the fields that they got set. This is a 6-3 offside leg side field for Daniels. He wants to be on or around 4th stump line, or maybe even the top of off stump. That is the kind of line that he wants, straight through to Mason at that wide mid-off position.
I think what I must compliment England on is how they've been going about so far on this 3 overs. They've been looking to play the shots, but they're also looking to control, definitely. So if they can get the run or go for 2 runs, they definitely go for it. And that is always such a positive thing to see from a batsman, is not just going for the big shots, but working for the singles and working for the 2 runs. So that has been really great batting from their side so far on this 3 overs.
That's in the air, and it's gone. And that is the end of Mays, and that catch taken in the gully. And that is a very good catch taken by Paul James at that gully position, and was outside the off stump. And we know Ben Mays is not going to hold back, and he doesn't hold back on this instance either. And he's getting it in the right area there, Ray Daniels. The length was also very good. Wasn't of a drivable length at all. And we just look at this again with Mays on strike outside the off stump. Feels he has to play for it at it, and it's angling into him. He just straightens away from him at the last minute, gets the edge and goes through to Paul James at gully, and South Africa get the breakthrough. It's 15 for 1.
I think South Africa will be very pleased by getting Ben Mays. As we said earlier on, he was giving a lot of trouble to South Africa in the first game, scoring that 50. So to get him out, I think that would have been the plan, with bowling first. So I think that's brilliant from South Africa to trouble him early on. And yes, England was really looking good, going well with a positive run rate, and that was just the wicket South Africa needed. And as you said, that's the danger man. So it's been brilliant from South Africa, and great fielding at the right place at the right time, and it was a brilliant catch. It came hard to him, but he didn't look troubled at all when he took the catch brilliantly.
No, he took it really well. Decided, fingers facing upwards, and the Australian man, there was that kind of height to him, just in front of the face, and those are ones that you are perhaps easier to take necessarily. Didn't have to decide between whether to take it with fingers facing up or down, as Daniels is into the captain, Archie Vaughan. That's a beauty first up from Daniels.
That's always the big benefit of getting a wicket, is that a new batter has to come in. So if you can trouble the new batter from early on, that's exactly what you want to do as a bowler, just to let him know that you are in control. But obviously Archie will have to make sure that he stays in, that he just finishes this over and take it from there.
That was a Peter delivery. That one is this time a little bit shorter, and Vaughan there almost caught betwixt and between. He didn't really play that shot with any kind of conviction. Could only really have got himself into trouble, you feel. He didn't go hard at it, and this is very good from Riek Daniels. And those, the first delivery outside the off stump to Vaughan, very similar to the one that he got Ben Mays with, and the second one a bit of a surprise delivery. So 2 balls left in the over. He's got his tail up, Riek Daniels. Well left alone there by Vaughan outside the off stump. I think what we might see from Archie Vaughan is a little bit of a not as aggressive an approach perhaps as Ben Mays. Mays was the one that was the aggressor on Friday. We saw him again today come out playing his shots. But certainly if the ball is there to be hit, I think Archie Vaughan will be looking to certainly hit that ball. A man that's got 4 first-class games and 7 List A matches for Somerset. And some really good numbers from him. We'll go through those at the end of this over. Oh, that is squares him up a little bit. Looks like it just goes off the outer half of the bat down to the gully. It's a wicket maiden for
it's the end of
Daniels.
the over. 4 overs gone and it's 15 for 1. Obviously the wicket falling in the last over with a brilliant maiden that he bowled and he got the wicket. So some brilliant bowling. I think that was exactly what South Africa needed to unsettle England, to have a good over like that, because they were going with a very positive rate scoring. But as you mentioned, James, just looking at Vaughan's score just in the previous game on Friday, it was a bit slower than Ben Mays at the scoring, but still going for 26 runs and 34 balls, a lovely 4 and a 6. So, yeah, he can definitely trouble South Africa.
Just a little bit too straight again there from Mokoena, and it's straight through to Mbata. So just looking at the 2 batters at the crease, so Archie Vaughan played for Somerset. He got his first-class debut in 2024 seasons, 4 first-class games, 8 innings, 236 runs with a highest score of 68, an average of 33.7 in first-class cricket with 150. I mean, this day for Somerset, 7 matches with 72 runs, a high score of 32, not out. Oh, and that is another beauty from Mokoena, exactly in the right channel. And having a full go at that is Dawkins. Doesn't make contact and it swings quite prodigiously after it went past the bat. Hansen takes it going to his left. This is really good from South Africa so far. On Friday you felt they were just searching for wickets. Today it seemed like they're really focusing on their disciplines in terms of their lines and lengths. Mokoena away from us again.
Yes, James, that's what's always nice about if you play a series and there's a few games into it, So for example, today we're playing the second ODI. The big thing that's always so wonderful about that is if you make mistakes in the first ODI, you can fix it in the second one. And as you say, there's definitely a different approach to South Africans bowling so far. Even though they went for 2 maidens in the first over in the first game, definitely a different approach with troubling the English batters.
That's another good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Just played with a little bit of a bleak bat, and it just goes from his bat into his pads. And so Dawkins has played now 2 youth one-day internationals, highest score in his previous match. In his first match that he played of 44, he just got 2 in that first innings before he was well caught in the gully by Daniel Bosman, playing at one from this same bowler, Mokoena. It was the first wicket to fall for England on that occasion. That's played nicely with soft hands into the point region. And actually it's the man from Gully who comes around, Paul James, who took that excellent catch to get the wicket of Ben Mays. Very dangerous Ben Mays. Got a 50 in that first match, and so this has been good so far from South Africa. Into the 5th over, 15 for the loss of 1. Last ball coming up. And he puts him down. Oh, he's put him down off his own bowling, Mokoena.
It has been signalled that it's a no ball, so he has stepped over the line. It looks like him and the umpires are having a bit of a word there in the middle, just making sure if she saw correctly, but she definitely did.
Yeah.
It's a no ball, and that means it's a free hit. So a lot of excitement in that ball. It was in the air, he almost went for the catch, he dropped it, but unfortunately, never mind the dropped catch, it was a no ball.
So it wouldn't have counted, and that is not what you want. Had he taken that catch, he would have been mortified that it was actually a no ball. That is up and over and coming towards us here, and that goes over the boundary for the first maximum of the day. So the free hit is able to deliver a very good result for England, and to make matters worse for Mokoena, having dropped the catch off the no ball, he then goes for a 6 off the last ball of the over. It's 22 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yes, James, that's how quickly things can change in cricket. For 5 balls he was going for dots, so that was absolutely lovely bowling from him, and then 1 no ball, sealing an extra, and the next ball resulted into a 6, so ultimately 7 runs coming from that over. So yeah, that's the big thing about cricket. For 6 balls you need to persist to be a great bowler. If you make a mistake like that on the last ball, it can cost you.
Yeah, and these are the lessons that these young men will learn as they apply their trade now in the colours of South Africa, under 19 level. Mokoena and Kobani Mokoena in his second Youth One Day International. These players, majority of them making their debuts here for South Africa on Friday. Again, played nicely by Vaughan out into the covers, but straight to Devan de Villiers, and there is no run. So 22 for the loss of 1, and it probably you feel should have been 22 for 2, but no ball and the drop catch off the no ball. So it all happened, didn't it, on that last delivery of Mokwena's previous over.
Yes, it's, as I said, that's the thing about cricket. You can bowl 5 good balls, and then the last ball resulted in 7 runs. So that just means that you always have to be turned on for all 6 balls.
Nicely played again into the cover, just with softish hands by Vaughan. No real attacking intent with the shot. De Villiers does the fielding.
It almost looked as if Ben Dawkins wanted the run. He was given a few steps forward, ready for the run, but there was no run into a run forward. So yes, that is just a dot ball, and that is some lovely bowling again from South Africa to make sure that the fielding restricts them so that there's no run for England.
Yeah, they've been pretty sharp in the field so far today, South Africa. Oh, it's in the air, a little bit just to the right of Bosman at second slip, bounces probably 2 metres in front of him. Well played by Vaughan there, just with soft hands. Gets the outside edge, so the result the bowler was looking for, but not carrying through to second slip. Good work done there by the young man Daniel Bosman. He would be used to these type of conditions. It's an all Western Province wicket keeper and 2 slips and the gully, all from this region here, the Western Province, and the bowler as well. So all 5 in the game here today. Well played by Vaughan, well fielded by Daniels on his follow through. It's been a very good over once again from Daniels.
Definitely. As you mentioned, James, a lot of these boys come from the surrounding areas, some prominent schools in Bishops and Rondebosch and Wynberg. So I think it's a very proud moment for them to play for South Africa, but more so in their region where they grew up and learned their skill. So it's definitely a proud moment for them, for their parents and their friends. And I definitely think that's why there's a few people out here watching them today.
Oh, another beauty from Ray Daniels, and Archie Vaughan beating all ends up outside the off stump, and that's another maiden from Daniels. And South Africa restricting England at the moment to 22 for the loss of 1 after 6 overs. The wicket to go down, that of the man who scored 50 on Friday, Ben Mays, and he was dismissed for 7 of 12 deliveries. And South Africa, it's going to be Mokoena once again. You talk about that. Yes, there are people already here up in the clubhouse watching the cricket. We've got some people enjoying it under the shade of the trees. Another swing and another miss by Dawkins outside the off stump, and really is a beautiful setting for cricket. There are the trees off to the right of us, give plenty of shade for people who wanted to come and watch the game here at the Western Province Cricket Club. And if you are watching and you are in Cape Town and you want to have a lovely day out, it really is beautiful here. at the Western Province Cricket Club. Fantastic facilities in the clubhouse as well. And wisely left alone that time by Dawkins. So South Africa, they will feel they've got off to a very good start here. Perhaps another wicket. They would have been wanting another wicket maybe before the end of the power play. Still another 3 overs after this in the power play.
The last two or three overs, we've definitely been making it for the batters difficult, searching for the outside edge, and that sometimes we got it, but it just didn't carry. So I think the bowlers feel like a wicket can be on the way.
Oh, and as you say that one is edged, in fact played once again with soft hands by Dawkins, and he comes back for the second. It's good work done on the third boundary there. I'm not sure who that is over there. I'll try and have a look now to tell you. But good work done stopping that one going for 4. It is 2 more to Dawkins.
Yes, it's a lovely day out here today. As we talked about the supporters, England, South African supporters, it's lovely to see how everybody came to support today.
This time he just strays onto the pads and tickled down to Daniels at that position at fine leg, and it'll be a single. As just trying to see who is down there. It is number 12 on his back. It must be Ntando Soni, number 12 on his back, and he's down at third.
He's one of the guys that is playing in his first game today, as he didn't play on Friday, and he already had some brilliant fielding. It's good to see if you get into the team, you're taking your chances.
Yeah, it's a bit full of that time from McQueen outside the off stump, and Vaughan just playing it down to Mason in front of us here at mid-off. So yeah, it's interesting so far. I mean, the approach from Mays, you just feel up front he was the one who was going to be the aggressor, and whilst Dawkins has tried to play some aggressive shots, he hasn't really been timing the ball or making contact. The only one he did was off that free hit, which he hit for 6. That one is in the air, and it should be taken underneath it. Yes, it is taken, and that's Jason Riles taking the catch at mid-off. And just as I say, he hasn't been aggressive. He goes for the shot outside the off stump. It really wasn't there to play the shot that he played. Goes up in the air, and extra cover comes around and takes the catch, and England lose their second wicket with the score on 25.
I think a few South African supporters and teammates held their breaths at that ball as it went up in the air, because 3 players were going for it.
Yeah.
And it could have almost been a big fumble if the communication wasn't good, but that's a lovely thing. He called it early on, he went for it, and it was safe under his hands. So a brilliant catch, as everybody looked at the catch, and yeah, brilliant. There goes Vaughan scoring. He's going for a duck.
Vaughan, sorry, yeah.
Vaughan is out for a duck. He faced 11 balls, so couldn't quite get off the mark, and I think that would be for South Africa very assuring, as Vaughan was one of the guys that scored brilliantly on Friday, and I think for South Africa to get him out, and definitely for the duck, as he faced 11 balls, that definitely meant South Africa troubled him, and he didn't look comfortable at all. So that means Ben Dawkins is still in, and yeah, he's going to have to calm his new teammate down and to tell him how to play this pitch, because apparently South Africa is getting some nice, was bowling beautifully on it, and it definitely troubled Vaughan as he couldn't get a run. So yeah, I think South Africa would be very pleased with the wicket.
Yeah, very pleased with the start they have made, and we're going to make a commentary change here. Ane is going to be making way for Johan Ferreira. Thank you very much, Ane. And very good start this has been for South Africa, 25 for 2. Just apologies from my side there, just indicating that I thought it was Dawkins who was on strike. It was, of course, Archie Vaughan, and Dawkins on the first ball of the next over from Daniels just gets the single into the mid-wicket region, and it'll be Aryan Sawant who is on strike. So Archie Vaughan, perhaps just a little bit of frustration from him there. He wasn't able to get off the mark, and tried to play the ball aerially, perhaps not one that he didn't really wasn't set for the shot and didn't really get hold of it very well. And that's a beauty from Daniels first up to Aryan Sawant, and I'm joined by Johan Ferreira. Johan, a very interesting start. South Africa probably feeling at the moment they're on top, having won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Yeah, James, thank you. Nice to be with you, and also to the viewers sharing your company, and hope you're enjoying the cricket wherever you are. Yeah, having won the toss, it was going to be important to make that new ball talk, and you alluded to, I think in the beginning, Mokoena, he just operated towards the wrong areas. He was attacking more straight, and when he started getting outside off stump, he got rewards. And I've been extremely impressed by Daniels. He's been asking questions throughout. He's been making it very difficult for the England batters, keeping the pressure on them. That's exactly what the captain and the leadership team would have asked. You have to ask the right questions continuously. Don't let them get off to a good and fast start. And having taken those 2 key wickets, South Africa won more.
They do indeed, right? Daniels, you say, been very impressed with him, top wicket taker. As we look at him, this one into Sawant, he got that one to rear up off a length, and that can happen bowling to this end. He was a top wicket taker in the Kaimajola week, right, Daniels? He bowled it! He bowled it! It goes straight through him, and that is an outstanding delivery from Daniels. Takes the middle stump out of the ground, and that is what you really want to see as a fast bowler. And South Africa have made another huge breakthrough here. Aryan Sawant is out without scoring, and just facing the 2 deliveries he was, and I think it was the 3 deliveries actually that he faced. As you see this one here from Daniels, just angling into the right-hander, and fullish of length. It plays all around it, and maybe over the top of it, and it goes through and shatters the timber.
He set him up beautifully. The ball prior to that was the short pitch delivery. It made him jump up in the air, and that puts a bit of doubt in your mind. What is the pitch doing? What's the bounce like? And he wasn't too keen to commit onto his front foot. And a beautiful follow-up delivery. You can have the bounce, you can have all the right tactics, but you need to, that follow-up delivery is the key. And Daniel said, I'm going to pitch it up. No real feet movement from Sawant, and he's on his way back for a duck. Hasn't been the best start to his international series. Only scored 2 on Friday. Now fell to trouble the scorers, and South Africa have gone bang, 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 26 for 3. This is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, completely the thing that Captain Benjamin Hansen would have been asking for up front from his team, and they've really delivered. And I think what we've seen today compared to what we saw on Friday, I know they were defending a very low score on Friday, but what we did see was that they were searching for wickets. They weren't in that opening spell, they were looking to try and get the batter out. Here what they've been doing, which has been so impressive, is they've been bowling it really looks like they're bowling to a plan, which is what's really good to see. So they have taken the time since that defeat on Friday, and they've actually looked at what they need to do and how they need to execute it. As it's Farhan Ahmed, the 16-year-old from Nottinghamshire, and he has certainly, for his age, has also played some first-class cricket for Nottinghamshire. Oh, it's a beauty from Daniels. Once again, outside the off-stump, chases it, does Ahmed, and through to the wicket-keeper, Hansen.
Well, they're in no man's land, and the seeds of doubt is being sown in that change room. If you look at, again, just a nice approach by Daniels, new man at the crease, wanting him to play, and he's had a waft at that, and it's Ahmed, who is a seasoned campaigner. He's a very good talent. He's a young talent that England has invested in. We'll talk more about that now. Just moves this down towards that second slip area. But Ahmed, I mean, he's a real quality player. You spoke about Nottinghamshire. He took 10 wickets against Surrey in a drawn match where Carl Verreynne was the keeper. So he's already been exposed to some of our international stars. Carl Verreynne, part of the SA20. His brother Rian has played 5 tests for England. He's picked up 22 wickets in those 5 tests. Other brother Raheem has played for Nottinghamshire. So it's a talented family of cricketers. Nice to see the spectators out as well. A lot of travelling supporters from England that has made the way. Ben Dawkins, pressure is on his shoulders. And I'm glad to see that Benny Hansen has decided to stick to his opening pair. I guess the question will be how long? How long do they go with this new ball partnership?
Yeah, I think while they're still achieving what they are and getting some good movement, a little bit of movement. McQueen has been getting movement in the air, sort of into the right-hander. Perhaps his lines and lengths certainly haven't been as consistent as Daniels necessary today, but he has troubled the batters as well. South Africa making the most of the moisture like under the pitch that was there this morning. Oh, it's another beauty. Past the outside edge of Dawkins as he comes forward to that one.
So immediately what England would have picked up is the patience is key, and you as a bowler, don't try too much. Keep it on that fourth stump line. You're going to get the movement, and that's where you want to operate in, and that's exactly when South Africa has changed the plans, and again, more alluding to the way that Mokoena started. Since he's just sort of moved towards fourth stump, he's had the rewards, and he's troubled England's batters.
Yeah, most certainly, as that one just defended into the offside. Most certainly, you know, when he's gone straight, they've been able to pick him off down to the, down mostly to the man at long leg, Rake Daniels. But what's been good is, as you say, when he's been in that channel outside the off stump, both of the bowlers as well, in that channel outside the off stump, that sort of corridor of uncertainty outside that off stump's been really, really good for the South African bowlers. McQueen is away from us again. This time he does straight down the leg side again, just falling away a little bit, and that one going down, and umpire Stacey Lackey signals a wide, just I think the second wide of the innings so far. He just head almost just seemed to fall away a little bit there as he came through, and just that one angling down the leg side. But it's been a good start for South Africa, winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Is exactly what you would have wanted to have got. 3 wickets inside the power play. It's well left by Dawkins. You just feel, Johan, here that the approach from England now does need to change slightly compared to that sort of aggressive approach that they had early on. I mean, May's very aggressive. Archie Vaughan probably looking to be aggressive when he did get himself out, having been a bit bogged down. And now it's going to be Dawkins or Ahmed. One of these two probably needs to bat through the innings.
And you've got to say that Dawkins has to carry on that responsibility. He's the man that set 17 from 24 or now 25 deliveries. Ahmed's going to need some time to find his feet, but he's going to have to play the anchor role, Dawkins. They've got a pretty decent top 5, and you alluded to Mays. I mean, he's been in a rich vein of form, 350s in a row, 1 against South Africa, 2 against Scotland before that. So good start to get rid of him for 7. Archie Vaughan is a quality act as well, the leader of this England team, walking back for a duck. And now Sawant also in the pavilion. He has 173 not out against his name in a county game.
Another great delivery. Yes, I mean he's quite a prolific scorer, Ayan Sawant, at second 11 level in the UK. So he also got a 188 as well against his name in the previous season. So can bat for long, and just that delivery from Daniels to get him was an absolute beauty. So the end of that over though, it's 27 for 3 after 9. England batting at 3 runs to the over, and having lost the 3 wickets inside the power play. And it is going to be Daniels to continue. Unsurprisingly, the 2 opening bowlers are going to be continuing through this power play. Possibly going to see the change bowlers coming on, Tando Soni, and in after maybe this over. But then and just to the right of the bowler on his follow through, and I think Farhan Ahmed must have had his heart in his mouth there for a minute. Just popped it straight back, not straight back, but just to the onside of straight, and he gets off the mark with that single, but it was in the air for some time.
Daniels, you're going to be very hard pressed to get the ball out of his hand. So good luck to the captains to say, listen, time for a break. Goes short this time around. But yeah, on a different day, that could have been a ball to hand and another stick. And Daniels 2 for 6 and 4.2 overs. He's been superb.
He has indeed. And today what's been so good, Johan, is that he just stuck to his disciplines. So on Friday he was searching for the wicket. he just then was delivering, and Mays was in good form. Mays took the attack to him, and certainly wasn't anywhere near as consistent in his bowling as he is today. So they've really learned some lessons from Friday. It's just this time, the first time he seems to have strayed straight that I can remember. It's chased by Rouse down into the deep mid-wicket region, and they go through for 2. So, as you're saying, Dawkins now on to 19. And he's hit that 1-6 that he hit off the free hit from Mokoena, but he is going to have to bat through.
Yeah, Dawkins back-to-back hundreds against Scotland in that series that they played last year, and only one in the first one-day international, so he can bat.
Yeah.
He's a proper batsman. 19, and the key now to this England ambition. Where do they go? What are they talking about in the change room as a defendable score? But I guess you're not going to have those conversations when you're staring down the barrel, 30 for 3.
No, I think you're going to be setting yourself some smaller targets. Then you're going to be saying, okay, let's do this in maybe 20-run stints or 5 overs at a time. Let's just make sure we're there. Let's keep the scoreboard ticking along. If we're at say 70 odd, 70, 75, 80, if we can get to that after 20 overs without further loss.
No.
He's nicely in behind that one. Dawkins looks like he's got a lot of time playing that shot.
I like what you've said there. He looks comfortable at the crease. He's seen his partners come and go, and he's kept a calm head. His foot movement is pretty good, and you need those characteristics when you're opening the batting for your country.
And Daniels would just be looking in this last delivery over. Can he maybe just eke out one more wicket? The big wicket of Dawkins. He's in towards us now. Oh, that's once again a good delivery. Just maybe pops up a little bit off a length at Dawkins, and plays it nicely though with soft hands into the offside. It's the end of the 10th. It is England 30 for the loss of 3 after 10. The power play is the first power play, a thing of the past. South Africa can spread the field, although you feel that they're probably not going to. Just looking at that scorecard then, if you have just joined us, it was South Africa winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, and breakthrough early on by Daniels getting Ben Mays for 7, score was 15 for 1. It was 25 for 2 with the loss of Archie Vaughan, caught very well by Jason Rouse, running backwards from extra cover, and that was 25 for 2, 26 for 3 when Aryan Sawant was beautifully clean bowled through the gate by Ray Daniels, who really has been the standout of these two. And then Mokoena also played his part, and he's still into the attack. He's away from us now. That one is very wide over the head of Farhan Ahmed. It's going to be signalled wide by umpire Stacey Lackey. So we have 2 very experienced umpires on the field today. Thokozisi Shezi and Stacey Lackey, both who in their respective disciplines have represented their country. Shezi is a medium pacer, Stacey Lackey an all-rounder, played for Boerland, Western Province and South Africa women.
Now, I want to come back to your point with the field restrictions, and after the power play, it's good captaincy.
Yeah.
You don't want to give away any runs. We saw the low-scoring affair on Friday, and if we look at the first 10 overs, it looks like the storyline will follow suit. And it's still early, and we've seen South Africa with a very good bowling display. But the last thing they want to do is give away runs. So credit to the captain, who has kept the catches in place. Oh, and that's why. That's exactly why. If you're still seeing that movement, and there's still a batsman that's feeling new to the crease, having faced 5 deliveries, you anticipate that more chances will come.
Yeah, one of the things that we saw on Friday, which was very interesting, and it's not just something we're seeing in youth one-day internationals necessarily, is that the batters, and here again you're seeing it, the batters want to feel bat on ball. And there again, Farhan Ahmed, I mean, he had no price playing that shot at all. His feet were stuck in the toilet, and he was just absolutely nowhere. As Mokoena just aborts that, Probst didn't have his run-up right. It's a little bit of a difficult run-up here. You sort of go up a little bit of a ridge before you in your gather and bound, before you land and plant your front foot down. Just getting back to that, it's something we see very often with youngsters as well. That I mean, not even just the youngsters. Often now with T20 cricket, you almost want to feel bat on ball every single delivery, and that seems to have found its way into this type of cricket as well. That's just played into the offside, and it is, I think that's Diwan de Villiers, I think, at cover that's doing the fielding. Is indeed. I'm just trying to see where Jason Rouse has gone on the field. So still got a 7-2 offside field still for Mokoena. That just strikes the pad, and half an appeal from the South Africans.
Yeah, very good questions being asked still by Mokoena. And they have a fine leg, and it's basically just for Mokoena, who now and then just loses his line and gets too straight, and that's to prevent the boundary and protect the boundary on the leg side. But for the rest, he's operating according to the plan that's been put out by the leadership team. And on a different day, again, you could have had a couple of edges flying to that slip cordon. That's a better shot from Ahmed. Good reaction as well by Dawkins, being called through for the single.
Yeah, good sharp single there from this England pair. Got a rebuilding job to do for their team. And so South Africa now, they've dispensed with the one slip, and for Dawkins now, they had that in place for Ahmed. Unsurprisingly, there was actually that man, Jason Rouse, I was trying to find him on the field, and he was actually at slip. They've actually got two slips in place, no gully now. It's a little bit too straight this time, and Dawkins able to play to mid-wicket, where Mbata does the fielding. It's the end of another good over for South Africa, just the 2 runs off it. It's 32 for the loss of 3 after 11 overs, and looks like it is going to be a change of bowling from the Wynberg or southern end of the ground, and Jason Rouse is going to be coming on to bowl, and he's bowling his left arm orthodox spin, I think, is he? It's was it right arm off breaks? I can never remember.
He was very impressive in Friday's outing in a losing cause, picked up 2 for 12 in 3.3 overs. Good opportunity to introduce him. I must say, look, you can also argue the fact that the wind direction is probably why he's coming towards the commentary end.
Yeah.
But they might even think about swapping ends with Daniels, replacing Mokoena. But we'll see how it plays out. But for now, there is a change. But Daniels has been superb.
Yeah, so he has indeed fantastic figures from Raik Daniels in his opening spell of those 5 overs, and now with the power play, a thing of the past. He's giving the ball to Jason Rouse with his left arm orthodox spin, and that was a very good delivery first up. And he did this on Friday as well. He was very, very accurate. Was Rouse. Got a couple of wickets, as you say, in that outing. It's in the air for a little bit of time, but it's out to the man on the cover boundary, and they come through for the single. So he started well here as Rouse, just a single of the two deliveries. It's going to be interesting to see how Dawkins and Ahmed approach this. Are they going to attack the spinner as a change to the field? Just bringing in a man at more conventional cover, and they're bringing in a catching extra cover. It's a bit short the time from Rouse, but he just plays it into the offside.
I actually like that. I think it's just for that push towards the offside. Dawkins has been very solid, but the rest haven't. It's not. They're not playing on the same wicket as Dawkins. This time he cuts it away, but there is protection. He'll help himself to 1. But I like that. Just in the mind of the batsman, coming forward, that half-hearted push, could bring that man into play. So attacking mindset by the skipper, Benny Hansen. So that's good to see. He's got a slip in place. Now bringing that cover fielder off the boundary.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. He saw that Ahmed played it in the air off the second delivery of the over. It's just tucked into the leg side. The bowler does his own fielding. Just perhaps a slightly errant throw into Hansen, but they got there with speed, did Rouse, which is really good to see. Young man from Gauteng, plays for the Lions. And it does go past that man at the shortish extra cover. Was in the air for a little while, but no danger for Ahmed, and he's back for 2, just past Daniel Bosman, who's in there at extra cover. At the end of the first Rouse over, it goes for 4 runs, but you're talking about Drake Daniels. His figures absolutely outstanding. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 8, and really exactly what you would want from your premier strike bowler, which is exactly what he is. And we are going to see another change of bowling from the northern end of the ground, the commentary end. I think this is going to be Ntando Soni that we're going to see for the first time. And just we'll wait and confirm that for you. And indeed it is. And Ntando Yankosi Soni, man who comes from the Dolphins there in KwaZulu-Natal Coastal, as captain of the Dolphins team and of the Coastal Conquerors in the Cubs Week. That is the under-19 competition in South Africa. For those of you that are listening from the UK or around the world, South Africa has the Khaya Majola Week, which is the schools competition prior to the Christmas period. That's a nice back of a length from Sony, first up straight to Dawkins, and fielded by Mbata at mid-wicket. So is the, let's say, the competition, Khaya Majola Week for the schools teams, and essentially all the provinces from around the country there are represented. And then after Christmas in January, as Sony goes away from us now, that's a very good delivery. Looks like it might just be angling down the leg side. Lots of interest as Dawkins just sort of, I don't know what he was trying to play that into the leg side. Didn't make contact. And just wrapped him on the pads. And then post-Christmas, in fact, as we look at this one again here, Johan. Yes.
Too much angle down the leg side.
Yeah, so getting a little bit of movement into the right hander. He needs to start that delivery then a little bit wider outside the off stump. That's what he does there, and it's nicely played to Mokoena at mid-off, and they go through for the single.
The youth weeks across the country, it's amazing what that's done, and the interest at school level. I was travelling in Paarl in the Western Cape, for our listeners who don't know where that is. It's plus minus 60 kilometers from Cape Town, and travelling around Paarl and seeing club cricket back. The club cricket season has resumed, and the youngsters at Paarl Gymnasium where I visited, they were on the field against Bishops.
Yeah.
It is cricket time, and just the opportunity that presents itself for the youngsters, and then going across to the national weeks and maybe being picked up there at provincial level. SA20 doing the rounds in South Africa. Seen so many overseas players. Kane Williamson, look at the England. Joe Root playing for Paul. Johnny Bairstow, saw him as well, and that's lovely to see. Before that, Josh Butler was part of the Paul Royals team. So there's a new life in South Africa. It's good to see people at venues.
That is much fuller of length, and Ahmed tries to guide it down to third, but it's well fielded by Lahadin at slip, and there is no run. As you say, it's been absolutely brilliant this time of year here in South Africa. The SA20 underway, schools cricket, the schools are back, and schools cricket starting again. Some fantastic cricketing schools in the Western Cape, and it's wonderful to see the product of those schools coming through as Sony's away from us now.
And also to that point, I love seeing the former greats who are part of both of these setups, and just giving their expertise over to the new generation of stars in not only South African cricket but England cricket as well. Saw Ashwell Prince this morning running around with a tennis racket.
Yeah, it's always incredible to see the involvement of some of the legends, as you say. I mean, Paul Adams, Saqlain Mushtaq here. So two spinning legends, one South African and one Pakistan player who is now working for England and here with the England under-19 team. And
Imran Khan as well.
Yeah,
part of the setup, the South African setup. Former national player.
Rouse in again. He tries to go over the top. It's in the air, but it's going to land safe as it's well over the man at extra cover. And Dawkins, that wasn't played as well as he would have hoped, but he gets away with it and gets two.
Dawkins still the mainstay of the England innings. 39 for 3. He's got 23 to his name. Oh, that's lovely.
That's a lovely delivery.
Oh.
Just gets him coming forward and beats the outside edge of the bat. That's excellent from Rouse.
England spinners will be sitting up and taking notes. They've got a number of them, quality spinners. That's too short. Again, protection on the boundary.
And we'll have a commentary change at the end of this over, and we'll be reminding you as well at the end of this over of our sponsors for this particular event, for the event, but for the commentary and the broadcast. Oh, that is a tentatively forward from Ahmed, just off the outside half of the bat. South Africa sensing something here. You feel, Johan, that something might happen here with Jason Rouse. They do try and take him on. Could be in danger. And he thinks about going for that one. Backs away. The ball just turned a little bit outside the off stump. Not necessarily sure we're seeing a huge amount of turn from Rouse, but difficult to tell from our position behind the wicket. Also a bit of an angle. As you see him come in again. The last ball of the over. In the air for a little while, but down to the man at long off, and that is the end of the over, and it is 41 for the loss of 3 after that Rouse over. Just to remind you that this broadcast and commentary being brought to you with compliments of Sisonke Tourism and Events Services. Sisonke Tourism and Events Services, your destination management specialists, and you can find them on www.sisonketours.co.za. And if you are looking at bringing your sporting team out to South Africa, they are the people to go to. Sisonke Tourism and Events Services. And I'm going to be saying goodbye, and you're going to be joined by Ane once again, Johan.
Thanks, James. If you have just joined us, lovely to have your company here at Western Province Cricket Club, the second youth one-day international between the under-19s of South Africa and England. England taking the first match convincingly on Friday. But they have lots to do with bat in hand, having been asked to bat first in the second encounter. 41 for 3, thanks to Ben Dawkins, who is still at the crease, opening the batting.
Yes, Johan. Since I last commentated, England was 26 for 3, and it seems like they have steadied the ship a bit at 41 for 3. South Africa would still be happy with their bowling efforts, but England has done a really good job just to steady the ship.
Oh, that's just over the man. That could have just as well resulted in another chance for South Africa. Gets away with it. There's Ahmed, so he'll get another single. But yes, Dawkins on 24. Ahmed will move on to 7.
There was definitely opportunity there for South Africa. A bit of a difficult catch, and it was just over his hands, but I think the fielder definitely feel that there was an opportunity. It might have even tickled his hands. But that's a good thing for South Africa, keeping the England batsmen on their toes.
You need a Marco Jansen. That's what that would have worked for South Africa. But yes, you talk about partnerships, Ane, and that is key towards England's scores. So not really looking at the run rate. For now, it's all about occupation of the crease. 14.3 overs in, 42 for 3. It's a 50 over per side contest, and there's more than enough time. And they'll take confidence from the way they bowled, so they'll have a target in mind. But for now, it's all about occupation. You don't want to open the back door again for South Africa, and Dawkins is key to England's scores. This time goes on an expanded drive, but only manages to get it onto the leg side. Still get a single. It's unprotected territory.
Yes, Johanna, as you said, the partnership is currently 17 runs, which isn't too bad. As we said, there was a few quick wickets in succession. So to steady the ship with a 17-run partnership, I think it's definitely far from where they want to be. But it's definitely how you build something and to get some momentum. So I think England will be pleased with that, and hopefully they can put it into a bigger partnership.
Thando Soni still operating from the commentary end. Busy with his second over. It's been economical as well. Would have learned a lot from the way that Mokoena opened the bowling. And a similar field set by the captain, Benny Hansen. 7 offside, 2 on the leg side. And the leg side fielder, one of them being the fine leg boundary. So all about the disciplines, and Soni needs to operate on off stump. If he's going to go short, he's going to be put away. That's nice and full. Is that in the hands? It is! Brilliant catch. And it is. Ralls, you can't keep him away from the action. He's bowling at the top end. Now he's taken a brilliant catch. And Soni on the board in the wickets column. And it is the end of Ahmed, who walks back for 7. 43 now for 4.
What a brilliant catch. It was coming real hard and low, and Jason Rolls was just in the right position, lunging forward to take that catch. It is an absolute brilliant catch to get the wicket, and that would definitely be a very positive side for South Africa. He lunged forward and he got the catch, but he didn't hesitate. He knew that he had it. He got a clean catch, and unfortunately Ahmed has to walk for 7 from 21 balls. Yes, 7 runs, 21 balls. Obviously, it took a bit of his time, but we know it was needed in the conditions with building a partnership, and we just talked about it, but some great bowling. And yes, South Africa wanted to go with another option of another player with a fast bowler, and it seemed like it's paying off for them.
Yeah, you make a good point. They would have taken a lot of learnings from Friday. Not the same pitch, but same venue, same square. And they felt that they needed some reinforcements in the seam department. And that's exactly what they've seen from Soni, who has been very disciplined, hasn't really given anything away, and now supported by the spin of Rowles, who's taken his second catch. He'll feel great about life as well. And, more pressure shifts onto Ben Dawkins. He's standing at the other end. He's seen 4 partners come and go. He's on 25 now. Thomas Roux has joined him at the crease, 17-year-old. Well, one thing he won't want me to say is he's failed to get off the mark in his last 3 knocks. Use of the feet, goes inside out. That's a lovely shot. Won't have enough wheels to get to the boundary, but we'll get 2. Dawkins moves on to 27. He's the mainstay of the innings. You'll think that from a confidence perspective, Thomas Roux will be desperate for a run, just to get off the mark. This is too short. Pixie spot. Has that got enough wheels to get to the boundary? It does. A rare boundary. Welcomed with open arms by the England camp. Dawkins into the 30s.
Yes, it seems like Ben Dawkins isn't too troubled by the wickets falling from the other end. If he gets a short ball, if he gets a ball that is definitely in a position for him to hit a boundary, he goes for it. And it's nice from him to see that he's still going for his shots, even though the wickets have been falling from the other end.
This time more flight brings him forward.
Great dot ball by Jason Rolls after the previous ball going for a 4.
Just a slight pause in his action. Can't prevent the single. It's nudged onto the onside. That's 50 up for England. 50 for 4.
Yes, they got that in the 15th over, 15.4 overs. They've been going for a run rate from 3.2. It's a decent run rate, obviously a bit on the slower side, but because of the wickets falling, it definitely brought their run rate down.
Well, that's good. That's very good from Rolls. Thomas Roux, can he get off the mark? He'll know about it. Cricketers know all about the numbers. Good forward defensive push back to the bowler. And that'll end another over. Good one for South Africa, although there was a boundary from the Dawkins bat. 50 for 4 after 16. Dawkins has 32. Roux to get off the mark. All South Africa in the first 16 overs of the second Youth One Day International at Western Province Cricket Club. Having won the toss and asked England to bat first, they've taken 4 scalps in the first 16 overs. There is confirmation of your bowling analysis. Mokoena with 1 for 24. Daniels the pick of the bowlers. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 8. Rals has completed 3 overs, costing 15, going at 5 to the over. And Sony, very economical, 1 for 3 in his 2 overs. So Rals the only one that has not picked up a wicket, but he has taken 2 catches today. And this will be Sony starting his 3rd over, running away from the commentary end. And Dawkins is key.
Dot ball from England. They've been know that Sony has been troubling them in the previous overs, and he got the wicket in the previous over. So I think they're a bit just wary of him, trying to see him out, because he definitely has his tail up as a bowler.
Interesting that Hansen, the captain of South Africa's under-19s, he's moved another man onto the leg side, and it is Daniel Bosman. Maybe a change of plan from Sony. See if they can get a false shot from the Dawkins bat. Haven't seen many of them.
Great fielding there from South Africa. Yes, South Africa had some great fielding there from Jason Rolls once again. The ball came flat and hard. He was in the right position, but he made sure that the ball was stopped before too much damage could be done. So great fielding from the young man.
Nice and full. Does he get past the fielder? No. Good fielding again from South Africa. They've been nice and disciplined. This time Mokoena supporting his fellow bowler, his fellow seamer.
So far, yes, as you said, Jan, so far South Africa has been really clinical in their fielding efforts. And for any captain, for any team, for any coaches, that's so wonderful to see. If you give them a objection to follow in the field and they do it, it's obviously such a wonderful objective.
Well, he thought about leaving that, and there was a contact with the bat. It just shows it's a man that he's slightly low on confidence, hasn't made any runs in his last 3 knocks. Big opportunity now to play a rescue hand in an England cause that is stuttering at the moment. 51 for 4. Just little mind games. You get days that the ball just continues to follow you, and that's the Raul story of today so far. He's been everywhere. But Sony, can he get something nice and full? Entice the drive, maybe nick off his man. Just short of a length. Nice and forward is the defensive shot from Roux. It's been brilliant to watch South Africa bouncing back, having lost that first Youth One Day International on Friday. They've come out with a plan. They've executed beautifully. It was a sort of a fast, aggressive start from England's opening pair, Dawkins and Mays. And once Mays departed for 7, Archie Vaughan didn't get going. He went without troubling the scorers. Sawant, same storyline, duck. And then 7 from Ahmed. So it's really only been Dawkins that's looked comfortable.
That's another over gone. We're now at 17 overs, 51 for 4. They're going to have a quick drinks break, which I think is very welcome for all the players. It is a lovely hot day in Cape Town. There is a slight breeze, but I think out in the middle, it's definitely very hot. So I think they're very happy that there is a drinks break. But again, another great over in the previous one, with Sony only conceding the 1 run and 5 dots that followed.
Now, there's a summary. If you have just joined us, time for a welcome drink and just talking about plans. There'll be messages coming into both camps of what needs to happen from an England perspective. What do they do now? Partnership is key. The importance of not losing a wicket in the next 5 overs. James alluded to it earlier as well. Just small little hurdles that you want to bridge and cross, and then put yourselves into a position where you at least have something that your bowlers can defend. But at this stage, it's been the Ben Dawkins show from a batting perspective. 33 not out from 49 deliveries from a bowling perspective. No doubt, Daniels has caught the eye. 2 for 8 from his 5 overs and well supported by Sony with 1 for 4 and Mokoena 1 for 24. Raul's the only one that has not picked up a wicket, but he's made a contribution in the field, having taken 2 catches. We're going to have a small break as well. 51 for 4, a run rate of 3.1. England with all to do in the next couple of overs. Dawkins, can South Africa remove the big threat in that England lineup? And how will they go about proceedings after the resumption? 51 for 4.
He was bowling from the same end that he's bowling from now today. So he was getting quite nice bounce. Yeah. He's a very good player, very good. Top youngster. I mean, he was top of the wicket taking charts at the time of the week. So he was very impressive. I mean, he was by far the standout fast bowler at the time of the week. And then again when they had the Cubs week as well in January, which is 6 sort of regional teams from around the country, and this year they were joined by there was 8 teams this year. They were joined by USA under 19, but the USA under 19 was the top team in that Cubs week. But the Western Province, combined Western Province, Boland and Southwestern District team were the top South African team in that Cubs week. So they did very well in Daniel's game. So there's 6 of those players.
Good morning to you. If you have just joined us, welcome back to Western Province Cricket Club. Great to have your company for this, the second youth one-day international between the under-19 teams of South Africa and England. South Africa winning the toss earlier today, asking England to bat first, and 17 overs. It's certainly belonged to South Africa thus far. 51 for 4, picking up the wickets of Ben Mays for 7, Archie Vaughan for a duck, Aryan Sawant for a duck, and Farhan Ahmed for 7. That's been the 4 wickets to go down. Raik Daniels has been superb. 2 for 8 from 5 overs, and then the support coming from Sony and Mokoena with a wicket each. And Jason Raul's the spinner, the only spinner that we have seen so far in the first 17 overs. So the first box is ticked. South Africa taking it up to the drinks and interval, and they are dictating matters. The one man they want to get rid of is the man that's on strike now after the resumption, by the name of Ben Dawkins. He's looked very solid and relaxed, calm at the crease, good demeanour, and bar the rest, he's looked to as if he's batted on a different pitch. Ane is with me in commentary. Ane, very important now for South Africa after the resumption, just to keep at it, keep asking those questions, keep the patience, don't change anything.
Yes, South Africa has opted to go again with Jason Raul to continue from that end, as we said, the Wynberg end. And he hasn't picked up a wicket yet. He's having an absolute great day in the field, which is lovely to see. And he hopes that he can maybe trouble Dawkins.
What I like about Dawkins is just the time that he has on the ball. He's unfazed, moves into position, just has time at the crease, and for me that's a good quality of an opening batsman.
Yes, you can definitely see he's waiting for the ball nicely, taking his time, waiting that the ball is onto him before he's playing it, and it's definitely been working for him. I think that's why he's been the top scorer so far, the patience that he's been using to go around.
And as we say that, no feed movement and a bit of a slash outside off stump.
He's waiting a bit too long. Wanted to play the shot, but the ball just went past his bat, and might have been a nick, but he will be very happy that the bat missed the ball.
I guess it's one of those pitches that you're never quite in. You're going to get good balls that will beat you outside off stump. We've already seen turn very early in the piece, and England have got turn in abundance as well. So it's just keeping at it, keeping the patience, and then when the bad ball does arrive, putting it away. That's going to be the key. Don't sort of get too bogged down and too that defensive mindset. Keep looking for the opportunity to score. But at this stage, we haven't seen too many loose deliveries from a very disciplined South African bowling attack. Sawney will get another over. 1 for 4 from the 3 overs that he has bowled so far.
Yes, as you said, I think there's only been 3 extras so far in this innings, and that's lovely to see from South Africa, keeping to the objective.
Lovely, lovely bowling from Sawney. Missed out in game number 1, one of 2 changes in the South African lineup for today. He's repaid his captain, he's repaid the selectors, and he looks hungry.
South Africa wanted to go with another option in the fast bowling department, and yes, it's been paying off for them. He's been troubling the batsman, and the blast ball, Ben Dawkins, he clearly troubled Ben Dawkins there, and I think that would be lovely for South Africa to see as they want to get him out.
This time a slight shimmy down the track from Dawkins. He wants to change the line, and it's not a bad approach. He's settled, he's got 34. They don't have anyone out, so it's mid on, mid off in the circle. So it's not a bad approach. Maybe advance, see if he can put Sawney off his line and just break the shackle somewhat. Try and put some pressure back on the South African thinking tank. But at this stage, South Africa will keep at it, keep those doors locked, see if they can entice a false shot from Dawkins. Run rate now below 3 to the over. That's good from Dawkins. Just clips it off his legs. Should get 2 comfortably. And that we saw from Mokoena as well. Just the bowlers from running away from our commentary end. Now and then, just too straight, and you can't set fields for that. But England have been very good, just putting it away, helping it towards the leg side, taking over the scoreboard in that department. But for the majority of the innings, they've been asked questions outside off stump. Sawney just too straight on that occasion. That's better. That's much better.
There's a slight appeal from South Africa. 1 or 2 fielders screaming and putting up their hands, but England's Ben Dawkins survives another ball. It's not out. There hasn't been a nick, but I think a few South African players was excited. They know that that Sawney has been getting the ball that they want to. So let's see if he can continue with that line and length, because it's getting a few South Africans very excited.
Oh, lovely expansive drive. Beats the inner ring as well. Dawkins won't get to the boundary. 2 South African fielders after that, and it is pulled in and returned, but not before Dawkins gets another 2. Lovely expansion of the hands. Dawkins, a proper bat. Nothing better than seeing a covered drive. One of my favourite shots. I know, I'm not sure. What's your favourite shot?
Oh, I love a good cover drive, and I have to say that is one shot Laura Wolford has perfected. So when I see that shot, there's just this image of her in my head coming up. But as we see now with the previous ball, it was another wide. We just spoke about South Africa being very disciplined, only having 3 extras. So that would be their 4th, another wide. 3 wide so far and 1 no ball. Yes, I think South Africa would be unfortunate for the wide, but nothing too worried about just yet.
Sawney just again too straight on that occasion. Dawkins thought about it was set for the pull, but lack of pace, just beating him on that occasion. You talk about Laura Wolford, what a premier batsman and leader.
Exactly.
Laura Wolford is in world cricket, not only South African cricket, but in world cricket.
No, yesterday I was lucky enough to see her again at the SA20 match in my Cape Town played, and just again thinking about what a quality player she is. There's her technique, how she goes about the game, how she's eager to learn, how she captains. It's really wonderful to see. She's really been a stalwart in South African cricket for the women. But as you say, like, her shots are up to standards. It's for anyone in the game to learn from.
Yeah, you talk about her. I started watching her with that opening partnership that she formed with Nazal Lee, and how they destroyed attacks all over the world, and now leading the South African charge. And nice to see some new blood in that team as well.
Yes, I think the thing about Laura that always seems to amaze me is how she's still so young, but the amount of leadership, the amount of skill that she has, it's a quality player, quality person, and we're very fortunate to have her.
And then you look at the under-19 factory, the Mapakas and the Pretoriuses of the world, and where they find themselves. Look at how Mapaka's life has changed. Pretorius has taken the SA20 by storm. They are direct products out of the system.
Exactly, that's the big emphasis that we must place today on this under-19 match. If you represent South Africa, it doesn't matter in which format it is, it doesn't matter at which age it is, to represent your country on an under-19 level is a massive privilege, and this is the future of the next few years. These players are going to play in the SA20 in the next year or two. They're going to make their senior debut, so it's a massive, important game in that context.
Yeah, life is about opportunities, and here they are. They would be very disappointed with that first outing, but they've really shown character all round. Everyone has put up their hand today, and so far so good. 59 for 4, almost 20 overs gone. I just, for me, Rolls, that backward of point position, they're picking up a lot of singles there, and this one will be nudged onto the onside, and another easy single, and Roo is onto 2, Dawkins onto 39. Just wonder if they can plug that gap. We haven't seen a 4 shot in anger. They've just been very mindful, Dawkins as well, just moving that ball into space and picking up a single. I wonder if there's maybe just a thought process around plugging that gap, make them beat the inner ring rather than giving the single away. But it's easy to captain from a commentary position.
There's definitely I definitely agree with you, Johan. I feel like with Jason Rolls bowling, he has been troubling the batsman, but I think it's more been a change of bowling ends just for somebody else to have a bit of a breather, and it definitely looks like they're scoring easily from him, just getting the single, the 2 runs, nudging it around. But I definitely think if they are a bit more tight with their fielding, it can really have a bigger effect.
Sorry again, running away from us again. It's just to straighten help around the corner to the fine leg region for another single. So Roo on to 3, Dawkins has 39. So that's been, if you wanted to pinpoint something that they can work on, at times the South African bowling lineup, especially running away from us, they've just been too straight and onto the pads. And England have been good. They've been mindful of that and worked the ball into the gap. Still, we see the extra protection on the leg side exactly for that. This time it's short and pulled, and Dawkins is set. Is that going to have enough legs? Indeed, it does. So Dawkins helps himself to a boundary. That's just Sawney losing his line and maybe losing some patience as well.
Yes, the fielder gave a half-hearted attempt to go for it, but he realised it's been a too good shot into the gap and that it's going to roll for 4. And Ben Dawkins has been slowly but surely getting closer to that 50 now, and definitely setting the pace with how he's been batting.
Yeah, that's good. That's great running. Having just picked up the boundary, working that ball towards the fielder and then calling his partner through. That's good. You like seeing that from a young man.
Yes, and as we look at the partnership between these two current batsmen are 23 runs, and the previous partnership where they've been settling themselves again, they went for 17 runs before the partnership was broken. So already a nice partnership again going after that last wicket, and I think England will be happy about it.
Oh, that's lovely as well. Full face of the bat. Can't beat the inner circle, but does get a single as well. Roo on to 4. Dawkins on 44. 67-44. Let's just give you all the fours at once.
And the fourth bowler, the fourth ball in the
There we go.
over. So
Who said
yes.
cricketers aren't superstitious? Again, two leg side, two straight, and it just drifts around the corner and gives the umpire an opportunity to stretch those arms.
that is the second wide from him in his last 2 overs. I won't say anything too worried about, but obviously you want to keep your length and you want to keep it tight, and conceding another wide is obviously not ideal. I think it's because Ben Dawkins has been troubling Tony in this last over. They've been running good between the wickets. He's gotten a 4 and he had to go for another few options, and that led to the wide.
Again, two straight. This time, one of those fielders that's been brought across is in play. Whoa, that almost cost South Africa a needless run. They weren't going anywhere. One ball remaining in Sawney's 5th over, 1 for 17. England 68 for 4. A very important partnership that's 25 runs in value for England at the moment. South Africa need a breakthrough. England need more of these two at the crease. Now Hansen does drop back that square leg boundary position, so maybe a double bluff coming. Sawney gave a short one to Dawkins, which he controlled very well and helped himself to a boundary earlier in the over. Now he has the man on the fence. Is this the double bluff? Does he go full and straight, or does he introduce another short ball? Sawney. It is full. And Dawkins having none of that. Brings to an end another over. End of 21. 68 for 4. Dawkins has 44. Roo has 4.
Yes, I think the bowler will be very happy after the first few balls going for a few runs to end it with 2 dots, just redeeming himself in that over. And yes, England's been going along nicely. It's a nice partnership that they have been building. I think definitely that would have been the message that they got in from the drinks break a few moments ago, just to build a partnership, to keep the bowlers thinking. And yes, we see a new bowler being brought into the attack.
Yeah, we've Jason Rolls ripped out of the attack and into Bandile Mbata, number 6 on his back. His first over, 18-year-old.
Yes, all the way from Durban. He's from KwaZulu-Natal. He's in Glenwood High School.
Also a good rugby school, Glenwood.
Exactly, it's a premier sports school, and yeah, which is very interesting. He just replaced Tony from the other end, and both of these boys go to Glenwood, so they would definitely know how to bowl together and how to work together. And yes, it's good to see these boys excelling in school cricket and making it onto the international level.
Oh, it's lovely from Mbata. That's beat him outside the off stump. So he settled in very quickly, Bandile Mbata. So Captain Benny Hansen has gone back to seam from both ends. We'll have to wait and see what he does from our end. Oh, that was a strange shot, really. It was there for the picking. He could have helped it around the corner, aborted. Roo not settling in yet. He's faced 15 deliveries. He has 4 singles to his name, but that was a good opportunity to just help it around the corner.
Yes, it's as if he wasn't quite sure what to make with the ball. He waited for it almost too long and then just played the dot. So yeah, very strange looking shot, as you said.
Oh, and he beats him. Well, Roo also looked unsettled in his time at the crease, faced 16 deliveries, now goes across the line, middle stump is uprooted, and it's another man walking back. Dawkins is probably looking at that saying, what are we doing? It's not that difficult. Look at my score of 44 from 66 balls, but for the rest, all single-figure scores. Roo on his way back for 4, it's 68 for 5, and Mbata strikes with the 4th delivery of his first over. South Africa all over England in this first 22 overs.
What a brilliant ball. Give credit to Benny Hansen where it's due, bringing him into the attack right when he needs it. And we see the replay. Its middle stump has been cleared. It's been an absolute peach of a wicket. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant from South Africa. And as I said, credit to Hansen that thought it's now the right time to bring it into attack. It's clearly been playing off, taking Jason Rolls away from that end and bringing in Mabata, and what a lovely wicket, getting 3 dots and then the wicket. And it's another danger man that has departed, but any wicket is a good wicket. And yes, Roo is gone. As you said earlier on, he's unfortunately, the statistics was against him. He hasn't been off the mark in a few innings. Here he got off the mark, 4 runs, but he was troubled early on, 4 runs for 15 balls, and that 16th ball led to the wicket. That brings in a new batsman in Joseph Moores. Yes, now he's ready to steady the ship and build a partnership again. The previous partnership was 25 runs. It was a very decent partnership, and I think England will be very disappointed that that partnership has been broken.
And it's a lefty on strike. Joseph Moores facing up to Mbata, who's got his tail up. Dawkins, 44 of the 68 that's on the board. 5 wickets down, and Bandile Mbata settled into his line and length from the get-go. Can it be a wicket maiden? Great start this with ball in hand. And yes, you alluded to as well, and credit to Benny Hansen for thinking that maybe it's time to bring in an all-pace attack again, and having the mindset to do that, and picked up immediate reward. But also not a good shot from the England batter, going across the line, a ball that was angled in towards middle stump, and well, it's ultimately cost him his wicket. Time for a change in commentary. England 68 for 5, that after 22 overs. Asked to bat first, South Africa with their tails up and definitely in control, as I hand over to James King.
Yes, wicket maiden from the previous over, a lovely over from Mbata. He was being brought into the attack, replacing Jason Rolls from that end, and a wicket maiden is absolutely a brilliant over to bowl. I think South Africa will be very pleased in how he bowled and taking the wicket, breaking the partnership of 25 runs, and that means South Africa's got their tails up again. England has to bowl again from the start, a new partnership, but Ben Dawkins is still there with his 44 runs, edging closer to that 50. But he's going to have to steady the ships, and the new batsman coming in, he has to calm them down to ensure that they know their role, and he's going to have to step up in the batting department for England. Welcome back, James.
Thank you very much, Anne, and we're going to see a change from this, the commentary, and it's going to be the leg spin of Chad Mason. It's a great delivery first up from him, beating the set batter Dawkins outside the off stump there, and well taken behind by Hansen. So South Africa getting that breakthrough as well. As you said in the previous over, really good from them. 68 for 5 England, and Dawkins comes down trying to just maybe negate the spin of Mason. Haven't seen too much in the form of variation from Chad Mason. We'll just keep an eye on him. Has the standard leg break, the one going away from the right-hander. Just too much on the pads this time, and neatly played out into the leg side. Fielding done by, that is Daniel Bosman out there.
That brings Joseph Moores back onto strike. He's going to face his 3rd ball. He's still on 0. He hasn't gotten off the mark yet. As we know, he just got in after the previous wicket, the previous over, and where a wicket has fallen. And let's see if Joseph Moores can get himself off the mark.
Yeah, it's pitched, flighted up nicely by Chad Mason, and Moores, Joe Moores comes through for his first runs. He's off the mark. It's a really lopsided scorecard here for England. Just Ben Dawkins in double figures, and nobody else getting past 7 as he's forward there and doesn't manage to get bat on ball. Very fortunate that he didn't run past that one as he came forward to Mason. Mason will feel he's probably in business here. He's bowling with the wind. Wind coming from the north today, which is a little bit strange in summertime. It's normally from the south. But that is too short, and that's going to be punished, but straight to the man at deep mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. That's Ntando Soni out there.
So Chad Mason going for his first over, only 3 runs conceded. There was 2 or 3 balls where there was a half of an appeal. I think that a few players may have thought it might have hit the pads and would have been out, or it gotten an edge, but England survives, and Chad Mason just conceding the 3 runs, and England will be pleased that, yes, another wicket has not fallen yet.
Yeah, I think they really do need these two, Joe Moores and Ben Dawkins. Dawkins is the mainstay of this batting effort from England. He comes forward to Mbata, plays it into the leg side. McQuena will do the tidying up at long leg. Just to look at the figures for Joe Moores, and prior to this has played, in fact has played now in 3 youth ODIs, but only batted in 2 of those. In fact, he's only batted in 1 of those. This is only his second time that he will be batting, and only he's got 6 runs before this. So, highest score of 6, and he will be looking to bat long in this innings. And he needs to be there. He needs to stay with Ben Dawkins for as long as possible for England to get to what you would feel could be a competitive or defendable total.
I think it's a very interesting statistic there from you, James. It just highlights how well England has batted in previous youth ODIs. Let's look for them. Yes, as I was saying, it's just lovely how, or it emphasises how England has been batting, that their batters from the get-go has been so good that the latter batsmen haven't been getting game time.
Yeah. And I think you're exactly right, showing that you've got the likes of Ben Mays and Ben Dawkins, and they have both made some runs. Also, talk about Farhan Ahmed, he's made quite a few runs at first-class level. He's in behind that once again, Moores. But the opportunity for the lower order to come in and bat, and even the lower middle order to come in and bat long, has not necessarily been there, with the top order making a lot of those runs for England. So Dawkins, who is heading for what looks like it will be his first one-day international 50. Oh, that's a great delivery once again from Mbata outside the outside edge of the bat of Joe Moores. He can't make contact. A little bit of gamesmanship there from Benny Hansen, throwing down the wickets.
Yes.
Not sure he was. Maybe he was thinking he was looking at another England wicketkeeper that might have been batting there, Johnny Bairstow.
Yes, definitely. As we know, Bairstow is in the Western Cape at the moment. He played last night for the Joburg Super Kings. He's playing again on Monday against Paul Royals. So maybe just a bit inspired, that's all.
Yes, and those of you that are viewing, as at the end of the over, 72 for the loss of 5, batting at exactly 3 runs to the over are England. And just for those of you maybe watching from elsewhere in the world, we're talking there about the SA20. That is Johnny Bairstow, who's been drafted by the team from Johannesburg, the Joburg Super Kings, and they were here in Cape Town yesterday for a match against my Cape Town, as Chad Mason continues. And on the pads of Dawkins, he just plays it down fine on the leg side, and Lahadin has to have a long chase down to the boundary. He does manage to cut it off. Good work there by the young man from the Western Cape, product of Bishops.
Yes, he put in the dive to make sure that the ball doesn't run to the boundary, and it's always nice to see, even though South Africa is in a commanding position, that the fielding is still very sharp and you still go for the effort. So lovely to see that he cut the ball off.
And that was nicely flighted by Mason, and that is Dawkins, has gone through to his 50. An excellent innings, one that England desperately needed, and that is the first youth one-day international 50 for Ben Dawkins, 50 of 74 deliveries. It's been an outstanding innings from him, and one that England desperately needed. 2/3 of the runs for his team. There's Thomas Roux that sweeps that one down to the boundary at fine leg for 4, and that's his first boundary, and takes him to 5 with, or takes him, sorry, to 9. Is that now with that boundary, or just wait and see? That is
a lovely 4.
Yeah, is actually his 4. Sorry, the first 4 takes him to 5 with that boundary. Sweeps again, but and that just evades Lakadin at that short fine. It goes down to the man on the deep square boundary, and they go through for the singles. A nice sweep shot again from Thomas Roux. He's now on to his equal highest score in one-day internationals. Oh, another excellent delivery. That is the wrong one. That's the one that goes into the right-hander.
Yes, it will be important now for Ben Dawkins just to keep his composure. He got himself to 50. We always know after a batsman sometimes gets to 50, they lose concentration for a bit, but it's important for him to keep going. And just as we emphasised the lovely 50, the immense values it had in this team, as you said, almost scoring 2/3 of the runs of the total. And it was lovely to see all the spectators admiring the 50, everybody clapping hands, standing up. A lot of English supporters here today. So well done to the young man. It's a great opportunity to put down your mark and to get a lovely 50 for your country.
Yeah, really good innings from Dawkins while all were falling around him, and he's gone to that 50. And they'll be looking to him to carry on. Ben Dawkins, he's still got a big job to do. He's got to reset himself now and start looking at the next 50 that he's going to be scoring. Just trying to take it maybe 10 runs at a time. Just set himself small targets, and working with Joe Moores as Mbata is going to be around the wicket to the left-handed Moores. He's in behind that very nicely. He's starting to look like he's seeing the ball a lot better. A little bit tentative maybe early on. Came to the crease at the wicket of Thomas Roux, the wicket keeper for the England under-19 team. Joe Moores himself is also a wicket keeper batter. He's coming in at number 7. And from here on, you then into the bowlers for England. In behind that one again, very nicely.
Yes, and James, as we see, it's also now at the halfway mark. Just before the start of this over, we were at the 25 over mark. That means we're halfway. I think it's been an intense battle between the two teams so far. So, as you said, Ben Dawkins, you said he's looking for his number 50 now, and he has to reset his mind, but also another 25 overs that have to follow, and England wants to try to see it out.
Yeah, they certainly need to bat through the entire 50 overs here to get what would be you'd feel a well-defendable total. You'd think on this surface, just looking at what's happened this morning and looking at what we did see on the pitch, just 2 pitches away from what we've got today, is you just feel something around the 150, 160 level could almost be defendable. In nicely again behind the line of that delivery, and it's good stuff from him. And Mbata has also been quite impressive in his spell so far, into his 3rd over. He's 1 for 1.
Very economically. It is fantastic to see. He's been brought into attack at a later stage in the game, and he's been using his opportunities, and he's looking like a real trouble for the England batsman.
Very, very well bowled, very well played there by Moores. That one, it's almost Yorker length. He just angles it down to the man at 3rd. That's Devan de Villiers, and they go through for a single. He's now onto his highest score in one-day internationals. Ben Dawkins is back on strike, the right-hander. and Benny Hansen coming up to the wicket keeper. So what he's trying to do is just negate the chance for Dawkins to go down the wicket. If it is to Mbata. That's angled off the outside half of the bat down to third, and Sony does the fielding, and they're through for a single. It's the end of the over, and it is 82 for 5, just a 2 off that over by Mbata. As you said, and a really inspired bowling change it was, taking Jason Rouse off, bringing Bandile Mbata in his first over, getting the wicket of Thomas Roux.
Yes, it's wonderful to see. He's been bowling for 3 overs and he only conceded 3 runs and he's getting a wicket. So great change, and Jan and I spoke about it earlier from the captain's side to Brennan about that change, and it's been clearly paying off. And we see that Chad Mason is again back in the attack.
It's in the air as he tries to play that one, I think, a lot straighter than it ended up going out to Mokoena at deep cover. So perhaps not quite getting to the pitch of the ball there. Dawkins just doesn't want to give it away now. He wants to make sure that he stays there, guides England through to a good total. That's nicely flighted there by Mason. Nicely played as well by Moores, it must be said, but straight to Mbata at mid-off. I like this from South Africa, keeping the mid-off in the ring. That is way too short, and that is played into the leg side and splits the boundary, splits the fielders at deep mid-wicket and deep square. Just too short from Mason, and well played by Joe Moores to the boundary for 4. That's his second boundary. Just as you see, too short from him, from Mason, and Moores will not miss out there.
Yes, Mason's almost been going for 6 and over, and I feel like England has decided he's the bowler to target. Mbata from the other side has been really difficult for them, but they've been trying. Yes, great fielding there from Chad Mason from his own ball. He won't be too happy with how many runs he's conceded thus far, so it's good to see that he's trying to stop the ball and to put in a brilliant effort from fielding effort from his own bowling.
Yeah, he just hasn't been consistent in terms of his length, and that one again is too full, and it's swept beautifully by Moores down to the deep backward square, almost long leg boundary for 4. It's an excellent shot from Moores. He's really done well. He's taking to the leg spinner very kindly here, as that's his 3rd boundary off the bowling of Chad Mason. And you just sense perhaps that the control that South Africa had, they're just losing it slightly here with Chad Mason's bowling. That's better from Mason, well defended by Moores. And it's the end of an expensive over. It's a 9, and come off that, it's 91 for 5 after 27. South Africa just at this stage, England being able to get a little bit on top of Mason. He's been expensive in his 3 overs so far. Mbata will continue. So pace seems to have been the successful option for South Africa today. Anne?
Yes, I think definitely, as we've seen with the 2 spin bowlers in Jason Rolls and just now in the previous over Chad Mason, they haven't been picking up the wickets. And it has been pace that's been bringing about the wickets for South Africa. So I think, but South Africa went with that approach in the beginning of the match. They already said it when we did the toss that they want to go with the extra seam option, and it has been paying off. But you would still think that the spin bowlers would be a bit more clinical.
Yes, also they do still have, from a pace bowling point of view, Devan de Villiers that can also come in and bowl pace as Mbata's towards us now. It's nicely played by Dawkins out wideish of mid-on, and he goes through for the single. Left-handed Moores will be on strike, and Moores has in the perfect foil here for Dawkins. 15, and Moores is on already off 20 deliveries. These 2 have put on 24 for the 6th wicket so far. That's shorter of a length from Mbata. Just rides it nicely, does Moores, into the offside.
previous two partnerships was 17 runs and then 25 runs, and then every time the wicket fell. So I think this is a bit of a danger area for England. They're already now on 24 runs in the partnership, and just every time as they seem to get themselves back into it, South Africa takes the wicket. So I think it's a good opportunity for South Africa to break this partnership, and it's a good opportunity for England to keep going with this partnership at this where they are currently.
Yeah, England will want to make sure that they build on this with these two batters at the crease. Probably have to say the two that are at the crease the most, the two recognised batters. Harry Moore, the tall bowler, right arm over the wicket bowler, fast medium bowler. Oh, that's beautifully picked up over the boundary, into the trees there, over the boundary on the leg side, short from Mbata, and Moores, he's short of stature, but he was big in playing that shot. That is a fantastic
It's a lovely shot.
Let's look at that again, short, and not that short, it was just short of a length. He played that beautifully into the leg side, over the boundary, over Sony's head for 6. 98 now for a loss of 5. So behind that nicely. So Moore's showing some very good positive intent, moving him to 21 of 23. It's the end of the Mbata over, and it's 28 gone. England 98 for the loss of 5, and this now is the largest partnership of the innings for England, and it was desperately needed, you have to say.
Yes, I think Moore got himself in nicely with the Chad Mason over where he sweeped him for 4. And from there on, the boundaries have been coming from Joseph Moore. He's been hitting a few 4s, and now obviously the big 6 in the last over. So yes, as soon as he got that 4 away with a lovely sweep, he's been piling on the runs.
Mason's in again. That one is played to backward point by Dawkins, and there is no run. Mason looking for something a little bit exceptional here. He's gone for 20 off his 3 overs and 1 ball so far. And again, that's the one that has been bothering Dawkins. He's played and missed probably 3 times outside the off stump. To that one that's pitched up a little bit. He's hanging on the back foot quite a lot to Mason as he's away from us now. That's too short. It's comes, I think, off the wicket keeper, and it will be signalled wide by umpire Lakay. You have to bowl that one again.
Yes, so that's the 4th wide of this innings from South Africa. Still a very disciplined, been a bowling attack by them, but unfortunate to concede the wide.
Oh, he's down the wicket, and that's a miss stumping. That is a huge opportunity, and that has gone down to the boundary, and signalled byes, 4 byes by umpire Lakay, and that brings up the England 100, and that should have been the end of Dawkins. Is Benny Hansen missing that stumping down the leg side? He came out, danced down the wicket. You wonder whether that was going to happen. It's a big opportunity missed there by South Africa as it goes to 103 for 5 now. England getting that 100 off 28.3 overs. So the second 50 coming off 13 overs, a little bit quicker for England. It's nicely played into the offside. Rouse just gets a hand to it, goes through to deep cover to McQuena for a single.
Yes, even though Chad Mason's been going for always one of the bowlers that's been a bit more expensive, he's actually been troubling Ben Dawkins quite a lot in his few overs. It's actually been Joseph Moores that's been playing Mason very nicely. As I said that, he's been beaten there. But yes, Ben Dawkins has actually been struggling with Mason, and we've seen a few opportunities where the ball has beaten the bats, or currently where there was a stumping opportunity. But Joseph Moores has been playing Mason very well, and that's why he's been so expensive.
Yeah, indeed. It has certainly been Dawkins that's looked the more troubled of the two against the leg spin of Mason. And Mbata will continue. So that over again from Mason was not expensive in terms of his analysis, but just was another 6 runs off it. That missed stumping and the 4 byes will certainly have hurt South Africa, as Mbata is coming in once again from the southern end of the ground. It's a fullish length delivery, nicely played by Dawkins to mid-on. So South Africa so far using the 2 spinners, Rowles and Mason, and the 4 seamers for them so far. Daniels, the best of those.
Dawkins just plays it very nicely for a single going through, rotating the strike, and I think he will also have a bit more confidence in his batter in the opposite end. I mean, Joseph Moores have been playing a lovely 21 runs from 25 balls. They've got a nice partnership of 37 runs going, so I definitely think that also takes a lot of pressure off Dawkins.
Yeah,
it makes it a bit easier for him as well.
He's been playing well now, as Joe Moores. This partnership very important. That is a big shout from everybody behind the stumps, the bowler as well. You can only think perhaps that the angle there, and we can't see it from the bowler's viewpoint, this big appeal, but maybe going down leg. We'll just have a look at it again, and we just see it from the wideish angle, and that looked like a very good shout. Umpire Mtokozizi Shezi saying not out, and Mbata will have to try again to get the wicket of Joe Moores. He just, again, nicely in behind it. He's looked good in his defensive technique and on his offensive shots, as you're saying. The ones that he put away over deep square on the last over off Mbata was an excellent shot. It wasn't that short of a length, and he pulled it beautifully. Mbata's bowled a lot fuller in this over, understandably so. But you probably feel there's a chance or time now to bring back your strike bowler.
Yes, I definitely think so. I mean, England has been going along very nicely now. And I don't want to say that the South African bowlers didn't trouble the current 2, but I think something extra is needed. And as we know, Daniels has been going along so nicely. It might be a good idea to give him the ball and see what he can do. I think Mbata has been doing a great job in the middle overs. And as we see, he continues now for his last ball of this over. And it's just another dot ball. So again, just 1 run conceded from his 5th over. Brilliant bowling, basically going for 2 runs per over and getting a wicket. So Mbata has really been doing a great job. But yes, definitely think South Africa can make a bowling change to ensure that the English batters, that partnership gets broken.
And we're going to have at the end of that over now another commentary change. And just to remind you that this broadcast is brought to you by Sisonke Tourism and Events Services. If you're looking for an unforgettable sports experience, then bring your team to Southern Africa with Sisonke Tourism and Events. And that's where competitive spirit meets the adventure of a lifetime. That's sisonketours.co.za. That's SISONKE tours.co.za. And let's make your team's Southern African dream a reality. And as we called it, I think in that last over, Johan Ferreira, it is Ray Daniels is back into the attack, this time from the northern end of the ground and the commentary end, and he's been brought back to try and get another breakthrough here. This partnership just starting to obtain nuisance proportions for South Africa, 37.
Yeah, James, good idea. You called it in your previous commentary stint as well, and just time for a bit of a change. And the premier strike bowler who has picked up 2 for 8 in 5 overs, back into the attack. And Dawkins has looked the part, bar for the mis-stumping. That was really the only chance that he offered. Joseph Moores has settled in nicely, 21 of 29 delivery. So a healthy partnership, 37, that's what the doctor ordered for England. And suddenly 105 for 5.
Oh, he got the edge, and it's gone through where there would have been almost, I would say, a regulation first, maybe between first and second slip. He goes for the shot outside the off stump. Daniels gets the edge, but the slip they have in position is standing more at a third slip than they're standing at either a first or second. Would have been down. Let's have a look at this again. That would have been down second slip's throat. And South Africa will feel they missed out there.
If you don't believe in commentary curses, then there was one. I just praised him for having offered only one small chance for mis-stumping, and the edge then comes. First time that he's edged one into the slip cordon.
And Daniels once again is on the money for the South African under-19 team. Will consider himself probably a little bit unlucky that Adnan Lakhdin was standing so wide there at third slip. So difficult when you have got your strike bowler coming in, you want to attack, and that is exactly the right thing, to attack. But as you see, it's just gone fully at it, but it goes through where there is no slip. And in fact, now they've moved him finer, but it's after the horses bolted on that one. Oh, he bowled it. Doesn't need the slip, Ray Daniels. All he needs to do is he needs to get it straight, and it's not really an aggressive shot or a defensive shot. It's just putting his bat out there, and the leg stump is clipped back by Ray Daniels, and exactly as they would have wanted. The strike bowlers for South Africa have come back, and he's taken the wicket. It's Ben Dawkins gone for an excellent 59 that he scored off 91 or 92 deliveries. And outstanding innings from him for England. As we look at this again, it's brilliant from Daniels. Just goes straight on, and he plays all around that straight one. And he has to go, Dawkins, for an excellent 59, bowled by Daniels. And South Africa's captain, Benny Hansen, bringing back his strike bowler, and he does the trick. Third wicket for Ray Daniels.
And well deserved from Daniels. He's been just a different class. Made the conditions, or made the most of the conditions, and rewarded for his 3 for 12 and 5.5 overs. Produced the edge just before that went for 4, a dot ball after that, and now the wicket. Well deserved, but let's give credit where credit is due. Excellent knock by Ben Dawkins. Lost a lot of his partners up front. Kept his cool, scored a valuable half century in the context of where they find themselves. 109 for 6. A good time to strike for South Africa now. They need to open up an end.
Yeah, he's joined now. It's Joe Moores by Harry Moore, and Harry Moore is no slouch with the bat. Johan, as I know you would have done your work and homework on him as well, first class level. He's played. We'll go through his numbers after this delivery from Daniels. That's a really good delivery. Squares him up slightly there. The tall right-handed batter. It's the end of a successful over for South Africa. 109 for the loss of 6 after 31 overs. And South Africa feeling now that they maybe have a close to getting into the tail for of England. But more impressive as well from a batting point of view. At first class level, 3 matches, 4 innings, 48 runs with a top score of 32. And in List A cricket for playing for Derbyshire, 10 matches at List A level, 6 innings, 86 runs with a highest score of 40, average of 21.5, 1 youth test match where he scored 24 runs in his only innings, and then 3 one-day internationals. He scored 33 runs with a highest score of 26. And Barter continues. That's a big appeal from over the wicket, maybe pitching outside leg stump. Second big appeal he's had against Moores, but just talking about Moore, so certainly no slouch with the bat, Harry Moore.
Well balanced and all-round team, this England squad. They've been exposed to a lot of county cricket, majority of their squad. That was the shout, but nothing yet from the umpires in that department. They've been challenged in the last couple of overs. But there's another important partnership. Having lost your kingpin, Moores looks very good at the crease and settled.
It's in the air. Oh, yes, he's put him down. But that is such a difficult chance. And jumping up in the air, trying to get hold of that, Paul James, and just gets a hand on it and Joe Moores will probably count himself fortunate that he got away with that one. A very sharp chance, it must be said. It would have been an absolute specky had he taken it.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul James took the first catch. It was Ben Mays who departed for 7. This one, one more step on the ladder, James. One more step on the ladder, and that would have been tickets.
Yeah.
A good line.
Yeah, he's been impressed by Mbata. Actually, he's a skiddy bowler. He's been keeping it up there. Nice sort of short of a length bowling, very economical. The only time that he really was taken was when he bowled that shortish delivery and Moores hit him over deep square for 6. A very good shot from Moores, but he's been very economical other than that. And that one just bouncing a little bit on Harry Moore, and manages to guide it down to 3rd for a single.
Harry Moore off the mark. And Joseph Moore's on 22. Left-right combination. Mbata, I agree. Mbata's impressed me. He's constantly at you.
Yeah, he's making the batters play. He's keeping it there or thereabouts. Another one that's fuller, and that's again nicely played by Moores. Just the England batters seem to be also very strong square of the wicket as well. Moores particularly has looked good square of the wicket, looked very good against Chad Mason, the leg break bowler. He managed to sweep a lot on length, and he got a couple of very good boundaries down to the deep backward square region.
I don't know if the television screen is doing him justice for how tall he is, Harry Moore.
No, it probably
He's
isn't.
an imposing figure, I must say.
He is, isn't he? Another good over from Mbata, just the 3 off that. But yeah, he is incredibly tall, and it was interesting. Sort of, we were chatting to him on Friday before the game, myself and Eugene Molion. And Eugene, as you will know, Johan is not the shortest fellow, and he towered above Eugene. So he said, as Eugene said, that at that point in time, not too many people that he has to look up to, but Harry Moore was one of those. And so yeah, very tall young man. You'll see when he comes in later with his bowling, very accurate. Also makes the batters play. As Daniel's away from us now, that's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty to Moores, and hey, playing at that and through at pace to Benny Hansen behind the stumps.
Yeah, Daniels just impresses me more and more. He's getting bounce out of a track that's been baking under the sun, a ball that's 32 overs old, and he's still producing that short of a length delivery that's kicking off and thudding into the keeper's hands. He's really putting in an effort this afternoon.
Yes, that one perhaps not quite short enough or wide enough to cut away, and just able to bunt it out into the offside. So this is an interesting passage of play now. 2nd over in his 2nd spell for Daniels. How many is Hansen going to give him? He's going to give him just a 2 over or a 3 over burst. I suppose it depends whether he gets another wicket in this over. In this spell, he is the bowler that's looked most likely to get a wicket, and see a bit of a change in the field now, bringing a 2nd slip and taking out the man at mid-wicket.
But again, I like that. I like the aggressive intent and backing up the bowler. You appreciating the fact that this is your strike bowler. Let's enforce that slip cordon, give him something to bowl at, keep it outside off stump, see if it can induce another edge. And if they can get Joseph Moores, that's suddenly 7 down. So taking a chance, but it's a chance worth taking at this stage of the innings.
No, it certainly is. Back up your bowler. Give him everything that he possibly can need to get the breakthrough. It's outside the line, the off stump again, and Moores likes to feel bat on ball, as do a lot of these players. We saw that in both the innings on Friday. Batters probably playing shots that they shouldn't have done, in some instances outside the off stump, chasing wider deliveries. And that's what Daniels will be perhaps looking for now. He's maybe looking to get that one that just moves away, if he can, from the left-hander. Oh, he has a full go at that. My goodness, what a shot that might have been had it actually come off.
But again, bounce outside the off stump, and Joseph Moores has made no secret. When it's there to hit, he's not going to muck around. He's going to give it the full kitchen sink.
Yeah.
It looks pretty when it comes off. When it doesn't, well, less attractive.
No, it does look, as you say, it looks less attractive. I think the good thing, though, is that he gave a full go at it. If you are going to go hard, because that's going to make it difficult if the catch is going to fly to the man at first or second slip. That's good over from Daniels, a maiden, and it's 112 for 6 after 33 overs. Daniels' figures look outstanding. Just to remind you that this broadcast is being brought to you by Sisonke Tourism and Events Services. They are your specialists for bringing your teams out to South Africa, and if you really want to have a fantastic experience, then choose Sisonke Tourism and Events Services. You see the website there, www.sisonketours.co.za. If you want to take your team to new heights, choose Southern Africa, choose Sisonke Tourism and Events Services, where sport meets adventure.
Yeah, and much appreciated that we have this chance to bring you international cricket from Western Province Cricket Club. 112 for 6. Jason Rowles is back into the attack. Mbata is replaced. So time for spin.
Yeah, so a 6-over spell from Mbata, and Rowles back into the attack for his 6th over. So towards Moore now. Just defends into the offside, so fielded by the man coming around from short third. That's Paul James. Still got Adnan Lahadin at solitary slip. It takes the edge and bounces just in front of the slip. I was thinking he was a bit deep. Just looking at him when I was saying you see him at slip, I'm thinking, isn't he perhaps just a foot or 2 feet further back than he should be? That one just bouncing short of him where it would have been. And it's gone. He's got him, has he? No, into the ground. Into the ground. There we go. Sorry. Spectators catch that one for me. It looked like it maybe had come on in the air, but reverse sweep played by Moore.
Yeah, change of plan. We haven't seen reverse sweeps today. That was the first one that was pulled out of the Harry Moore bag, and now goes more to the conventional approach and taps one down to long off for a single. So he's on to 2. Joseph Moore's on 23. We spoiled in the Western Cape, James. Premier sport destination in South Africa. Sevens, rugby, cricket, football. There's so much happening in this part of the world. Slightly short.
Yeah, he got away with that one. I think it was true. He doesn't have any defence out on the leg side, because he is bowling this. If there's any turn, it's going to be turning into the left-hander. And he was backed up by his fielders there, was Jason Rowles.
Goes through his overs pretty quickly. He gets to the top of his mark, turns immediately, just pushing you. Doesn't want you to have too much time to think about it. I like that from Rowles.
Yeah, very good. And South African team have been going through their overs reasonably quickly. They've got 16 overs left to bowl in the innings, and they've got an hour and a quarter to do that. So you would sense that they are going to be well ahead from an over rate point of view, which is good from them, as we see a change. So Raik Daniels just given the 2 overs, Johan, and it is Mokoena coming in. Kobani Mokoena is going to be continuing the attack from the commentary end of the ground.
That's an interesting thought process. I would have been entitled to give him one more. He's on the up, and it's your premier bowler. Add another wicket to the equation, and suddenly it's 113 for 7. Not to say or take anything away from Mokoena. He's picked up a wicket as well.
Yeah. Oh, that just again bouncing a little bit on Moore. He looks like he's treated that one like a spitting cobra from Mokoena. So a little bit of bounce and encouragement for the bowler. I'm sure Harry Moore will be looking at that and thinking, you know, I could get some of that off my 6'7" frame a little bit later on in the piece.
Well, it is spitting Cobra territory.
It is indeed. That's a very well played by Moore. It's not going to get to the boundary, and Bata chasing it. He'll get through for 2. So did play that one quite nicely, coming forward on the up. It was by no means a over-pitched delivery necessarily.
One thing you can identify from Harry Moore, if it's there to hit, he's going to give it the full extension of the arms, and that opportunity presented itself. Slavish outfield, he gave that a good thump, but the ball hardly got to the boundary, not even 3/4. So they have to give it some.
It is certainly, grass are quite, hasn't been cut that short, and it is quite soft and spongy. And as you call it, he does not wait around and gives it the full levers that he has. And he comes down the wicket and he dispatches Mokoena over cover for 4. That was real intent shown by Harry Moore, showing what he can do. An excellent shot from him, just double stepping and whacks it over cover for 4. And that's immediately brought a change with de Villiers going out onto the deep cover boundary. And we have got a man at deep square as well, so quite defensive. South Africa is gone now.
Great game awareness from Moore, because they just moved de Villiers into the inner circle prior to that 4. He was aware to it, and then came dancing down the track Michael Flatley style and helped himself to a boundary, and now just he's forced the field back out, and that gives him another opportunity, or bigger opportunities, to just knock the ball around for singles. But the question is patience. How long will he be patient to do that, to use that as a game plan? Well, there's your answer. He's going to keep dancing.
It's going to keep dancing, and he just raises his head to the heavens a little bit there, because he realizes he maybe missed out, and South Africa will be thinking, okay, that could go off the edge, could go anywhere potentially, and they won't be unhappy with his intent here. And England, we were talking about a bit about this on Friday with Ezra Poole and Eugene. It's in the air, and he dropped it. He's dropped it, and that's going to be run out, though. He's going to be run out. Is he going to be run out, or is he not going to be run out? Oh, he is run out, and he's given out by the umpire at square leg, umpire Sharzy, and it would be interesting to see that again. But the run out from the drop catch, Moore went through for the run, and his partner was not interested in that run at all, was Moore's. And just look at this again. The throw comes in with the catch having been dropped, and Moore is questioning the umpire there, I think, about the fact that was the bail not dislodged by the keeper with before he actually received the ball. But the umpire making the decision, we couldn't tell from here around that. It looked like he was looking at that, and that is now the wicket of Harry Moore. He'll feel upset there around that dismissal, as we see that the players are taking a drink, and the umpires as well, and we
loses. Oh, was that another misstumping? Used his feet, thought he was bowled, and
Yeah.
oh, that's a heartbreak from a South African perspective. Benny Hansen missing the stumping, second one today. Big, small moments, big outcomes.
Yeah, can be indeed, and did eventually break the wicket, but he maybe didn't have was not quick enough on that. And I don't know if we're going to get to see that again, but big moments in the game, as you said. He missed a stumping off Dawkins, but it didn't prove to be that expensive. It's in the air, and it is in the gap, and it's gone for 4, and got the answer about whether Moores is going to sit back, and he's definitely not. He's going to take Jason Rowles on. Was a little bit shorter there, but Rowles will consider himself unlucky that he didn't get the wicket off the previous delivery.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done well. He's again knocking at it and trying to entice the batsman into some false strokes, but it seems that Moores is going to go the aerial route, as he does again. One bounce out to the man on the fence. He won't change his approach now. They will probably regroup and say, this is where we need to get the runs from, and then be more respectful and mindful of a Daniels that can come back. And that'll probably be the question to Hansen. With 7 down, how long does he go before he decides to bring his main strike bowler back?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, you've seen Daniels getting the wicket. You saw the chance that Moore gave off Mokoena. So he probably will persist with Mokoena for at least another over. And then maybe he will bring his strike bowler back again from the commentary end. So Home faces his first delivery, and he's no mug with the bat. Jack Home has played 2 first-class matches for Worcestershire in the 2024 season, and has a highest score in first-class cricket of 29. 45 runs in first-class cricket, not so much in the in List A, 5 List A games. We've only had 1 innings, which was 5 not out, and he's played 3 youth ODIs before this. No, he hasn't played any youth ODIs, just the one that he played the other day on Friday. I was looking at the wrong details there, but
what a cricket family to come out of.
Absolutely.
If you look at the pedigree of everyone at home, Sister Millie played for the Sparks, his father Edward, Uncle Guy, brother Charles, cousin Thomas, all played decent cricket. So no pressure there.
No, not at all.
I wonder how many cricket kits does that family have?
I don't know. They probably have to like. They must have a big loft. I mean, everybody's got a loft in England, don't they? So you put everything up in the loft. So I'm sure they've got lots of. Hopefully, they've got lots of space for that.
Nothing like cricket kit and new cricket kit. So who had to take whose kit and who got the new kits? Probably dad and uncle probably got the new kits, and then
they
the
may
youngsters had to make do with the old stuff.
So it is as we expected Mokoena to continue, and it's going to be bowling to Joe Moores in the field widespread from South Africa now. It's Jason Rowles come to stand here in front of us at long on, a long off, deep cover, deep square, deep, not a deep square, we've got a deep mid wicket. It just almost floats it up to Moores, who goes through for an easy single.
Yeah, the chess board, the game of chess within a game of cricket. Now Benny Hansen could be thinking, okay, let's give Moores a single. Let me get the new batsman on strike, close it down, try and break through, open up that end and starve Moores of the strike. So he's on 29 of 45 balls. Home must still get off the mark. Now you don't want them to tick it over. No one's saving one on the onside.
Yeah, South Africa now will be looking, as you say, to try and wrap up this innings. Oh, it's a great delivery from Mokoena. A bit of bounce again from the commentary end. Just dropping his gloves there home on that one.
I was speaking to the groundsman, John Berger, ahead of the toss, and he was talking about how privileged they are to have so much cricket at this venue, Wednesdays, Saturdays, Sundays, and what that brings in preparing a square and giving everyone a good cricket experience as Mokoena breaks through. That's exactly what we spoke about. Get the new man on strike, edge to the keeper, edge to the captain, and it is 125 for 8. Moors will be thinking, how do I go about this now? I need strike. I need to put on the runs. If we're targeting a 150 score, the 25 that remains needs to come off my bat.
Yeah, good work here from Mokoena. Looking at this one again as he bowls that one outside the off stump and home. Probably didn't need to play at that, and just does go for the expansive drive outside the off stump, gets the edge, and he is gone with the score, with his score on naught, and just faced the 4 deliveries. And South Africa, as you said, doing the right thing there. They did get the new man on strike, and Mokoena takes the wicket, his second, and they'll be very happy with that. South Africa getting that breakthrough, and potentially a dangerous customer, Jack home, as it is Tazim Ali who comes out to the wicket now.
Just to finish that point with the discussion with John Berger, and he said that the square, it was difficult halfway through the season just to make sure that you go and give the best available pitch. And he was quite excited about today's track. But I asked him, I said, so you win the toss, what do you do? He said, no doubt you bowl. He anticipated that the pitch would get easier, flatter, drier by the second half, and that it would be easier to bat on. And that's what South Africa did. They won the toss. They decided to make first use with the ball, and they would have taken this 125 for 8. I'm sure if you offered this to Benny Hansen at the start, he would have taken it.
Yeah, no doubt he would have taken that. 125 for 8, and Tazim Ali at the crease also has played List A cricket for Warwickshire, and gets a hello and welcome to the crease from Kobani Mokoena. And he just looks, it looks like he's limping a little bit there, Mokoena, on his way back to his mark. Hope there's nothing wrong. Just, he's just sort of kicking that left leg out a little bit. That'll be a bit of a worrying sign for South Africa, but hopefully he's absolutely fine. He's going away from us now. Just 2 balls left in the over. Another good delivery. Oh, I thought that one was a bit closer than it was. Wide outside the off stump. Signalled wide by umpire Lakay. So Tazim Ali played 8 List A games for Warwickshire and 4 innings. 41 runs with a high score of 16 not out. Strike rate of about 57. So certainly can hold a bat. That's very well fielded by de Villiers at backward point. Excellent stuff on the bounce. That's well done by him. Just keeps Ali on strike. I think they want to, I mean, they won't mind bowling to the new man. I mean, if Moores does get the single, I mean, they want to try and get this wicket of Ali as quickly as possible, and Moores for that matter, but another one that he's just too wide. Just got to get his line right here now.
Yeah, if you wanted to be critical, for me, that's the only area where Mokoena has let himself down. It's just the inconsistency in the first spell. Now again, just trying too much. Just stick to the process. He's a very good bowler. Very good prospect. Oh, what a great piece of fielding. De Villiers in a South African shirt. Where have we seen that before?
I don't know, some chap might have that surname
that
we might have seen somewhere.
Also
before.
a pretty decent fielder.
Wasn't a bad fielder, no. And I'm going to say goodbye for the moment, Johan. Ane will be joining you.
So the reference, of course, if you don't know what I'm talking about, A.B. de Villiers. What a servant, not only to South African cricket, but world cricket. Great fielder, great keeper, great batsman. Synonymous with the word great, A.B. de Villiers. Now in the commentary booth as well for SA20. So England 127 for 8. Joseph Moores on 29. Tazim Ali still looking for his first single. Ane has joined me. Ane, good to have you back.
Hey, on.
You just feel that something's going to give. Rowles is bowling his 8th over, 0 for 25. He's been pretty busy in the field, picked up a couple of catches. Is Moores going to target Rowles and say, this is the man that needs to go? Reverse sweep over the top. Great appreciation of where the field is, and it comes off and it's 4.
What a lovely shot. That is not a difficult shot to hit, but absolutely brilliantly pulled it off. So well done on him for getting that 4 with that reverse sweep.
Now we saw Harry Moore try it as well. He hit it straight to the fielder. This time early in position, over the top, a couple of bounces, and over the fence for a valuable boundary. And now he'll try and knock it around. So he needs to be aware of what's happening on the scoreboard, how many balls have been bowled, and then get a single, hopefully of the 4th or the 5th delivery. Leave his partner with 1 to keep out, and then he needs to do the rest of the striking. So it's that time now. He still has 1 delivery to face of this over. Will he go for the single? How much trust does he have in Tazim Ali, who's comfortably resting on his bat at the other end of the pitch? Slightly short, goes too quickly. Oh, lucky to get away with that, Moores. But it will bring to an end another over that has brought 6 runs to the England tally. 131 for 8. Moores has 33. Ali still to get off the mark. Rowles has completed 8 overs, 0 for 29. Then we see the England dressing room.
In the dugout.
Yeah, it's
Dressing
sitting
room,
outside.
dugouts, everything all in ones.
I just saw Harry Moore probably still talking about his run out. He was convinced that the bails were broken before the ball was in the keeper's gloves. Confirmation of a bowling figures. Raik Daniels has been superb. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 12. Well supported by Nkobani Mokoena, 2 for 33, and then a wicket each for Sony and Mbata. Sony coming back as one of 2 changes that did duty in the first Youth One Day International that was played on Friday.
And we see Daniels now back into the attack.
No, that's a good move. We were talking about that in our with James as well, and you've got the opposition 131 for 8. Your biggest prospect, the man that's looked throughout of taking a wicket. Pretty much every ball that he's bowled, he's been in the right areas. 3 for 12 in his 8th over. You want to wrap it up now, and you're bowling at a man that's faced 4 deliveries, still to get a run. So if they can get a breakthrough here, it leaves only Jack to come. And Jack being James Minto. And Joseph Moores on 33. He can do very little to influence what's happening at the moment.
No, I think it's a great move from South Africa. As you said, if you have the tail in as you try to wrap him up, he's just gotten in. He has faced 5 balls already, but still not a run to his name. And we see a big outside edge there, but it's safe. And Daniels feels like he's troubling him, but because it's another dot ball, 3 in a row. But so far, Ali is standing his ground.
So let me give you the captain's armband. You've got a fine leg and a third man on the fence. Bring one of those 2 up in a catching position, exactly where that ball went now. Short cover for that scoop shot, that mistimed shot, sacrifice the fine leg. He's operating outside off stump. Is the fine leg really necessary, especially to a new man? You can always go back and put the boundary runners back for Joseph Moores. But if I had to be slightly more aggressive as a captain, would you go with sacrificing one of those boundary fielders and bringing them into a catching position offside?
Definitely, because as we see with the tail ender, he's already been troubled. He's been going for shots that he shouldn't have gone for. So to get in realistic catching position, as we just saw, would have been the better option, but not to be for South Africa.
I know I'm having a good chuckle at myself, because that's what I'm alluding to. You've got a guy that's pushing at the ball. fine leg is worth nothing at the moment. Daniels is really disciplined outside off stump. Bring that man up. If he plays it there, he plays it there. But you can't set a ball for or a field for a bad delivery. And at this stage, Daniels has given no indication that he's about to drift onto the pads. So why not strengthen that offside field? He's now putting someone shortish in a shortish cover position and dropping a man to the fence. Again, I don't like that. I would rather bring the fine leg up. This time, discipline from Ali, leaving the ball outside off stump. But I think they've got England on the ropes and they need to try and capitalise. And there was a half a chance there, but not to be. And Daniels has raced through this over. 133 for 8, only 2 runs off it. 3 for 14. Just excellent from Daniels in all departments.
Yes, Johan, earlier you alluded to the whole de Villiers, the great AB de Villiers, and I think something that's been very interesting is that Divan de Villiers is also from Affies. So I think he might have a special place in Affies changing room for AB de Villiers and Divan de Villiers. And obviously no pressure on the young Divan de Villiers, but yes, well done to Affies, the Afrikaans Hoërseun School of Pretoria, for bringing the next de Villiers to our attention.
Yeah, in the meantime, Moores says, I'm going to slap this one straight over the bowler's head, and helps himself to another boundary. And that's going to be key. Every run now is important to England's cause. Just wait it long enough. And there's no one straight, no one behind the bowler's arm. Safe space to hit. And then the appreciation of just the tap into that vacant territory. But this time Ali said, no, let's not chance our arm. Don't want to have another run out. So Rolls has 2 overs remaining, while 1 over and 4 balls. This time he goes the aerial route. It's going, and it's gone. 6 for Moores.
It's unfortunately not the SA20, but I would have loved to have seen a one-handed catch from somebody in the crowd. But not a very big effort from anybody in the crowd, but a brilliant 6. There was no 2 ways about it. Would love to see the crowd getting a bit more involved, although there's not 2 million rand to play here.
What a great concept that is. And we've seen some blinders in the SA20. The crowd's obviously gone into the off-season and practiced a lot. And there's some one-handers that has come out across the country. Some sharp chances.
It's been a great business opportunity for some clubs to pick up a few players in the crowd.
I'm going to the Monday night game. Paul Royals at home. Going to be very nice to watch that as well.
Yes, and then the crowd will be involved again in the one-handed catches. Not to be for today.
Slightly short again. He takes the invite, and has it got enough legs? Yes. It's another 6. It's an expensive over. Partnership has gone on to 24. Moores 1 shy of the half century. Ali has 2. And England cutting loose, trying to make the most of what Rolls is offering. Suddenly his analysis not that attractive. 9 overs for 45. Too short again. Enough time to rock back. Pick his spot, and that he did. Off to the practice facilities. And it's another 6.
16 overs from that. 16 runs from that over, and it was a brilliant over by Moores, keeping Rolls busy. And Rolls was hit around the park. Unfortunate for him, even though he didn't pick up a wicket, his figures were still looking really well. But that last over cost him dearly.
Well, I don't think Benny Hansen is going to risk another over. I would be very surprised if Rolls gets his 10th, as the man of the moment runs away from us. Daniels clipped onto the leg side from Ali. Here's protection on the fence. Now it's all about Moores and his personal milestone. Highest score belonging to Ben Dawkins, 59 is what he made, opening the batting earlier today with Ben Mays. Joseph Moores, full value, 49. It's come very quickly, or 57 balls. It's going to be a good tussle between Daniels and Moores. But Moores, will he first tick off the milestone and then go into overdrive? They're bringing the fine leg up into the circle. And now Hansen has his hands raised. He wants more clarity of what the plan of action is. And Daniels says, give me my fine leg back onto the fence. Oh, it's aerial again. It's going to be... Is that 6? It is. What a way to bring up your milestone. It's a classy half-century. Well deserved. Joseph Moores take a bow. 55 from 58 balls. And he smashed the kingpin of the South African bowling lineup over the fence to bring up his 50.
Wow, what an innings by him. He came in at a difficult time of the match, and he's totally just been going about on his own way, and he's been doing a brilliant job. Yes, the loose shots he's put away, and when he had to play a bit more conservative, he did. So it's a brilliant 50 from him, and I think it sums up his whole approach, was that 6 to bring up his 50. That's absolutely beautiful to see.
Joseph Moores scored 51 not out against Scotland on the 14th of September last year, and now following that up with a half-century in this, the second youth ODI against South Africa at the Western Province Cricket Club. So he knows how to score runs, and making the most of his opportunity today. Partnership has gone on to 31. A big shot again over the top, but will have enough wheels. Oh, he's timing it sweetly now. Moores knows what the game plan is, and he moves on to 59. Joint top scorer along with the opening batsman Ben Dawkins.
I think what is more surprised that there's still 2 balls left of the over, but Daniels is already going for 11 runs. That is not something we usually see from him. How he's been bowling this whole match has been incredible. So I think he will definitely be a bit disappointed so far. Let's see if he can pull it back in the last 2 balls.
Oh, the change. Well, there will be no change of approach, but he scored down at the fine leg boundary. That is the end of a brilliant innings by Joseph Moores. Finally, one big shot too many, but in the context of the match, he decided it's now or never. And along with his opening batsman Ben Dawkins, both scoring 59. But having just taken 4 of Daniels, you asked, how is Daniels going to come back? Well, this is the answer.
Delivered.
Right shot, but straight to the man. Unlucky for Joseph Moores. South Africa will take it. 160 for 9 as Joseph Moores walks back to the pavilion, having scored 59 of 60 deliveries. He'll take the applause from all in attendance, and well deserved. Classy knock from a classy left-hander.
It was absolutely brilliant from him. I definitely think that he had the right approach for starting to hit and going for the boundaries. But I do feel maybe it was an over or 2 too soon, just my opinion. I think he was aware that there's already 8 wickets down. But I think if he could have survived another over or 2, that would put England in a better position, as South Africa definitely now thinks to wrap things up. It's a 2 tail enders. But at the end of the day, he had a very classy knock that was almost 60 runs. So I think how he went about to it, what are we to say? He did his part for his team, and I think they can be very proud of him.
Yeah, you take the contribution from Dawkins and Moores, add that up. It's 118 out of a score of 160. Came from 2 batsmen.
I think South Africa would be a bit disappointed when I came into the commentary again. It was 120 for 8, more or less, and just to see that they've gone to 160, definitely I think the damage has been done, and I think South Africa would be a bit disappointed in that.
An eventful over, 16.4 wicket dot, 4 for 25. Ray Daniels, he can take the applause as well. He's been superb, the local man from Cape Town, and has an over to go. If a wicket does not fall in the next over, then he'll have an opportunity at a fifer, and that doesn't come around too often as well. So I'm sure that the captain, Benny Hansen, will bowl him through, give him that opportunity to get a fifer. Looks like Mbata is coming back into the attack. Bandile Mbata.
Yes, Mbata is being brought back into the attack. He replaces Jason Rolls. As you said, you'd be surprised if he comes back. But then I guess no surprises for you. The change has been made. Mbata is brought into the attack.
In a low-scoring event, as Friday was, you'll be mindful of 160. It's not going to be an easy chase already, especially if your team went for under 100 in their first outing at this very ground. So the confidence won't be sort of in a sky-high bracket, but they'll feel that 160 they can still make, but you don't want to leak unnecessary runs and suddenly look up at the scoreboard and you're chasing 200, 220. So it was a very good captaincy to bring back Daniels. I think maybe 1 or 2 overs too many from the spinner, but hindsight is an exact science, so very easy to say after the event. But the Pacers have done the business. They've looked the most threatening, and for me, I think a couple of runs too many in the context of this innings. But give credit where credit is due. Ben Dawkins played exceptionally well, as did Joseph Moores.
Yeah.
And now they want to wrap it up as quickly as possible. And Mbata operating and bowling from the Weinberg end to Ali, who has 3.
Yeah, so 2 new batsmen, relatively new batsmen to the crease, and the important thing is that it's the last partnership that can possibly be unveiled for England. So South Africa would like to cut it off, but England would realise that they still have got almost 8 overs to go, and any runs would do.
Yeah, everything from your last partnership is a bonus. Also been impressed by Bandile Mbata. 1 for 15. Could have been slightly different. Had a couple of opportunities. In his 7th over, very economical, asking the right questions, skiddy bowler.
Yes, and the important thing about Mbata is he was brought into the attack at a crucial time, and I think that's what made him such a wonderful bowler. Never mind that his figures looks absolutely incredible. It's that he was brought into the attack to bring about a few changes in the bowling, and he just used his chances, picking up the wicket, bowling very economically. So yeah, great stuff from him.
Just having a bit of a feel outside off stump for that Minto, but he's not here to bat, he's here to bowl. Picked up 3 for 15 in match number 1 on Friday. Also has some wheels. So does he say, okay, I'll try and stay here, and Ali, you'll have to score whatever you can. Oh, it's straight back to the bowler. Well, not really 100% back to the bowler. Chance at a run out. Oh, what a way to lose your wicket. Oh, that's a lack of...
A lot of excitement in the last ball.
Oh, wow.
The ball was aerial. Mbata going in for the catch, just missing it, but great awareness from him to turn around and to get the run out. So well done to Mbata for the awareness, and yeah, that is a bit unlucky from England.
How they saw a run in that, I won't know. But Mbata fell to the ground. It hit Ali. It was next to the stumps. He literally had to run, pick it up and break the bails, which was pretty straightforward. So it brings to a close England's innings at 161 for 9, bowled out inside 42 overs, so leaving 8 overs that was not utilised. Will that come back to bite them in the final analysis? Mbata will not get credited with the wicket. Remember, a run out is not part of your analysis, so it's one for the books, but not next to the Mbata name, although he did all the work. But there is a summary of the scorecard, 2 notable contributions to talk about. You look at this, and only 2 batsmen scored double figures. 59 for Ben Dawkins, 59 for Joseph Moores, and then 13 extras. That's your next top performer. So I guess if England wanted to go back to the drawing board and analyse their first 2 efforts, they won't like the fact that so many batsmen was dismissed for single-figure digit scores. That's something they can take back into their changing room. From a bowling perspective, you can't give enough credit to Ray Daniels. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 25. And Kobani Mokoena, 2 for 33. He opened the bowling with Daniels, and then a wicket to Soni, who came into the team. He was one of 2 changes that South Africa introduced from game number 1. 1 for 17 of his 5. And Bandile Mbata with 1 for 15. That is the match situation. England under-19s in the 2nd Youth One-Day International at Western Province Cricket Club in Cape Town. 161 all out in 41.5 overs. It's now up to South Africa to chase this down, to level the series and to set it up for Wednesday when the teams move to Stellenbosch for the decider. Will England take the series today, or will South Africa level the series? We'll find out later today. Again, a big thank you to Sisonke Tourism and Events Services for making this broadcast available, and we hope that you are enjoying it, not across South Africa but across the world, especially our visitors from England. If you are tuning in as well, supporting your team 1-0 up, thank you for visiting South Africa through this medium, and a big thank you to Sisonke for making this broadcast possible. 161, it's lunch, it's regrouping time, the roller is out on the pitch, and it's strategy time to see how can South Africa go about chasing this 162 runs to level the one-day international series.
It's Cricket Club, where we see the umpires, the two batters and the fielding team from England are out on the field for the chase of this 162 required for victory by South Africa under 19. It is going to be the opening pair this time for South Africa of Adnan Lahadin and Jason Rouse. Semal Pillay not playing in this game, opened the batting on Friday, and it will be Lahadin taking first strike. And unsurprisingly, it is going to be Harry Moore, the tall pace bowler, who's going to be coming in from the southern end of the ground, the Wynberg end, if we want to call it that, and he'll be bowling to Adnan Lahadin. It's past umpire Shezi, and the first ball of this reply, and it's just short of a length outside the line of the off stump, and just defended by Lahadin. I'm James King, and with me here, Ane Havaka. Lovely to have you again next to me, Ane, here in the commentary, and South Africa will be looking for a good start from these two.
Yes, James. In any cricket game, a partnership is vital, but the opening partnership is even more vital. So I think South Africa would definitely try to set the pace with these two batsmen right up from the front, and for their part, I hope they can do it.
That's very nicely played by Lahadin this time. Beautiful. Gets into position very well. That trigger movement across to the offside, and that one is short of a length outside the off stump, and he plays it past the diving Joe Moores at backward point for 4. So South Africa are underway with this shot from Adnan Lahadin.
It is a lovely 4, a lovely boundary, and it looks very like positive batting from him, which is great to see.
So what we know from Adnan Lahadin, very strong square of the wicket, so give him any width, he's going to be really forceful on that and play that through the offside. That one though, the first boundary that he got, was played beautifully, getting into line and almost with a straight bat, virtually angling it down into that backward point region. So he'll be looking to make sure that he doesn't make the same error that he made on Friday, where he was just leant back a little bit and played it in the air. It was well caught by Joe Moores at that backward point position. The wicket keeper, normally a wicket keeper, and certainly got very good hands. Scored an excellent 59 today for his team. As they make that change here,
Yes,
I think this is quite clever.
You see the captain signalling his fielders to move across. And Moore's already, you can, and I say Moore, Harry Moore already making the batter play. This was a feature of his bowling, both in the warm-up game against the Western Province Academy 11 and also on Friday in the first one-day international, that he makes the batter play a lot, and that's really good from his point of view. Hits the deck quite hard, tall man, gets a good amount of bounce, and Lahadin will be careful as far as that's concerned. That's down the leg side, and there's a huge appeal from England. Lahadin stays dead still. Umpire Shezi remains completely unmoved. Let's have a look at this one again. It's down the leg side and moves across, and I think that's a very good decision from umpire Shezi. Did look like the deflection came off the thigh pad of Lahadin, and he survives. But it got the whole England team excited, so their spirits are up. Let's see how it goes.
That's beautifully played down the ground, just to the onside of straight. It's been chased by Sawant. He will get there and tosses it in to the wicket keeper, Roo, and they are through for 2. So a good start over, a good starting over for South Africa. 6 without loss of the end of 1. A very good shot through that to backward point region, and he is very strong in that area, but he shows as well that Lahadin that he can play the ball down the ground. And going to be James Minto, the left arm seamer from Durham. He's going to be opening the bowling from the commentary end of the ground. And just to give you an idea of both his and Harry Moore's numbers, James Minto, 2 first-class matches for Durham, and he's taken 2 wickets. And List A, 2 matches as well, also with just 2 wickets for Durham. And he has played prior to this series, had played 1 under-19 international with 4 wickets in that match, and he added 3 wickets to that in the match on Friday. 3 for 15, the largest wicket taker for England, and he does get the ball to shape away from the left-hander Rouse, and that one is shaping away a little bit too much.
Yes, so the umpire signals the wide for England, and the bowler will be a bit disappointed, but nothing too worry about. Hopefully he can fix it soon and rectify it for the rest of the over. But that means it's the first extra of the game coming in the second over.
Yeah, so what we've seen from James Minto is he certainly doesn't have the consistency that Harry Moore has from a line and length point of view. And that one is she had to think about that, didn't she, umpire
Yes.
Lakay?
And
But decided against it. Looked like it was just inside that wide line.
And you see the bowler taking a sneaky look at the umpire to see if it's going to go up or not. But I think he's very pleased that it stayed down.
I think so too. But certainly you can see there, we're talking about that shape that James Minto gets away from the left-hander. Oh, that's an excellent delivery, and just missing the outside edge of Rouse's bat. England, a lot of chatter out there at the moment. They'll want to make a good start. They want to get into this South African batting lineup early. They know how they were able to knock them over on Friday. For just 87, South Africa will be looking to make sure that they don't lose the clutch of wickets that they did lose at the top of the order. That one will have to be bowled again. It's way too short and over the head of Rouse. Minto just maybe stretching and trying for the short delivery to surprise the batter, but far too short on that occasion.
He's tried to go for the bouncer, but unfortunately the bouncer turned out to be extra. No 2 ways about it.
No, it was very high. And he just wants to be trying to focus on getting, you would think, that line and length right. He's got the movement away, and those slips are waiting for this catch off the outside edge of the left-hander's bat. And again, Rouse, no real foot movement going through with the shot outside the off stump, and it's dangerous. The ball moving away from the left-hander, and it really needs to be rather focusing on perhaps leaving the ball a little bit more often, as we've watched this again from Minto. And it's very wide, and it's moving wider, and
Yes.
he can only get himself into trouble, Jason Rouse, if he
Yes,
plays that
I
outside the
feel-
off stump like that. He has a full go at that outside the off stump and doesn't make contact, and Rouse just got the 7 on Friday in the first one-day international, 7 of 24 deliveries, so maybe he's just trying to be a little bit more aggressive today, but he's got to be very careful. South Africa need him to stay there. Lakadin, his partner, as I said, was exceptionally well caught by Moores at backward point. Rouse was caught in the covers, trying to play the ball aggressively, and just actually putting it up in the air off a leading edge, if I remember correctly. And that's better, just getting behind, soft hands down into the gully region. And that is the end of the over. Just the 2 wides. No, it isn't, sorry. Still 1 more ball to come. Apologies.
I think it's positive that Ross got some bat to that ball, and he blocked it very nicely. because I think England has. I think they're a bit disappointed that they haven't found the outside edge yet.
Yeah.
It definitely looked like it might have come in this over.
There, he definitely finds a lot more bat on that. Does Jason Rouse. They'll turn for the second as Jack Home does the fielding in the covers. So 3 for 2, and Rouse is off the mark with those two. He'll be feeling a lot happier now that he's got some runs under his belt at least. South Africa moved 10 without loss after 2.
Yes, Jason Rouse was really tested in that over. The first few balls, although there was a few wides involved, he was a bit troubled, but the last 2 balls he really looked a bit more comfortable, getting a nice block, getting 2 runs. I think that would give him a bit more confidence that he can do this.
Yeah, certainly. And Lahadin now on strike. Lahadin is a youngster who has played a couple of matches for a South African emerging 11 in games against Zimbabwe. 2 matches there. He got a very good 100 in one of those matches. That has taken the outside edge as he went at it a bit harder, but it bounced short of the gully, and that Moores and to the left of him as well, not able to get any hand on that. It's down to the boundary at 3rd for 4. So just at the end of that over, the previous over from just look at this again, just is playing sort of in front of his pad, went at it with quite hard hands, and does get fortunate to get the boundary. So we were saying at the end of the last over, they moved Tazim Ali around from 3rd to backward point on the boundary. As it's more in again. And that's a big appeal. And he's given him, and Lahadin has to go. And Moores,
It was a
bowling wicket to wicket, works.
It was a slow finger from the umpire, but once the umpire committed, the finger was up, and he has to walk, unfortunately. 10 runs, 7 balls, and in the 3rd over, England gets their first wicket. I think he will be a bit disappointed with that. I mean, in the first over, he faced most of the balls and looked really good, getting a great boundary. His second boundary in this over was obviously a bit of a lucky shot, but overall, he still looked a bit more comfortable than Jason Rolls. So I think he will be very disappointed. But some great bowling by Harry Moore to dismiss him.
Yeah, Adnan Lahadin once again falling to delivery that is fullish of length, was angling in to the pads and tried to play it off almost middle and off stump, and just maybe fell over slightly in playing that and crashed into the pads, and no hesitation from the umpire Thokozisi Shezi, who gave the wicket to Harry Moore, and England strike in just the 3rd over of the innings, in South Africa 14 for 1 after 2.2 overs. And it's the captain, Benny Hansen, coming to the crease.
Yes, James, as you said, the captain is the new batsman at the crease. And yes, I think from a captain's perspective, he won't be very happy about the wicket. But also from a batting perspective, he has now to step up his game.
And Moore starts with one well down the leg side, and it will be another wide. And South Africa in their bowling effort, very good from an extras point of view.
Definitely.
And certainly were very good. Not too many wides conceded in that particular innings. And here already England have started off with 3 wides so far. He's in behind that one quite nicely. Hansen, who was out without scoring in the previous match, got a very good delivery outside the line of the off stump, and he was caught behind by the wicketkeeper Thomas Roux. He only faced the 2 deliveries. Sorry, he was caught in the slips by Vaughan off the bowling of Moore. So you want to make sure that he doesn't suffer the same fate here. And that's well left in the end by Hansen. Something that South Africa didn't do very well on Friday was leave the boy. Left that one on length. Moore spending a little bit of extra time in the middle of the pitch. No doubt had a few words to the South African captain.
No, the England team has been very loud and proud as soon as they got onto the field. I think all the spectators and us in the commentary box have really been hearing them. You hear how they applaud the efforts of the bowler and the comments that they make. So they're trying to get under the skin of the South African batsman. If it's going to work, we'll have to see.
Yeah, Benny Hansen, I don't think he's going to be too concerned about that. He plays that one nicely in behind it down to the gully. It's Moores who does the fielding, and there's no run. So they're going to be targeting that. I mean, Harry Moore, as you see, making the batter play virtually every single delivery. The only one that didn't make him play was the one that was angled down leg side. And certainly with the Lahadin dismissal, it was if you miss the ball, I'm going to hit the stumps with it. And very good from Moore. So we see Farhan Ahmed just been moved to a short fine leg position. And that's a bit straighter from Moore that time, and nicely played by Hansen. Straight back to the bowler, and it's the end of the third over. A successful one for England. It is 15 for the loss of 1. South Africa chasing 162 to win this second Youth One Day International here of this 3-match series, and to level it up at 1-1. Important for South Africa to get these runs, Anne.
Yes, definitely. I think it's not, as you just said now, it's not just to get the win, but it's actually to level the series. And for South Africa, and I think for most people in sports or any sports team, it's so important to stay competitive. And for South Africa to stay competitive, they have to win this match. There's a lot more that they have to take into account than just winning this game. But obviously, winning this game is a massive honour, a massive privilege, because this is a great England side with a lot of experience.
Minto away from us now. Oh, he has another full go at it. Rouse outside the off stump. Misses it again.
I feel like it was a bit of a wild shot.
Yeah.
I know what his intention was. If it was necessary for that intention, I wasn't quite sure. But I think he can be lucky that it didn't hit anything and that it just cleared his bat on its way to the keeper.
Yeah, I'd like to see him perhaps having a bit more of a chat with his captain and just seeing what the plan is here. He's really flailing at them outside the off stump at the moment. He lets that one go, and that has tennis ball bounce from Minto, just almost just slightly short of a length, and that one absolutely took off.
It was, you just see the dust forming on the pitch. It was, there was a little cloud of dust forming with that bounce. It just sums up.
And that's not what you want to see as a batter.
Ricocheted. Not at all.
You don't want to see the dust coming off the pitch when it pitches. That means that the pitch is breaking up. It's drying up. It might make it a lot more difficult to bat. Rouse waits once again. And that one is into the pads, and he's able to guide it into the leg side for a single. So gets him off strike, and it will be Benny Hansen to face James Minto. So it'll be the first time that Minto's bowling to a right-hander in this innings. He does get that shape back in to the right-hander. So Hansen's going to have to be very careful that he doesn't succumb to the delivery from Minto that does angle back into him. Very effective when he gets it in the right areas, James Minto. Very, very effective. And
Benny Hansen, of course, still wants to get off the mark, so he also has that in the back of his mind. There's no pressure to get off the mark, but I feel like in his mind he would know that that is an important part of it.
And that It started on an outside leg stump and just cannons into the pads, and no danger there for Hansen.
No real appeal. I think they were well aware that it wasn't a chance, but I still think we can see the movement that he's getting, and that is very assuring for England at the moment.
Yeah, very much so. It's a windy day here in Cape Town. The wind is coming from the north, so it's blowing like across the ground, and it's not necessarily going to help him with that swing into the right-hander. It's down the leg side and will be signalled wide by umpire Lakay.
Great catch by the keeper. It was definitely quite wide and almost beat the keeper, but the keeper had a great fielding effort to stop the ball there to ensure that no extra runs is conceded. But yes, another wide from the England bowlers. I think that's something we've been speaking about quite a bit, me and James, is that the England bowlers have been bowling really well, but not quite as disciplined as a lot of wides have, as they have bowled a lot of wides.
That is the one that comes into the right-hander, and he just seems to get an edge on that into the pads, and England would be interested in that. Hansen just wisely just taking a walk out towards square leg. Just needs to settle himself. South Africa be looking to their captain to achieve get an innings here. I say achieve something that he wasn't able to do in the first innings. We know the capability that he's got, Benny Hansen. That's beautifully played down the ground, and it's not able to be cut off initially by Jack Home, but he comes and chases it down into the mid-off region, and they're through for a single, and Benny Hansen is off the mark with that single, and South Africa take 3 off that Minto over. It's 18 for 1 after 4.
Yes, South Africa almost decided to go for 2 runs there, but it was some great fielding eventually, and that made that South Africa just went for the 1 run. And that also means that Benny Hansen is off the mark. He's got in his first run from 7 balls in a ODI or a 50-day, ODI or 50 overs. There's no rush to get off the mark soon, but I think it will be assuring for him to get some runs on the board and to take his team to a victory.
Yeah, very important for Hansen here, leading from the front for his team, as he's facing up now to Harry Moore. That's wide down the leg side, and to be called wide once again. And South Africa just conceding the 8 wides. I say just, I mean, it is still 8 wides, and England already in this innings must be very close to that number of wides in their innings so far. South Africa not minding the fact that they'll be giving them some runs.
No, I always think in a situation like this, that's where the captain needs to step up, just have a chat with the bowlers quickly, just talk about discipline, why it's important, just to assure them that they're still doing a good job, but they must make sure that they keep the wides to a minimum.
Yeah. It is very important, as you say, for the team to ensure that they are just not bowling too many additional deliveries. And
in a game like cricket, we've seen multiple times where that can cost someone the game. And obviously it's still very early on in this game, but I think like from a cricket perspective, it's not something you want a player or a team to bowl a lot of wides, a lot of extras. It's a stupid mistake to make early on. And I think it's also important to take note that these are under 19 boys and they're still quite young, but it's such a important early on skill to learn, to keep your bowling focused, to keep it intact and not to bowl too many extras. I think it's a very important skill to learn. So I think taking nothing away from these bowlers, but still early on in the game, I think the captain must just have a word of them, assure them that they are doing a great job, but to keep it to the minimum.
yeah, discipline very, very important, as it's more towards us again. And that is Squares him up a little bit in the crease there, but Hansen behind it and defending into the offside. This is a tough period for these two South African batters. There's 5 wides already from the England bowlers. Just checking on that for you. But it's very important that the two batters at the crease see off the opening pair of bowlers from England, and Moore will always be targeting the stumps. You know that he's going to be making you play. Just got to make sure you get in right behind it, as Hansen does there, as it just slightly down towards the leg side of straight. And Farhan Ahmed does the fielding in front of us at a short, fine leg position. And it's going to be, that is just changing here for the left-hand, right-hand combination. So Jason Rouse will be facing Harry Moore, I think, for the first time.
Yes, I also thought about it now. Let's see how Rouse goes about.
And Moore will trouble him as well. He'll make him play. He'll be angling the ball. He'll be angling the ball across him, across the left-hander. He's bowling right arm over the wicket still. And he's got the 2 slips. He's got a third. He's got a backward point, and he's got a mid-off. That's another very good delivery from Moore. A lot of bounce with his height, and Rouse just does feel for that outside the off stump. Just goes through to Roux, the wicket keeper. And England will be encouraged. They haven't got the second wicket that they would have been looking for. Encouraged by the amount of movement and also the amount that they're actually making the batter play and miss. Jason Rouse played and missed at a number of deliveries.
Yes, he doesn't look settled at all.
No.
And it's now the first time that he faces Harry Moore, but again, from the first ball, doesn't look very settled or sure about what shot to play.
Oh, and that one goes straight through him.
Half of a appeal from the England side, but not yet. The ball hasn't found the bat yet, but I think England senses that it's very close in doing so.
Yeah, you have to say that Rouse has looked as if he's going to get an edge on that delivery any time, and he's faced now 11 deliveries for that 3, and the 8 deliveries that he hasn't got a run off, just every single one of those, he certainly has played it. He hasn't left anything alone. He's been playing it every single delivery, and you just feel maybe Benny Hansen needs to come down and talk to him and say, look, you know, we don't have to rush this, and we only need 3 runs and over, just over 3 runs and over to win. We've got 50 overs to bat. Currently batting at 4 and over. Minto's away to Hansen. That's on the pads, but bounced, would have pitched outside leg stump, and leg by signalled by umpire Stacey Lackey.
I feel there's a lot of half appeals from the England side this last few overs, which is obviously very reassuring for South Africa that they haven't lost the wicket yet. But I think from England's perspective, these half appeals might turn into a big appeal quite soon if they keep going about like they've been doing this last few overs.
Yeah, Jason Rouse on strike again. It's Minto into him. That one on the pads again from Minto, just losing his shape a bit there, the bowler, and Rouse will be happy to be able to get off strike. Important for the South Africans to keep rotating the strikes. Left-hand, right-hand combination means the bowler has to be aware of and change his lines, and does make it a little bit more difficult for him. We've seen 2 balls already from Minto this over on the pads of both the left and right-hander. So the longer they're at the crease, the more comfortable they'll feel. This isn't a wicket that you ever feel necessarily in on. But the more you bat, the better you're going to be able to play on this wicket, as he's nicely in behind that one, Hansen. And there is no run. Yes. Oh, it's a no ball. So this is Minto has done this in the previous one-day international, where he bowled a couple of no balls. It's his first no ball now, so there's a free hit. Hansen's on strike. They can't change the field for this free hit. Minto, you don't want to be bowling no balls in this format of the game. We saw one no ball in the South African innings, which was hit for 6. What's Hansen going to be able to do with a Minto here? Oh, and it's a slower ball. Yeah, slower ball from Minto. Clever bowling. Bowled a little bit shorter as well. Slower delivery. Hansen was through on the shot as before he would have ideally wanted to be. Let's just look at this delivery again. Clever bowling from Minto. In fact, he comes up and does bowl that one into the pitch. Slower ball, bounces twice before it gets to the wicket keeper. So you have to credit the bowler there for some different thinking. That one though is a full toss outside the stump, and it's absolutely thrashed to the backward point boundary for 4. Very well done by Benny Hansen. He got the width, he got the full toss, and he played it beautifully.
I'm glad for Benny Hansen that he could put that ball away, because I think that's always the problem with a no ball. It's so tempting then for the ball after that to go for this big shot, and if you miss out on it, I feel batters are a lot of times so disappointed that they miss out on the no ball. So that was a good ball to get himself back in and to utilise the full toss.
Yeah, he certainly did utilise that full toss, playing it very forcibly through the offside for 4. Oh, that's a beauty from Minto. Just short of a length and pitches, rises up on Hansen. He's beaten all ends up outside the off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper, Roo. As we have a flock of hardy-dars that are patrolling here at long off.
They're so unfazed about anything. They're enjoying their Sunday out on out at the cricket.
They are indeed. That's how many? There's like 10 birds that are right in front of us here. And we're just at the offside of straight for the right-hander. That's beautifully played again, but outstandingly fielded in the backward point region. That's Aryan Sawant, who stops a certain boundary, and width was given there once again by James Minto, and that is the end of the over. And saying goodbye to Ane for the moment. Back with us in half an hour, and Johan Ferreira is going to come in and join me with England, having just got the 1 wicket of the first 6 overs. South Africa 27 for 1 now after 6 overs, and despite the loss of the wicket of Lachadin, South Africa would feel that they've done well to survive these without any further loss. Jason Rouse looking particularly unsettled out there, Johan.
Yeah, to your point, James, South Africa 27 for 1, and I must say, the man operating at the moment, he's looked the most likely to pick up a wicket. Harry Moore, also asking good questions. Minto, for me, not consistent enough. No. Giving a couple of scoring opportunities, and that's just releasing the shackles slightly. So South Africa have managed their way to 27 for 1. England found themselves on 26 for 3. So very important partnership this in the context of the match. It's a low score to chase, 161, but it's just there that it's going to keep testing you, and you don't want to lose 2 or 3 wickets quickly, and that will certainly put you on the back foot. So in the context of the series, very important that these two knuckle down, see off the new ball, and then it will become slightly easier. Yes, they've got a great spin attack. There's no doubt about that. We've seen spin throughout, but the seamers have done the damage. From a South African point of view, it showed that the pitch is more favourable towards the seamers, but you can only really judge a pitch when 2 sets have bowled, and I mean in the spin department. So let's see how effective the England spinners are. But at this stage, yes, we are South Africa losing an early wicket, but these two have done well just to steady the ship slightly.
More in again to Rouse, and what was good to see of that, not this delivery, the previous delivery from Rouse. It's actually the first time that we've actively seen Rouse playing, that he's decided to leave the ball outside the off stump. He's been flashing at them outside the off stump for most of his innings. Just felt that he wasn't settled, and hopefully now that he's he's got a few overs under the belt. He's maybe seeing the ball a lot better. He's taking the time, and he does need to try and leave the ball as well if he can. And that one just angles into him and ends up in his pads, just takes it out of that pad flap.
Now I offer an appeal from Harry Moore. That's not going to be given. He's allowed to take the ball out of his pad and drop it down, so no damage done there. But Harry Moore, well, he's going to play the game. Why not? He looks like an interesting character.
He is quite a character, a young man. As I had a chat with him before the first youth ODI, and really good to have a bit of a chat with him as well. Comes from Derbyshire. His father played for Derbyshire as well. It's down the leg side and will be signalled wide. So England have been guilty of conceding quite a number of extras in the first few overs. South Africa just the 8 wides and the 1 no ball. Already 1 no ball, and this is now I think the seventh wide from England in their innings. So they'll need to just try and tidy up on those disciplines. Moore is normally very good in making the batter play at virtually every single delivery.
And that'll be frustrating to Archie Vaughan. Defending a lowish total, the last thing you want is to give extra deliveries to the South African outfit that will be low on confidence. They were rolled for 87 on Friday, and that'll be at the back of their minds, albeit on a different surface, but at the same venue. And it's so important for these two just to get some confidence heading into match number 3 that could potentially be a title decider, a series decider.
Yeah. Yes, very much so. South Africa will be hoping for that, Johan, that they can get over the line here. Certainly 162, not a big target for them to chase. And that is in the air. Minto, he makes a desperate attempt to get to that, but he can't. And he just gets the left hand to it. It is his dominant hand, but isn't able to take the catch. And Raoul's probably a little bit fortunate to get away with that. Minto did go off his fielding position at third quite quickly, but wasn't able to get 2 hands to it. So Raoul survives.
What was interesting in that over, that it's a deliberate ploy from England. They wanted the ramp shot to be used, so they brought him up slightly, giving him that opportunity, and he almost took a blinder. And we've seen some catches throughout the domestic season, most notably also the SA20. We've seen some stunning catches. But Minto, he was there for a reason, and it almost worked perfectly. Could have been slightly wider, but again, easy to say after the fact. But that would have been a spectacular catch if he held on to that one hand, went with his dominant hand. He can fix it all with his next over, but that was a clear plan from England. Almost worked out, but 29 for 1 after 7 overs.
It's Raoul's on strike to Minto. He leaves that one alone outside the off stump as well, and he started to leave, which is, I think, a good thing from his point of view. He's seeing the ball now wider of the off stump. Knows that Minto shapes it away. He does have the one that can go straight on, but he's normally early on in the innings with the newish ball. He's shaping it away from the left-hander. Just to your point, Johanna, about the plans that they made, and I'll talk about it a bit after this delivery. That's nicely played into the leg side to just straying down the leg from Minto. I think that's Ali that does the fielding at short fine. It is, and so on Friday in the first youth ODI, it was Daniel Bosman that they had caught down at long leg off Minto. And what they did was literally for that particular delivery, they put the man out on the boundary. Minto comes in again, left alone down the leg side by Hansen. It's another wide delivery, and they put the fielders out, a long leg on the boundary, a deep backward square, and the very next ball to Bosman, Minto put it in short. Bosman went for the hook, but caught it at long leg. So Vaughan he's a thinking captain. we did see, thought Hansen did marshal his troops quite well as well in the first innings, but interesting to see the things that Archie Vaughan does come up with. And that's really well played by Hansen. He got on top of that, slightly short. There is a man out at deep backward square and at long leg, but he got over that one. So yes, it wasn't perhaps the steepling bounce that could have got him into trouble, and he gets through for a single.
I want to go back to your point about Archie Vaughan. He comes out of a cricketing family. Dad, Michael, was captain of England. And it's good to see that youngsters are thinking differently, thinking out of the box. And I'm looking at him and seeing that what his hand gestures are, what's he talking about at slip with his bowler, indications and where they could potentially break through. And he's constantly got ideas, and I like that from a captain.
It's carved that one outside the off stump. He's gone for the shot. He's got it through the gully region down to third for a single. So runs are ticking over, and South Africa will be happy that they are batting at about 4 and over. So they're not becoming becalmed by any stretch of the imagination, but they're just trying to keep that scoreboard ticking along. But yeah, I do think he's got thinking captaincy. I mean, here he's got a man in it. They've got 2 men in it, short catching on the leg side. And that's a short one. He's got the 2 men out as well for Hansen. He's got a particular plan here, Minto, that he's bowling to.
Yeah, if you want to take this down to school level, for any youngsters watching this broadcast, and especially leadership positions, captains and vice captains of school teams, you become so set, stuck in a certain way. You have to have a fine leg, you have to have a third man, you have to have a first and a second slip in a gully. But sometimes the match situation says that you don't need that. You need something different. If your bowler is going to react and bowl according to what you're trying to pull off, you can use those boundary saving positions as catching positions to try and break a partnership. And it's nice, it's refreshing to see a young captain, as Archie Vaughan is, trying different things. I just think Minto hasn't supported him well enough in his execution. He's leaked too many runs, he's given too many extra deliveries, and that keeps the scoreboard ticking over. And suddenly South Africa find themselves on 34 for 1, and they haven't really needed to take any risks.
No, exactly, and you talk about the execution there, and was particularly evident in that delivery we've just seen from Minto, the last one is over, where he had placed the man out on the deep backward square boundary, had the man, in fact, just in from the boundary. In fact, it was on the edge of the square, I think, at edge of the circle at fine, because we're still in the first in the power play overs, and he wanted him to take on the short ball, but just the execution wasn't there from Minto.
So it's very evident, both of these opening bowlers, they're going short of a length.
Yeah.
They're trying to get the batsman to play a false hook shot. They've got protection on the boundary for exactly that. But at this stage, the bait, the South African batting pair not taking the bait, which is also credit to them.
Yeah.
Being respectful of the new ball partnership that's moved on to 21, understanding the conditions, understanding the match situation, the importance of this partnership.
And this is what we didn't see from South Africa on Friday. We just didn't see the application and the sort of thinking around this was a 50-over game. And perhaps, yes, there were some good deliveries from the England bowlers, but generally the challenge for South Africa on Friday was that they were just playing one too many shots. And weren't controlled in their shot making. So it's one thing playing shots, it's another if you're playing them and you know that you're getting into the right positions to play them. But that was really the downfall, is that they just really were almost out-thought, and they allowed themselves to be out-thought on Friday. This is looking a lot better from their aspect now.
So yeah, if you could whisper into Archie Vaughan's mind and just see what he's thinking, if Harry Moore is going to operate short of a length, do you need 2 slips? Do you not need someone short for a potential drive or a fend off, and then maybe a gully for that square batted shot. If that is the plan, then I find it pretty strange to have two slips.
Yeah.
If you are going to go full of a length and a new ball is nipping, then your slip's coming into play.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Harry Moore doesn't really get any movement. Let's just see him as he comes in now to Hansen. That's beautifully played. It's over-pitched and it's played through the offside. He doesn't miss out on the half volley. Benny Hansen goes down to the boundary for 4, and that's his, I think it might be his it's his second boundary, shall I say, and that's excellent from the South African captain. Takes him to 12 with that shot.
Well, it's a very good point that you make. I want to just build on what you are saying. That was the one that was pitched up,
Yeah.
and there was no movement.
No.
So it was pretty straight up and a very good shot from Benny Hansen.
It's another one that's full. Plays it down this time to mid-on. So the South Africans know that they know what they're getting with Moore. They know that he is, when he does bowl it short of a length, he is going to get that sort of steepling bounce. If he is going to give you anything to hit, there is the possibility, as you were saying, Johan, that you might not quite get on top of it. And we saw that with a couple of dismissals in the first one-day international. And a couple of catches taken by Joe Moores at his backward point position. But I get your point in terms of saying, do they really need the second slip in there?
So there's the fend off shot, which is really placed well and gets him a single. I'm not convinced that for Harry Moore specifically, I'm not convinced that two slips are needed. And for me, Archie Vaughan, he's in a catch-22. How long does he carry on with a bowling partnership that's given him 1 wicket? Ball not really moving. Minto is struggling to find consistency. Where does he go to, and how quickly does he go there?
Yeah, see him. He's sort of limbering up himself there with his arms swinging, but whether he's going to bring himself onto bowl, his off breaks, another question. And that again is just angled very nicely down into the deep backward square region by Rouse, who's looking a little bit more comfortable now. South Africa moved to 40 for 1 at the end of 9, and this partnership growing now to 26.
Yeah, and James, you can spend all the time in the nets, but there's nothing better than being out in the middle. And now he's finding a bit of confidence. He's been there for 23 deliveries. It's slow. He's got 8, but in the context of the match, he doesn't need to up the run rate.
No.
For now, it's about survival, seeing off this new ball, and this is exactly. It's passed the ball back to Archie Vaughan to say, okay, we've seen off your new ball bowlers. You've taken 1 wicket. What's your play? And Archie Vaughan has answered, and he said, well, here's my play. I'm bringing on myself.
Yeah, and as you see on your screen there, this broadcast is sponsored by Sisonke Tourism and Events Services. Please go and visit them on sisonketours.co.za for all your tourism and events requirements here in South Africa. If you're coming out to South Africa, please, they are really a company that you should be looking at to organise your tour. Rouse is facing up to Vaughan and gets himself off strike with exactly what he wanted to do. Just fullish perhaps in the first delivery, and plays it nicely into the leg side. Jack Home does the fielding at mid-on to the left-hander. As you're saying, Rouse now looking a little bit more comfortable. Top scorer in the Kaya Majola week, and very good player is from the Lions, Central Gauteng Lions up in Johannesburg. Just the outer half of the bat from Hansen were called through for the run very nicely by Rouse.
Well, again, just a lesson for any youngsters watching. The value of a single, never underestimate the value of a single in the chase. Just being alert towards the gap and then trusting your partner to call you through. And Rouse did a good job there.
Yeah. Well, he has a full go at that, does Jason Rouse. And off the inside half of the bat. Just got to be careful to play across the line. There may not be much turn on offer for Archie Vaughan, but he's got to be careful he doesn't throw it away now. Jason Rouse, it's better. He plays it straight this time.
And it's clever from Vaughan because he's purposely left that boundary vacant. So he's asking Rowles to go across the line. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
He might react after the shot is pulled off, but it needs to be pulled off first.
That's playing with whatever spin there is out into the offside. But as you say, Johan, he's asking him to play that shot. He's asking him, he's tossing it up. He's saying, okay, you want to come and get me? Come and get me. Just take the risk. And he does, again, take the risk, and he gets it off the inside half of the bat, and it is going to go down to the boundary at fine for 4. But the risk is there, and he gets the execution right in that occasion. But perhaps not exactly where he was aiming it. So we just look at this shot again, and interesting. Not a sweep shot by any means. It's almost like a slog sweep that he's trying to play there. And he gets us off the inside half of the bat down past Farhan Ahmed for 4. So the result is good for South Africa. Execution not exactly perhaps what Jason Rowles was looking for.
It was interesting to see Jason Rowles' setup. High backlift.
Yeah.
But he's just getting into his next gear, and that sits well with him and for the rest of the series and the longer format that's coming up as well. 2 4-day matches, 3 one-day internationals, all hosted in the Western Cape.
And change of bowling as well. Farhan Ahmed, the other off-spinner, is going to be coming into the attack.
Well, for me, this is the danger man.
Yeah, he is certainly. He's got a very nice action, a very interesting action that he's got. And see him now, he sets himself at the top of his run and comes in. So let's see how South Africa are going to respond. At the end of the power play, 10 overs gone. South Africa 47 for 1 at the same stage. England 30 for the loss of 3. So South Africa well on top, it must be said, at this stage, but that could all change. We've seen how quickly wickets fall. They will fall in clusters here.
Starts with a nice flighted delivery. Archie Vaughan happy to keep himself at that solitary slip position.
Yeah, and they'll be, again, looking for something perhaps that Hansen might be trying to play a big shot into the leg side, perhaps. And he does play the sweep.
Great fielding, brilliant fielding.
Outstanding from Tazeem Ali at short, fine leg, stopping what would have been a certain boundary. We didn't see too much of this on Friday, too much sweeping. I think South Africa would have worked on their game plan against Farhan Ahmed, definitely. The sweep is an option against the off-break bowler.
Yeah, I like how Benny Hansen is using the crease.
He's on 14 of 28 deliveries, so he's got himself in. And him and Rowles partnership now worth 33 for South Africa. And you say he's moving in the crease. He's trying to get himself into the best position possible to play the shot. That's in the air, but it's over Tazeem Ali's head. Didn't quite have the control perhaps that he was looking for there. Hansen, just the top edge, but safe. And he goes through for 2. But that'll encourage England as well. Just with a little bit of a top edge. Tazeem Ali, he can in fact, at this stage, he can stay outside the circle, which is what he's going to do. He's going to drop a little bit deeper at a shortish fine leg. Got the man out at deep square. They've got a long on, and they've got that's it from a boundary rider's point of view.
Well, for Hansen, it's a guaranteed single there if he just knocks it into that position, but he finds the gap on the onside, so it's good batting this from both, and that's the 50 up for South Africa.
Yeah, that is very good from Benny Hansen there, just as you say, using the crease, playing it back down, and South Africa moved to 50 for a loss of 1 after 10.5 overs, and that is good batting from South Africa. They weathered the storm from Moore and Minto early on, and now got the spinners into the attack. And now it's just about working it around. Don't take any risks. They don't need to take any risks in this chase of 162.
Just look at that bat, where it's going.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't he? He hasn't got the sort of typical, as the end of the over, it's 50 for 1 after 11. He hasn't got the typical sort of back lift where your back lift and your bat is sort of angled towards a second slip. That's almost the sort of typical coaching aspect that they say, that he's very much almost an upright bat as he stands in his crease. And he sets himself up quite interestingly. Chatting with Ezra Poole on Friday on commentary, and saying at the Kaimajola week they didn't see from Jason Rouse the way he sort of sets himself up. He's got an interesting way of sort of almost he looks back and then he gets himself, he steadies himself and looks forward. And they said that he actually didn't look like that in the Kaimajola week, so maybe it just made a slight change to his setup. But interesting to see. It's working for him at the moment today.
And there's the point. Cricketers, you find something that works for you, and then you build with exactly that. Not everyone's going to look the same and have the same takeoff and lift off and back lift. Look at Shivnarine Chanderpaul. He was so successful in international cricket, but let's not even sell his technique.
No.
It's very difficult to copy.
His son does that as well, doesn't he?
Yes, correct. But that's what he was exposed to and what he would have seen.
Exactly. So,
the unique way of leaving a ball. Ask Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne.
yes.
It's all part of the game, and if you find something that works for you and you get the desired outcome, then why change?
Absolutely right. And the reverse sweep is brought out by Benny Hansen. He connects with it well, but it's straight to the fielder. I think that's Farhan Ahmed at a shortish third. It's well executed, but no run on that occasion.
Oh, they'll need to hurry. Oof.
In fact, that is Tazim Ali there at mid-wicket. Comes in quickly, but it was a well-judged run in the end by the South African pair.
Well, I must say Archie Vaughan will tear his hair out there, because that man is there to save the single.
Exactly, yes.
It's just a gentle push, and you should do better there. It's
yeah, they shouldn't have conceded a run there, England. You're right.
Oh, he goes.
Go.
That's big. Oh, great shot.
He takes it on, does Jason Rouse, and it's a really good shot, and that's gone onto the grass bank here to the left of us, and the first maximum for South Africa. And you sensed it was coming, though, didn't you?
Yeah, Archie Vaughan has given a lot of invites, and he wants to entice the batsman. And Rouse has looked a different player in the last 5 overs.
Yeah, it's really well played as well by Jason Rouse. Just makes it into a full toss coming down the wicket. Plays it to the man at long off for the single. And that's the end of the Archie Vaughan over. It's 12 gone. It's 58 for the loss of 1.
You know, you go back to Raik Daniels and the way that he came into the attack, asking questions, the aggressive nature, certainly up for the fight. And he looked from the onset that he was going to take a wicket. You look at the England attack today, and it's almost like it's a bit lethargic at times, and you seem to wonder, where's the wicket going to come from? Are they trying to buy a wicket?
Yeah, well, you certainly felt in the first few overs, Jason Rouse looked really susceptible to being caught, in the slip region outside the off stump, or even in the covers, the way he was playing outside the off stump. But he's been allowed to settle, and he certainly has settled in quite nicely now. He's been playing the spinners well. He was looking a lot better once he started leaving a bit more outside the off stump to the pace bowlers, and interesting to see how he continues with his attack. Oh, that one nearly bowled him. Nearly bowled him. It was a shortish one. He went back. He was trying to reverse pull that one almost down to third. He didn't need to play that shot.
Well, both Rals and Hansen are set on this reverse sweep, and calm heads needs to prevail now. And Hansen probably needs to just walk down the pitch and say, we don't need to do this.
Yeah.
Let's just play the conventional drive down the ground, get the single, get it into the gap, exactly like that.
Exactly.
You don't need this reverse sweep stuff.
No, there he was within a whisker of being bowled in that when he did play that reverse paddle type of shot, and he's just conventional cricket. I know we talk about. I mean, the youngsters these days are fearless, though. I mean, they've got all these array of shots that they can play, that they can choose from. All of them are in their playbook, as it were. And it's just a question of looking at the timing and when you pull out what, and is the ball there to be hit. And he pulls it out again, does Benny Hansen. And I think that, he has given him, and he plays the reverse sweep. And against the spin, he's playing it against the spin of the off spinner. And he's caught by Vaughan at first slip off Farhan Ahmed. And that really was an unnecessary dismissal. Looking at it again, he decides to go early onto the reverse sweep. He plays it, it takes the top edge, and goes up. Vaughan takes the catch at slip, and the captain has to go.
So again, I'm sorry, but we just spoke about that. You've done all the hard work. You've seen off the new ball. You've got the opposition under pressure. Why go and play something unorthodox that costs you a wicket? You're the captain of the team. Having just seen his partner do it and fail to execute, and then knock the ball into the gap for one, your turn on strike, and you pull off exactly the same shot, and this time it goes to hand, and it's a wicket. And South Africa now 59 for 2. It's 102 runs still needed, 8 wickets standing, but you've sold your wicket. And for me, I think you've got to be more selfish. There's no need for that. When the run rate is up to 6, 7, 8 and over, and a bowler's got you pegged down, fine, but you've taken runs from Vaughan on the other side.
Yes.
Appreciate that you will get some good balls from Ahmed. He is one of the keys in this England bowling lineup. Appreciate that, knock it back, try and get the singles, take 3 or 4 and over, that's job done. And then look at your boundary options somewhere else. Now you've given a wicket away, Bosman comes in, and you could be opening a slide door. So a lesson to be learned for, yes, young men, they're finding their way at international level as well, but I just think that was unnecessary. I think he gave his wicket away rather than England earning that wicket.
Yeah, it certainly was not something that Farhan Ahmed hasn't looked like getting a wicket, and to just the execution there, not what it should have been from Benny Hansen, and he will be, I would think, upset with himself as Ahmed's in once again. Down the leg side, and it will be signalled wide.
Yeah, he might be walking into a very quiet change room.
Yeah, he might be.
and again, next ball is wide, and that's been England's problem. The inconsistency. They've given away too many extras. They've allowed the scoreboard to tick over.
And South Africa, with that partnership, they were just looking so comfortable. And that's a very good shot from Daniel Bosman. He's got the man up at mid-on, and he does play it. Yes, against the spin, but he gets a good stride in, and that's gone for a maximum. His first scoring shot is 6 runs over the long on boundary.
Oh, it's the conventional approach. It's flighted up. He sees that the man is in the inner circle. No risk. There's no turn, and it's a low-risk shot, and that's the whole point about the reverse sweeps. There's risk involved there. Look at that. Yes, it didn't beat the fielder, but that's perfect.
Yeah.
Straight bat. Next time, as you settle in, you'll find the gaps. But 66 for 2. South Africa still looking good and sitting pretty. 13 overs has passed. Rahul's on 21. Bosman new at the crease with 6. The 2 wickets then to fall. Lachadin for 10 and Hansen for 18. James King has an opportunity to take a break. Ane will be back behind the microphone with me for the next half an hour. Archie Vaughan will continue from the commentary end. Can they get rolls? Open up 2 ends. Well, he goes over the top, inside out. Will bounce just short of the sweeper. And a single. So Rolls has found his range and he has settled in, been allowed to settle in after a bit of a shaky start. Now 35 balls for 22 runs. Archie Vaughan in his third over, 0 for 15. Bosman showed intent from the start, but for him now with Vaughan bowling, he's got a long off back, mid on in the circle, sweeper out on the square leg boundary, and also backward of point covering the boundary. So these are enough ones on offer if he knocks it into the gap, and that's exactly what he does. They can easily push for 2. And it'll be 4. Great timing from Bosman.
Pushing for 2, that is a great 4.
Absolutely. He's gone 6-4. So he's off to a quick start, Bosman.
He's already, as you said earlier on, shown his intent. He clearly wants to punish the bad ball, and why not? If you have the opportunity to do so, great shots from him so far.
Lovely straight bat.
Vaughan is such a tall guy, and with that fielding from his own bowling, he just sticks out his arm and made sure that the ball doesn't pass him.
It's better from Vaughan. He needs to be on off stump. He has a slip in play, but as soon as he goes towards the legs, he's going to be tapped into a gap without too much difficulty. And there's a single on offer every time. Brings to an end another Vaughan over. 19 conceded from 3. South Africa sitting good, sitting nicely on 71 for 2. Rolls on 22, Bosman has 10. South Africa in pursuit of 162. Having won the toss earlier today, asking England to bat first. And great new ball bowling by Raik Daniels, who was well supported by Nkobani Mokoena. And England found themselves in all sorts. 43 for 4, 68 for 5. Then a bit of a rebuilding phase. 109 for 6, 119 for 7, 125 for 8. And then finally 160 for 9, 161 all out. And now it's South Africa's turn. 2 wickets down. This is Rowles on strike.
England is persisting with the spin bowlers. Trying to see if they can unsettle the South African batsman. We know that Bosman is relatively new to the crease, but he's looking good so far, and obviously he's batting with a settled batsman.
It's quicker through the air. Good variation from Ahmed, but they'll turn for 2. Very good running by the South African pair. Hansen, I think, will be kicking himself. There was runs aplenty for him on offer. He did all the hard work. And now he can only sit and watch his teammates come and bat. This time more flighted. That's Rowles just looks completely different. Just appreciation for the field, knows where their gap is, and then knocks it in there for 1.
And it's so interesting to see him from Jason Rowles, because obviously, as we know, the first few overs he was really troubled. He didn't look comfortable. He didn't know what shot to play. He probably got lucky a few times, but currently he's making it work, and that's just how important it is to see off the opening pair of bowlers. Now that they are gone, he really looks comfortable, and hopefully for him, he can carry through that form.
Bosman has hit 2 boundaries, 1 maximum, and now they've pushed the man back to a long on boundary. So they're asking him to try it again. I'm sure he's not going to fall for the trap, but mid-off is in the circle. So he could go inside out if he's looking for a boundary scoring option. Conventional sweep, no one protecting that square leg boundary. That's quicker and almost beat him in 2 minds to go forward or back. A good contest between Ahmed and Bosman specifically, but Bosman has shown his hand. He wants to up the ante, playing a bit of an aggressive role. And as we say that, Archie Vaughan pushes another man back, sweeper on the offside.
just block to see off the last ball from the over. That means that it's now the third over that Ahmed has bowled. He's gone for 14 and the last of 1 wicket. South Africa needs 88 more runs, and this was now the end of the 15th over. It seems like the men are going to take a quick water break. As you said, in the shade where we are sitting, I won't say it is warm at all. There's a slight breeze and the shade is definitely playing its part, but out there it really looks like a hot day. The sky has cleared up nicely. It's almost a cloudless day, and I can think the boys are really getting really hot and really thirsty. So I'm glad that they're going to have a quick water break. And obviously the big thing about a water break is, as they call it in the SA20, it's a strategic timeout. So I definitely think a lot is going to be said in the different camps. I think for South Africa, they must just continue as they are. Obviously, there is a new batter in with Bosman, but he's been looking comfortable thus far with his 10 balls. And I think from my side, I think England just needs to keep going. I think there was a lot of loose deliveries, a lot of wides, a lot of extras. They haven't been as tight as they could have been, but I'm sure the message would come across now in the water break.
Yeah, absolutely. I think South Africa will feel comfortable that the chase is within reach. It's all about the wickets column, and for now, South Africa 2 wickets down. England need to regroup, and they need to find consistency. If they can get rid of rolls, they'll feel a bit better, and then maybe one brings 2. But 74 for 2, it's South Africa's game at this stage. 15 overs gone, healthy run rate, 88, almost halfway towards the run chase. But England will be slightly worried. They're not as effective as they were on Friday, and they need to regroup and establish a clear plan of action as to how they can potentially break through. It's nice to see a couple of former players. We spoke earlier about the investment in both camps with expertise, former greats of the game that are part of the coaching setups. I walked past Dennis Smith earlier today. Dennis Smith is one of the professional umpires on the South African circuit, part of the SA20 as well, and Dennis is in attendance. He's standing as one of the umpires tomorrow night in Paarl for the Royals match against the men from Johannesburg. So good to see him here as well. Ashwell Prince was here earlier on, so it's good to see. Nice crowd in, some of them looking for the shade. I think it's our overseas visitors who are more than happy to go and find some shade. But also an opportunity to say a big thank you to Sesonke Tourism and Event Services for making this broadcast available and possible wherever you are watching across the world. Hope that you are enjoying the coverage as well. Looking at some of the youngsters that's going through the ranks and potentially form World Cup players in years to come, and some of the great names that have gone before them. You think of Archie's dad, Michael Vaughan, what a player he was for England, contribution to world cricket, and now Archie following in the footsteps and leading this young England under-19 team.
I think that's something we talked about earlier, especially me and you, but that's the important part of a game like this, where England comes to tour here. It's not just another game or you have the opportunity to represent your country. It's really the future stars of tomorrow, and that's why I don't think we must underestimate the power that this game has, or this whole series has, actually.
Oh, there's the reverse sweep again. It's not my favourite shot today, I must be honest. I question why. I have to question the why. Vaughan has given a couple of the scoring opportunities with the conventional scoring methods, but James touched on it earlier. It's the modern cricketer, and that's the way that they are geared and wired, and they're not going to hold back. And if they see it and identify it, they're going to play it the way they want to play it. And I'm all for freedom, but in a match situation where you're trying to level the series, you must do everything possible to protect your wicket, and rather use the conventional cricket shots out of the textbook to get you to that victory. But that's a debate for a fire and for a barbecue or a braai, depends where you stay. But for me, I don't know if it's worth the risk today, but we've seen a number of batsmen use it. He played back to a foolish delivery, and he's going to get 4 for it. It's a lucky shot, but you make your own luck in cricket as well. So Bosman helps himself to another boundary. He'll tick over to 16. It's been pretty quick, 16 of 12 deliveries.
most of that runs coming from boundaries. He's really been looking in fine form. That was, as you said, a bit of a lucky shot, but the luck has gotten him a boundary.
Well, that to me is good. Having just taken a 4, the presence of mind to knock it into the gap for 1. And that's the scoreboard pressure. That will keep escalating on the England attack. Ask more questions about Archie Vaughan and what he wants to do. How can he potentially break this partnership? He has a hop, skip and a jump, and then he runs away from the commentary end.
He seems like he wants to up the pace a bit and keep the South African batsman under pressure, but the South African batsman just asked him to just give us a moment, and he goes in again.
That's lovely. That is a lovely shot. Yeah, I didn't get all of it, but the idea was definitely there. He'll help himself to another couple.
Yes.
So Rolls moves on to 28. Brings to the end another Vaughan over. So Archie has been expensive. 4 overs for 29. Or does he go somewhere else?
South Africa has formed a partnership now of 25 runs. They were very unlucky to lose the wicket of the captain, and I think they will be very happy that this 25-run partnership has been steadying the ship. And it's actually been Bosman that's been piling on the runs and with a few boundaries. But that also gives Jason Rolls the opportunity to step up and just to be the steady batsman in this partnership. And the two of them are going very well. As we see Ahmed coming in for his 4th over. He's gotten a wicket and he's been troubling the batsman, but let's see how he goes.
Oh, you've called it. You've called it. He's been troubling the batsman. The commentator's curse. And Bosman will be having you, Ane, to thank for that dismissal. So 17 is, that's tongue-in-cheek, of course. But yeah, Bosman beaten through the gate. And we called it before, when Farhan Ahmed came on, we said that he was going to be a real weapon. On a turning pitch, he's a handful. He's a real star of the future. He can bowl. This young man can bowl. And he's beaten Bosman through the gate, picked up a wicket. It's a great time to strike for England. And that is batsman number 3 back in that. But just an opportunity to look at it again. Oh, just look at that. Tail is into leg stump. Bosman had no idea.
Bosman
That's
had
a
no
big
idea
one.
what to do.
That's a big strike.
That's a great ball. I think well done to Ahmed for keeping his composure. He's been, as I just said, he's been troubling the batsman, and he knew that he just had to keep doing what he's doing, and getting that from the first ball in his over would give him a lot of confidence in what's to come. That means there's a new batsman in. He still has 5 balls that this new batsman is going to face from him. I think that gives him a lot of confidence. And as we see, the new batsman is Paul James. And yeah, he has to see out the over of Ahmed, which has been troubling the batsman. But let's see if Paul James can. This is also a Wynberg boy. Paul James is from Wynberg, which is just around the corner. He joins the captain, Benny Hansen, that's also from Wynberg, and a few other guys. So nice to see a local boy coming. Proud of this moment for him.
Absolutely. What an opportunity to represent your country in front of your family and friends. And first up, beats the inner ring. Has it got enough to get to the fence? The answer is no. They'll pull it back, but good start for James, who will help himself to 3. He's off the mark.
Yes, that's great. I think there was always 3 runs on offer, but it's good to see that the intent was there to go for it. It was a comfortable 3 runs, and I'm sure glad Paul is glad that he's off the mark. And Jason Rolls is now going to have to see Ahmed again to make sure that not another wicket falls this over.
Well, he's just dismissed a left-hander. Can he produce the same recipe to Rolls? Invites him forward. I love this battle, and Ahmed is a real prospect. Good to see using his opportunities. Yeah, but about Paul James, 18 years old, also scored some good runs against that Zimbabwe emerging team, 96 on the 27th of September, and then a 51 and on the 22nd of September. So he had a good series. Scored 2 in the first match on Friday, and now he's on 3 already. So he'll be happy about that. First ball went for 3. 87 for 3. Healthy run rate. 5.3. Run rate required is only 2.3. So it's really all about the wickets column. Wickets in hand. At this stage, it's 7.
And I really hope South Africa goes about that way, that they know that they must just keep the ball in play, go for a single or a run or two when it's needed, but just not lose their wickets. That's basically all that's required of them. And yes, I hope that they're well aware of that's the message.
It was good fielding from Ali. And also good from the batsman, not to run on the misfield. You do that so often and it results in an unnecessary run out. It's a good press down the ground for one. That will bring to an end Farhan Ahmed's fourth over, 2 for 17, now 2 for 18, his analysis. Rolls has 29, James has 3. Does Vaughan continue with himself? The answer is no. It looks like Tazim Ali is going to be introduced into the attack. Took 2 for 32 in match 1.
I think it's a good decision. The captain, Archie Vaughan, has not been bowling that well and he's been going for a few expensive overs. So I think it's a good opportunity to bring in a new bowler and see if Ali can maybe get better prospects.
Yeah, it's the right decision from Archie Vaughan. He is the leader of this team, but also credit to his leadership to say it's not happening for me today, but maybe Ali will produce the desired result. James Minto fielding right in front of our commentary position. So he's protecting the boundary. Long on position for the left-hander. Let's see what happens for South Africa from this point on. 88 for 3, 17 overs gone, chasing 162. It's short. Needed to get bat on that, and it could have been a real boundary opportunity. Let's give Ali the loosener.
Beats the batsman and keeps the keeper busy. I think the batsman can be very glad that there was no edge, but as you said, the opportunity was there to get some runs. So I think he'll be unlucky losing out on that.
Well, he's just moved the man. He's not on the fence, so 3/4. Just moved him around slightly, and that's again just good appreciation of the gap and picking up the single. That's all you need to do.
Yes,
Nothing
right.
fancy needed. Just keep that scoreboard ticking over. 2, 3 and over is enough. Spend some valuable time in the middle.
I think especially for Jason Rolls that has been going along so nicely, not to throw away his wickets, and I think none of the batsmen should do it, but especially him that's been out from the start, in the middle, just to keep doing what he's doing, especially how he's been looking the last few overs. It's been so incredible how he's been just neutralising it for the English bowlers. So if he can keep going as he does, I think it will be a great help for the South African team just to knock around the ball and get a few runs.
Yeah, the seniority moves onto his shoulders, and he has to play that anchor role. He's been there long enough. Photo finish from both bowler and batsman.
Just a quick stare down between the batter and the bowler to show him who's in control.
I've never understood that really. Spinners having a big stare at a batsman. They only have a 3-pace run-up. They bowl at 90 k's an hour, and then when they take wickets, they run all across the field. Look at Imran Tahir,
I think
Taimur
he has
Shamsi
made it.
phones people. The spinners is they come out of a different factory,
Definitely.
and they all believe they turn it a mile. Some do. Oh, that was a scoring opportunity as well. Would have felt that he missed out on. It was short and inviting the opportunity, which he couldn't capitalize on. Paul James, yeah, he's new at the crease, but that was one to just release the brakes slightly.
Yesterday I heard people say in my Cape Town game for the SA20, so the Joburg Super Kings has Imran Tahir, and I heard some local fans saying they just wish that Imran Tahir can take a wicket so they can see him running. And Unfortunately, and it was a rare occasion, he didn't take a wicket. But yeah, even local fans wanted to see him take a wicket. So as you say, there's something about the spinners, and especially that celebration. On 45, if you want to take a victory lap around the field on your own, let it be.
So Imran Tahir, he took a catch yesterday and he decided that he's going to become the next Cristiano Ronaldo. And suddenly he was doing the Ronaldo all over the place. So it's good. You need characters in any sport. Characters is what brings people to the ground. You look at tennis, the Australian Open, the first Grand Slam of the year. There's enough characters there and enough talking points and storylines. Cricket has them as well. The superstitious cricketers, the Neil Mackenzies of the world.
Yes, that's a good ball. Just what you've been saying, Johan, I've been following the Australian Open. I feel there's a lot of controversy and a lot of characters, and I feel sometimes, cricket can have some of that as well. So that's what I like about the Imran Tahir. Is yesterday when he did the Cristiano Ronaldo celebration, I saw so many little kids in the crowd following in his footsteps and doing exactly the same celebration. And I just absolutely loved it. It makes it so special. So yeah, it was quite cool to see.
I like that as well. I like the personalities that comes out. Because we all people at the end of the day, and you're not just there to play sport. You're there to have a good time. That's what sport should be. It's pretty tough out there in the middle, but afterwards it's about making new friends and the camaraderie that takes you forward in life. This is a big game for South Africa to take some momentum with them to Stellenbosch. I was speaking to some of the England cricketers in their warm-up, and they were more than happy to chat to you and talking about their experience, how they were loving their time in South Africa and looking forward to their time in Stellenbosch, which is student country in the Western Cape. Nice sweep shot, the conventional sweep shot. That's a top shot, and it's going to go to the boundary. It won't be stopped, and that's just towards the left of our commentary position. But Paul James with the conventional sweep helps himself to 4.
Ollie was definitely chasing that, thinking that he can cut it off, but it was so well struck that there was no opportunity for that ever to be stopped. So that was a great sweep shot, and yeah, I think that was absolutely a brilliant shot.
Picked the gap, knew exactly where the fielder was, and he's on to 7. Good follow-up delivery from Farhan Ahmed. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 ball shy of 5 overs, 2 for 23. Spin at both ends with the introduction of Tazim Ali. But you just feel South Africa in complete control. Something has got to go dramatically wrong for this game to swing towards England. Well, they're asking the question. Well, it's a couple of questions. They're asking for a potential nick. Now the keeper has a stare down with the umpire. Then they asked about the stumping. Both umpires having none of that, and then a wide is signalled just to put salt in the wounds. You go for a massive appeal down the leg side, and then the umpire says no. And oh, by the way, it's a wide, so it's a single added to the tally. But that's often a good keepers for potential keepers watching this. That's not a bad ploy. You go for the appeal and you put the umpire off the wide call, but not on this occasion. I only say that because I played keeper for the majority of my life, and it's a good tactic.
In this case, it didn't work, but I'm sure somebody can add value to your advice. Yes, as we see now, 19 overs already gone. South Africa needs 67 more runs to win, which is very doable. They already passed the halfway mark with lots of overs still to come, so no need to stress about that. Jason Rolls is on 31 from 49 balls, and Paul James 7 runs, 9 balls. And South Africa is looking really well. We'll see also now that Ollie is back into the attack. He's going to go for his second over. It was just 1 run from his first over, and let's see if he can do something special.
Gives it a real rip. And It is off to the third man boundary, a great fielding and pulled back, but 2 more runs to the South African tally. I guess Archie Vaughan will be thinking, how do I pick up a wicket? What do I need to do? Who do I need to have bowling? And what's the plan to get a wicket right now? Still, for the majority of this innings, we've seen the slip. That's the catching position, and South Africa will just knock it into. There's plenty of gaps. There's more than enough of opportunities to get the scoreboard ticking over continuously. But the question from a Vaughan perspective is, I need wickets. What is my best realistic opportunity to pick up wickets? Oh, that's a blinder.
That
well,
is
there
the
is the
wicket.
answer. Ali is one of those answers, and it is the big one. Jason Rolls is on his way for 33, a sharp caught and bowled opportunity. And
What a catch.
Tazim Ali, well, you deserve credit for that take. That wasn't easy. That was a fine catch.
Let's see in the replay again.
Oh, he
What a
thumped that
catch.
back. That would have
Just
stung
sticking
the
out
hands.
just sticking out his arms and hands. He wasn't ever going to be behind that ball, but just as he put out his arms, he got the ball, and it was a lovely catch. And Jason Rolls departs for 33 runs from 51 balls, and he's been playing an immense role in this batting innings for South Africa. So I definitely think South Africa would be very unhappy with losing him, as he looked really comfortable and shy of he's a few runs shy of his 50, but he was definitely on his way there. And that means that there will be a new batsman in with Bandile Mambata. He's had an incredible innings with the ball. Was very economical, got a wicket. But now he's going to come into a situation with a new batter in that Paul James also only came in 9 balls previously. So both of them are quite new to the crease. And it's going to be important time for South Africa. I feel like England still are searching for wickets, even though they just gotten it. But South Africa will need now to just to stick it out.
Well, Archie Vaughan will say, thank you, Tazim Ali. That's exactly what I wanted. Can you get me a second one, please? You add 1 more wicket to this equation, and suddenly 97 for 5, chasing 162 looks very different. There'll be a couple of butterflies in that change room if they lose another quick one. Oh, and that could have been nasty for Bandile Mbata. Wanted to feel ball on bat, and then thought about the single, went 2-3 paces down. His partner Paul James was having none of it.
I think the big thing for South Africa is that there's 2 new batters. In the England innings, Ben Dawkins was really pushing through and making sure that even if the other wickets fell, he was standing strong. But South Africa now lost a very important wicket in this over, which means that with Jason Rolls, which means there's 2 new batsmen, and it's a different equation to what it's been with England, where Ben Dawkins were really standing strong.
Well, the storyline for England, 2 notable contributions. Ben Dawkins, 59. Joseph Moores, 59. Nothing after that passed even double figures. Extras was double figures, 13. And now from a South African perspective, the storyline is every batsman has got a start and then lost their wicket. So you've got a 10, 18, 17, 33. That's the players that has come and gone. And now a 7 and a 1. So you just need someone to bring the stability. That was Jason Rolls. That was the role he needed to play. And Ali established the breakthrough. Now Archie Vaughan will be scratching his head and saying, how can I get another one? What can I do to the psychological mindset of the South African batsmen? If they come in, they need another 60 odd halfway through the team. 5 wickets in hand. For now it's 6 wickets. It's still comfortable. Run rate is not a problem. There's the summary of the bowling analysis for England. Farhan Ahmed has been testing throughout, 2 for 24. Archie Vaughan was the only expensive bowler. The rest have certainly knocked away. Yes, you can argue that the new ball pairing, Harry Moore and James Minter, didn't really settle in. They gave a lot of extras, but the spinners have worked, especially Farhan Ahmed and Tazim Ali. They've done nicely. Archie Vaughan really the only one to not find consistency and leak a couple of runs. So does he now go back to the seamers? And it seems that's what he is going to do. So it is the introduction of Jack Home, 18-year-old. Well, 2nd of August 2024, he took 6 for 51 for Worcestershire against Derbyshire in a one-day cup match. So he's already produced the goods at senior level. His captain is going to say, I need you to produce the goods right now. Starts with a short one. It takes the top half of the bat. It's going to go to the boundary. Lucky escape for South Africa. What a first up delivery to get. Bounce, steep bounce. Took the upper splice of the bat. And unfortunately, from an England perspective, it didn't stick in the keeper's gloves. And that is a boundary. Just look at this for an opening delivery. That's got real speed. Different day, different outcome for England, but that is a welcome boundary. It brings up the 100 for South Africa, 102 for 4. Bandile Mbata would be slightly shaken, not stirred by what he saw there. Big scream from the bowler, but worked nicely by Bandile Mbata. He'll be thankful to just get onto the other side. Rather have a look at what Paul James does with Jack Home.
I feel at the beginning of the match, or the beginning of this bowling innings from England, they were very vocal on the field, and slowly but surely it died a bit down. But for the first time again in the last few overs, they've been very chirpy, and you hear them calling, you hear them screaming. So you do feel like, even though I think South Africa is still more in control, that England's got their tails up. And you definitely hear it in the field. And with two new batters, it might trouble them a bit.
Well, it's interesting to see how Vaughan has set up his field. Two men on the onside boundary. There's a backward of square not on the fence, but 3/4, and then you've got the fine leg that's 10 paces up. So the idea is probably going to be short. They've got a backward point. They've got a gully. So I don't think these two batsmen are going to get too much in their own half. There's one in their own half, and it's right through the fielder. That's smashed. As I called it, double bluff maybe, but 2 runs added to the tally. That was hit with some force.
It looks like the fielder is rubbing his fingers, and with good cause. It was really a very hard hit-in ball, and he did some great fielding to stop it, but it will surely leave a few marks.
Well, that's going to be stinging. I'd love to see if that went aerial towards the fielder. Could have been a chance. Jack Home, well, he's a lively character. Again, just forces the batsman onto his toes.
He's been getting some nice bounce in this over, and it hasn't troubled South Africa too much, except obviously for that first ball. But overall, I think he's definitely getting some nice bounce, and who knows, there might be a big opportunity for it later on in the game to play a big role.
Well, Home to finish his first over. Again, it's short. Oh, that could have been straight to the fielder as well. So the tactic is there. They're going to go short of a length and see if they can bounce out a couple of the South Africans. It's 105 for 4, that after 21 overs. South Africa in pursuit of 162. My time has come to an end, and I will hand over to James King.
Thanks, Johan. Yes, as we look at the current score, it's 105 for 4, as you just said, with 21 overs already gone. Yes, Paul James on 9 for 13 balls and Bandile Mbata on 6 for 5 balls. The target is 162, and South Africa is just going along very nicely. But just as we think South Africa is in control, then England gets the wicket. As we see Ali getting back into the attack, this will be his 3rd over. He's been going for 4 runs, and he already picked up 1 wicket, which came in the previous over that he bowled.
So
there's a half of an appeal. I'm not sure exactly for what. I heard the sound of the bat.
I think it was bat before wicket. No, they weren't. They weren't appealing necessarily. I think for that one, but
he was turning around quickly to the umpire.
He was. It was. I think he was just celebrating a good ball. I thought he might have got through Mbata there, and that just off the outside half of the bat. And they'll take a quick single. It's good running from the South Africans. And it is 106 for 4. South Africa batting at 5 and over, so they have been batting quite aggressively. You saw Daniel Bosman when he came in. He was quite aggressive. He actually pushed that run rate up a little bit from where it was around 4s up to 5 and over. South Africa really no danger in terms of not getting the runs. That's down the leg side from Ali, and they just take the single.
Very great fielding there, out and deep. He was on the floor, getting in the slide, picking up the ball and throwing it immediately.
Yeah.
It's also nice to see from England, even though you feel South Africa is in control, that England is still putting in some great fielding efforts. Great intensity from them to keep that up.
Yeah, I think they feel if they can get one more now, they maybe get another. And Tazim Ali, he's got the variation, he's got the googly. His standard leg break normally bowls it a bit quicker. It's quite quick through the air. The googly tends to just toss it up a little bit more. Interesting to see what he's going to be bowling this over. That one did look like the standard leg break. Again, I don't think he's getting too much movement off the pitch. We'll have to just keep an eye on that. He's got the 1 wicket so far. Great catch off his own bowling, wasn't it?
It was a brilliant catch.
Jason Rolls. Very important wicket for England, that was. And that is short, and it's going to get punished, and it does indeed. Goes down to the boundary for 4. Just dragged that one down, and he'll feel unhappy with that. He bowled a good over up until that point in time. But South Africa, they'll take that. They go to Nelson for the loss of 4, and just see that drag down. And Bandile Mbata is not going to miss out. He plays it down to the deep backward square region for 4. South Africa 111 for the loss of 4 now after 22 overs, so maintaining that run rate of just over 5 to the over. So they just need 1.8 and over to win.
Yes, I just want to say the required run rate is not the problem.
No.
And at the moment the wickets are also not a problem, but it could become.
It's very nicely played by Paul James down past the short man at short mid-on. That is Farhan Ahmed. Just couldn't get to that, so they go through for 2. So yeah, the big thing for South Africa here is that they mustn't lose any more wickets. They need to just keep going on. The runs will come, and that's not the issue at all. The runs will come. They've got plenty of overs left. What they must be careful of is just not losing another clutch of wickets. Yes. England will feel they're back in the game again if they can get 1 more wicket here. That's short delivery from home. He's got the men out to take that catch. We've got Tazim Ali at fine leg on the boundary. You've got the tall frame of Harry Moore at a long leg as well. So I think Jack Home is going to be bowling quite a few short deliveries.
It's been what he's been doing in the first over that he's bowled, and he's definitely continued in his second over, so that's a clear approach from him.
And then he does bowl it fuller, and it's nicely played by James down the ground. Mid-off comes around and fields. I think that's Ben Dawkins, and they take the single. So South Africa just edging their way and closer to that target. This partnership 17 so far.
It's a decent partnership. The key is patience.
Yeah. Oh, it is edged, and Archie Moore can't quite get his hand to that. It's bounced in front of him, played with soft hands by Mbata. Good delivery, once again short of a length, and we see this from England. They don't. The fast bowlers from England are really not pitched the ball up at all, and I'm not even talking that they're pitching it sort of on a length at all. They're pitching it always short of a length. It's coming into the body, and when they do err on length, it tends to be too full, and then they can get driven through the offside. Like that delivery, which was too full from home, and that's played beautifully once again by Paul James, and he is not going to turn for the third, wisely so. I think his partner Mbata would have been in trouble, but another couple down the ground. So the move over to Jack Home and bowling pace from the southern end of the ground hasn't quite worked for England as yet.
I felt in his first over it's been working, but in the second over he's already going for 6 runs, last ball. There's again one short, but the batter plays it very nicely for just a single. But it's good from South Africa's perspective. A single is all we need every now and then to keep the rotating of the strike and to keep England on their toes, and that's what they've been doing. The captain, I think, clearly is unsure who to bowl, where to bowl. And South Africa's been doing really a nice job to neutralise the England bowlers.
Yes, 7 off that over, and he did try that short ball at the end of the over. It was well dealt with by Paul James, and he's moved on to 16. Bandile Mbata with him on 12 off 11, so South Africa maintaining that quick scoring rate. And
Ali is now back into the attack. He's gotten the 1 wicket from his own bowling. He would try to see if he can get another miracle like that. But yes, South Africa is looking quite well at the moment, and let's see if Ali can do something special back in the attack.
Yeah, the intelligent cricket there from Paul James, just defending it into the leg side, and there's a run. Any time you do that, I think England, they are making that change now, and I think that's wise. I was going to say, Tazeem Ali, he just needs somebody in there short on the leg side. I think he's bringing that Joe Moores that he might be bringing up into that area. He's got Moores, I think he could even do with being a little bit closer in. He wants to cut off the single, but that he's not going to cut that off because that's played into the offside. Harry Moore does the fielding from his position at a deepish cover, and they're through for the single. So bowling just hasn't quite settled onto a line and length. Tazeem Ali. That's nicely played once again by
South Africa's batters currently look very comfortable. It doesn't seem like they're being troubled by the English bowlers, which is very nice for South African batsmen, just looking very assured in what they're doing and what their goal is. And I think as a young batter at the age of 18, 19, to know what the goal is and to play as such is really such a good skill to have.
Oh, that's beautifully played, and that I think has gone all the way. It has indeed. It's dragged down from Tazeem Ali. It wasn't that short, it must be said. Paul James onto it like a flash, and that has been played over the trees into the deep mid-wicket region for 6. And he got onto that one really quickly. Just look at that. It's not that short, but it's angling in towards the pads, and it's a no-risk shot. Nobody out there as they go looking for that ball, and they found it. And South Africa moved their total to 126 for the loss of 4, and a maximum there for Paul James. So England just not able to create and sustain pressure here. I thought perhaps with the loss of the wicket of Rouse when it was 97 for 4, South Africa maybe just stuttering slightly. These two have taken it on by 29, so it is just the 36 runs needed for South Africa to win now, and they'll feel very confident of getting to those. And again, played nicely just defensively into the offside by Paul James, and they take a single. So yeah.
No, it's just a cricket brand that I love. If batters play that way, where if there's a loose delivery or they can hit it for 6, they go for it. But for the rest of the balls, they just go for the single rotating strike. It's something that I love to see. I think it's such a positive brand of cricket to play.
And once again, this is just played into the offside by Mbata. It's the end of an expensive over, 9 off it from Tazeem Ali, and South Africa moved to 127 for the loss of 4 after that Ali over. So maybe there will be another change coming soon for England. Perhaps we might see Harry Moore back into the attack from this end. Difficult to say, as we are going to continue to see Jack Home from the southern end of the ground. And South Africa's approach today has been good. They've batted well far better than they batted in the first one-day international on Friday. As you look at that scorecard, or just the summary there, so 2 for 24 for Farhan Ahmed. Jason Rolls with an excellent 33, and Paul James and 24 at the moment. He's on strike. Does have a go at that one, and the appeal there is intended to put the umpire off, signalling the wide. It doesn't work, and umpire Sherzi signals wide, and he signals one for the over so far. So it's a bit of a double jeopardy there for them.
The umpire's hands did move, but unfortunately in a different position than what they wanted. The finger wasn't lifted, but was signalled as a wide.
No, it wasn't a confident appeal, but you did sense Paul James not in control of that shot, so he just got to be a bit careful. Oh, that's a full toss. He plays it back straight past the bowler. I think that is going to go to the boundary for 4. It does indeed, and so 4 signalled, and Paul James gets another boundary. South Africa have already taken 5 off this Jack Home over, and it's only one legal delivery that's been bowled. So once again, doing well here, the 2 South Africans. He just let that one slip, I think, and that's meant to cause the Hardy-Dar. Did he move? No, he didn't. So that's just in well fielded there at backward point, and this is all happening here. We've got Shies coming in at both ends, and yeah, some good work done in the covers. And I think that's Ben Mays. Now it is indeed Ben Mays in the covers who threw that one in. It was well backed up by Harry Moore, but the result is no run at the end of all of that action. He isn't in control, but it's going to bounce short of Tazeem Ali. Does very well right in front of us here to get his body behind that one and stop it going through for a boundary. His head pointed to the heavens there as he thinks what might have been. It is the short ball trick. Nearly worked again for England. It's certainly what Jack Holmes been asked to do, come and bang it in short.
Yes, the majority of his balls has been short, and that's exactly what they are trying to do. That's why they've got the field here. But South Africa makes sure that the ball lands safe. But I can definitely see what England is trying to do.
That's another one in short. This time it's played forward of square on the leg side. It's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Excellent shot from Mbata, and does well. He just gets on top of that one nicely. Again, short of a length, perhaps not too much leg side-ish, but he plays it very nicely into that gap on the leg side. Look at this again, just how quickly he gets into position and plays it very nicely. It's just coming up into the body. It's immediately brought a change. So the slip has come out now, and that man who was in at a shortish catching position, I think actually he's coming back there into that short mid-on position. He is coming back in there, and he's got the short mid-wicket, so plan is clear, and that's on the line of the off stumps, played down to Moores at backward point, and there's no run. So South Africa now 25 more to win, and this partnership has come at a very good rate. 24.5 overs, so they've only been together for 5 overs and 2 balls, and they've already put on 40, so batting at about 8 and over in this partnership.
2 good last balls from Jack Home, 2 dots, but he has been expensive for his 3 overs. He's been going for 24 runs, so that means 8 and over. I think England had a plan with him, and I think if you're struggling to get wickets, any plan is a reasonable plan to try to execute. And he's been getting a lot of bounce, and I can see that it could have worked for England, but unfortunately for England, he didn't, and he was quite expensive, and he didn't get a wicket thus far. But it seems like England is going to try to bring in a new bowler into the attack.
Yeah, as we thought.
We thought he's going to come in. Currently, South Africa is going at such a positive run rate that it would actually be not very. It would be a poor decision making from England to not play Harry Moore. He has a few overs left. South Africa edges closer to the win, so if he doesn't finish, strongly at the end. I think it would be very stupid from England to not play him. So I think it was a very good decision to see maybe if he can unsettle the batsman.
Yeah, Tazim Ali just really in his last couple of overs and just getting a little bit of punishment from the South African batters. The last over he bowled went for 9. They want to bring back some level of control. You think maybe it might be too late, but you never know. As Moore's away from us now to Paul James, and that is a very good delivery to start off with. Outside the off stump, tempting him to go for the drive, and he's just missing that one outside the off stump. South Africa run rate required now is like 1 and over to win this match. 25 runs needed. This partnership very important. In fact, the second largest of the innings so far, after the one between Hansen and Rouse of 45 for the second wicket. And that's Harry Moore hitting the deck hard, making the batter play straight back down the wicket. I think this is a good move from England. It's the right move. I think they have to bring some level of control back.
Exactly. And Ali, I think, was brilliant in his first over or two where he got the wicket, but then it became just expensive for England.
Yeah.
And I think to persist with him was not the option. And I think then to go to experienced bowlers such as Harry is exactly what they needed to do.
That's nicely played by Paul James down to third, and they'll take the single. So just need to do this, keep rotating the strike. They're not in a hurry. South Africa, they've managed to maintain a rate which is over 5 and over. I mean, they're batting at nearly 5.5 and over at the moment. So there's absolutely no worry from the amount of runs they need and the amount of overs left. The only thing they have to worry about is whether they are going to lose any more wickets, and Barter's going to make sure he doesn't, though. And that is too wide, and too short, and that is going to be signalled wide. And England have been guilty in this innings of bowling a lot of extras, a lot of wides from them so far. We saw 8 in the South African bowling effort, and from an England point of view, they won't be happy that they've given away so many extras in what has been not a large chase for South Africa. That's neatly played by Mbata down to third again, and it scatters the flock of Hardy-Dars down there as the fielding is done on the boundary by Farhan Ahmed.
I think something that South Africa has been doing really well is, even though it was not necessary for them to score at such a run rate, I think it's so positive going forward in this whole series to know that you can actually put the English bowlers under pressure and you can go for 5 or 6 over, even though it wasn't necessary today, just for how it look in the future. I think it's a brilliant move from them just to put them under pressure.
Yeah, and clever cricket again here from Paul James, just sends it down to third man. Riding the bounce from Harry Moore, and Moore is doing what Moore does. He's bowling it back of a length on or about the 4th stump line or off stump line, and he's got the double teapot out at the moment, Harry Moore. But, I'm sure he's just trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to stop that scoring area, because South Africa have taken 3 singles all down to third on this particular over, and that has brought about a change in the field. Archie Vaughan is going to bring himself into a gully position to try and cut off that scoring shot, get South Africans to think a little bit differently. More in away from us. It's just left alone outside the off stump. So an over was well dealt with by South Africa, you have to say, in that particular instance. The comeback over from Harry Moore, his 6th, 1 for 26 after 6 overs now for him. 141 for the loss of 4. Just 21 runs needed for South Africa to get over the line and to take this 3-day Youth One-Day International Series to a decider in Stellenbosch on Wednesday, the 22nd of January.
Earlier today, James, we made a bit of a comment a sarcastic comment about all the fours, and it seems like we're back at it today. At the moment, it's 1-4-1 for 4, and we need 44 runs. So I think we're back in all the fours, and for South Africa, nothing to worry about.
No.
It's all positive for them.
It certainly
But
is.
yes, currently 141 for 4 with so 21 runs more needed, and it's a 44-run partnership, so that's brilliant.
Yeah, Jack Home is going to be coming in to see if he can break this partnership. No doubt we're going to see some short deliveries again. He's got the field set for that. He's got this man here in front of us, Tazim Ali. He's got Harry Moore at also down on the long leg boundary. Archie Vaughan just showing his frustration there. He's at short mid wicket. Just the ball gets hit to him and he throws it in. So backed up well by Joe Moores. We've got a man at third. We've got this deep fine. We've got a fine leg. We've got a man at long leg, and nobody else on the boundary except for those three. The other men all in a ring on the offside. That is in the air. It's over the head of the keeper, and it bounces again, just once short of Ali. And again, he's left thinking what might have been. Just wasn't close enough to him to take the catch.
Yes, it's the second time in the last few overs that Ali has been in that position, where he was just short of the catch, and I think it's very frustrating for the fielder knowing that there is an opportunity, but obviously not possible for him to get there. It is a difficult catch, but yeah, I think it's frustrating for England at the moment.
He's come finer now, as Ali, as it's this time fuller pitched, and it's played straight down to Moores, and he hits the stumps directly, and he's paid the price for being direct and actually being accurate as they go through for the single from the ricochet. I always feel that's cruel for a fielder. When you get a direct hit, it ricochets, and because there's nobody who's backing up a ricochet, you end up getting through for a single. It's good work from the young man at backward point. England concede a run as a result of that. That's pitched up this time. Yeah, it was a very good delivery. So I think for the batter here, he's wondering, he's saying, okay, they've got this trap set for me down here and for the short ball, so I don't really, I've taken that on twice already, I've nearly got caught twice. You know, is it going to be short? Because you're thinking it is going to be short, and then he puts the one in the block hole. And if you are overbalancing a little bit, he's got the man at that short mid-on position, and he's got a catching mid-wicket. He's got the edge again. This time it is taken. Goes straight down the throat of Tazim Ali. It's a very good catch, and you have to say, not clever cricket from South Africa in that instance. Paul James, he got the short delivery, he went for the shot again, got the edge, and this time, third time lucky for Tazim Ali. South Africa lose their 5th wicket.
I think it's actually a very surprising wicket for me from South Africa, because I feel like if you see 3 times in a row that you're quite lucky to get away with it, and you then see the fielding change from England, I don't think that is the smartest cricket out there, to be honest. So it's an unfortunate wicket, because I mean Paul James went for 32 from 33 balls, so I mean he's been going along very nicely. It was a lovely innings from him, but it almost feels like everybody could see that he was set up for that shot and for that catch, so why would you go for it if you knew it's coming? But in any case, in England's perspective, well done for them for persisting with something that they knew were going to work. And I think just also want to credit Jack Home. He's been going very expensively in his first 3 overs, but this was a brilliant over from him. Only 2 runs conceded thus far, and then the wicket with 1 ball remaining. And he's been changing it up very nicely. Every now and then the short ball to give a bit of bounce, as we just saw with the wicket. But as soon as the batter thinks that that's coming, as you mentioned, James, he goes for a bit more of a fuller ball. So I think Jack Home, actually, this was exactly the over that they wanted from him in the previous 3 overs. And I must credit to bounce back after those 3 overs that he was going for 8 runs and over, to bring it back and actually get a wicket.
Yeah, I think certainly if it was the A team, you say I love it when a plan comes together. So the A team, and maybe the A stands for Archie this time, and the Archie team, he's put his plan together, and it has worked. He's tried it twice. The batsman fell for it twice. He fell for it the third time. The third time he wasn't so lucky, and so it's Devan de Villiers on debut here, playing, and he's played that beautifully off his toes, a full delivery. And it goes down past Tazim Ali here for 4, and he was fine in that instance, too fine to cut that one off. Wasn't a good delivery from home, and unfortunately for him, it does go through for the boundary. Good shot from de Villiers, just moves across with the trigger movement and flicks it down the leg side for 4. South Africa now 147 for the loss of 5 after that over from home. But
bit disappointing, I think, from him. We just credited how well he's bowled this over, and then for your last ball to go for a boundary is not what you want. But that also shows the intention of de Villiers. Clearly wants to finish this game. We're well aware of that the run rate is quite low. What's required, we're going for a high current run rate. There's not a lot of runs still required, and he just thought maybe let's finish it.
Yeah, South Africa now on the cusp of a victory here in the second Youth One-Day International. 147 for 5. Need 15 more runs to win. Bandile Mbata on strike. And that's nicely bowled once again by Harry Moore. Tall man. So tall that his trousers look like they're short for him, don't they? It's
Exactly.
look like they're 3/4 trousers. I was just looking at that when he was going into bowl. So I think it's like one length fits all that they try on those sort of trousers. But certainly is a very tall young man, and bowling to a man short of stature. Bandile Mbata. That one is once again short of a length, played to Dawkins at mid-off. No runs. England will sense, although 15 runs they'll feel, with South Africa having 5 more wickets, they probably in the back of their mind are thinking they're not in this game. That South Africa are probably pretty much over the line. But you reckon if they get another wicket, maybe the nerves, maybe a few nerves jangling for South Africa at the moment, and Mbata looks quite comfortable out there. That's beautifully played by Bandile Mbata through the covers. That's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Excellent shot, short and wide from Harry Moore, and it gets the treatment. South Africa edging ever closer to that target.
That is a brilliant 4. Harry Moore came in to unsettle the South African batsman, as he is very experienced, but Mbata treated that with such care. What a great 4. Just putting Moore back on his place, and I think that's a great tussle between the two of them in this last few overs of the game.
Yeah, very interesting to see England bringing back their premier bowler, applying a little bit of pressure in the previous over that he bowled. Just a release of pressure with that delivery, and now he bowls a wide down the leg side, and that is again another release of pressure for South Africa. Just 10 needed now after that wide for the victory, and it will take them to level the series here at 1 each, and that sets up a fantastic game for us in Stellenbosch at Paul Roos School in Stellenbosch on Wednesday the 22nd. And he's got the top edge on that, is it? Or is it the helmet? I think that's the helmet. It's going to be a referral for concussion coming out anytime a batter gets hit on the helmet. And yeah, he might be saying he's okay, but it had that thud noise that sounded like it came off the helmet. No bat involved there. And the physio for South Africa running onto the field now to come and check if Bandile Mbata is okay. You saw that when he was hit flush on the helmet with that short delivery. You must say it was a good short ball from Harry Moore, and Bandile Mbata now will be asked the normal questions, and those will be what team are you playing against, and what is the venue, where are you playing today, and
How many runs have you scored?
Yeah, how many runs have you scored? What is your name? No, it won't be. No, we won't be asking
Following
that.
the
But
finger.
they definitely do ask questions. Like I was chatting to somebody who had a little bit more knowledge than I do around these things, and they do ask them. Where are you playing? Who are you playing against? What is the situation? See if there's any confusion in the mind of the batter. They seem convinced that the batter is okay, and we hope so. Sometimes, when a batter gets hit on the head, can be a sickening blow, and that one just maybe more of a glancing blow on the side of the helmet, just taking on some refreshments now. And Mbata, South Africa just 10 needed to win this match and level the series.
Yes, and the important thing is always that safety comes first.
Yeah.
I know people love entertainment and short balls and a bit of drama and the ball hits the helmet and whatever, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is player safety. So I think everybody welcomes the quick break, the quick water break, but also then to just make sure that Mbata is fine. But he seems fine. He's clearly passed the test.
Yeah.
And he just has to see through a few more runs, and he passed the ultimate test of
right.
winning it for
Yeah.
the game for South Africa.
That is the biggest test of all for him. He's done a great job so far. When he came in, scored 97 for 4. Could have been some jitters from South Africa. Had the set batter, Jason Rouse, who'd just gone out, but he's done fantastically in the middle there. 23 of 23 deliveries, Bandile Mbata. He's come in with intent. He's played his shots. He's looked very solid. And that's a fuller delivery, unsurprisingly, from Moore. And he's got the double teapot out again there. He's been trying everything to get his team back. And just a little bit of a show there from umpire Stacey Lackey, just to tell him to be a little careful, maybe on the front line. And you always know when an umpire starts to walk over and do that, perhaps the bowler is getting a little bit too close for comfort.
Bit too close.
Yeah.
And for Harry Moore's sake, I hope that this is not the case because he's bowling so well and would be so demotivating.
That's another short delivery, and that's the end of the over. The second one for the over just goes by, and it's 152 for the loss of 5. As we say goodbye to Ane. Ane is probably the last time, if we consider there's only 10 runs left for South Africa to get this partnership. Probably is the last time we're going to be hearing Ane on commentary today. But thank you very much, Ane. It's been a real pleasure, and I have got Johan Ferreira joining me for what probably are the last rites of this contest. South Africa under 19 looking like they are going to get over the line. You can never say it is going to be the case until it actually happens, but 152 for 5 after 28, and it's been a pretty well constructed run chase, Johan.
Yeah, I think they'll take a lot of confidence from the way they had to go about chasing this 162-run target, especially considering the fact that they were bowled out for 87 very cheaply on Friday in the first Youth One Day International. Managed to take 5 England wickets before they got home, but this is setting it up beautifully for a series decider in Stellenbosch on Wednesday. And more importantly, time in the middle for most of the batters. Adnan Lakhadin scored 10, Benny Hansen 18, Daniel Bosman 17, Jason Rowles and Paul James. They'll feel that they missed out. That Corton bowled sharp chance that cost Jason Rowles his wicket. A different day, different outcome. Paul James falling to the trap that was set up for him, but they'll take the learnings from it and be stronger for the experience. I've been impressed by the barrage that's been on offer. I think sometimes maybe overdone, but I think the right tactics to try and get wickets. But there's certainly something for the England camp to work at as well, and they'll summarise this match and say at the end of the day 160 wasn't the par score, and two meaningful contributions, both 59, but for the rest no one scoring double figures, and for South Africa more continuity in that department, and that ultimately matched with a good bowling performance led by Daniels. Daniels has set South Africa beautifully for this win.
Yeah, and you have to say that bowling performance from Raik Daniels, 4 for 25 off 9 overs. And he did come in for tap in his last over. I think he conceded 10 in the 1 over. So looking at those numbers, if it had been those 10 less, 4 for 15 in 9, or even for less than 20 in 9 overs, excellent performance from him. And that's another shortish delivery, and that will be probably one for the over. Umpire Shazi coming through and saying so. But this line of attack, you feel, from England, has been put in place because there is nothing really happening off the wicket. Certainly haven't seen the ball turning too much. We thought it might turn a little bit more later on in the day. The wicket has, though, as expected, got better to bat on as the day has gone on, and South Africa have done very well in terms of chasing this down as it's home in towards us again.
Yeah, and to your point, the groundsman called it right at the toss. He said if I won the toss, I would definitely bowl first. The conditions would get easier and the pitch would get better to bat on later in the day, and that's been the case. And to your point about the fact that we didn't see much swing from England's opening pair, they were inconsistent, spin in some stages. They had clusters of good pressure that was applied on the South African batsmen, but too much inconsistency, too many scoring shots, and that's put South Africa in this position. So, a good track to go and chase down, and from a momentum perspective, this will do well for South Africa and give them a lot of confidence, especially the way they've taken the attack to England in patches. Jason Rowles, Paul James playing that aggressive role. That's good to see. And this is why we love this game. One day you can lose and lose convincingly, and 2 days later turn up and put up a much better performance and get the W.
Yeah, and that has certainly been the case here. As we see, a change of bowling Harry Moore has done for the day, you feel, and it is Tazeem Ali. He took a regulation catch to get the wicket of Paul James here in front of us at fine leg. He's going to be coming back into the attack. See if he can perhaps prize out another 1 or 2 of these South African batters before they get those 8 runs they need for victory here. But yeah, you just feel England in the batting effort, just looking at those 2 scores of 59, Johan, they'll probably feel that they didn't bat as well, anywhere near as well as they could have, on a surface that really wasn't really offering anything too much for the bowlers. We saw nothing really from the South African spinners. We saw it all coming from Daniels, and that really was as a result of his accuracy and just in terms of how well he bowled, but with pace, and got the ball to skid on to the batters. And that's beautifully played through the offside. The first delivery from Ali on his return, and Bandile Mbata has played that beautifully through the covers for 4, and South Africa now just 1 hit away from winning this game.
Hasn't he been brilliant?
He has, hasn't he?
Knocked on the head, that can unsettle you, but stays in position beautifully, finds the gap, and on the half volley gets it away for 4. I've been really impressed. Bandile Mbata did his job with the ball, now doing the job with the bat. A good all-round performance by the young man.
And England now just making one last little fielding change to moving their fielders around, but try and cut off that boundary through the offside. As Ali's in again, Mbata just plays it out to Moore at shortish extra cover. There's no run. So just sort of in summing up, Johan would say probably the bowling effort from South Africa, and Raik Daniels, for me, probably the player of the match. In getting those wickets, and he looked incisive every time he was coming into bowl. It's neatly played there backward of the man at short third for 2, and Mbata now just 2 runs away from getting South Africa over the line in this second youth one-day international. So South Africa, good bowling effort, and they backed up their captain's decision to bowl first, and then at bats they've certainly backed up that once again in putting to bed that 87 they scored on Friday, and coming out and really chasing down this total with aplomb, as just misses that cut shot outside the off stump.
Yeah, I'll go with you on Raik Daniels. I don't think there's another candidate for man of the match today. 4 for 25, and he took wickets at the right time. When South Africa needed a breakthrough, he delivered, and that ripped the heart of out of this England batting lineup. And despite the fact that they had 2 half centuries to show for their efforts, they couldn't back it up in the bowling department. And for South Africa, if you wanted to be critical, I think from a batting perspective, everyone got starts.
Yeah.
Now you need someone to cash in and score a 50, or maybe score a 100. They've got the talent, they've got the capabilities, but how do you convert two players or now three players in their 30s?
Yeah.
How do they convert that and make it more? Put a value on their wicket and make it more tough for England to get through their defence, and also the way that we lost our wickets today. South Africa lost their wickets. That could be something to look at. Just being more patient and knowing what England are trying to achieve, what's their objective, and then being mindful of that. But full value for the win for the win today. 2 runs needed. Cricket is a strange game. I don't think it's that strange that they'll lose 5 wickets in scoring or needing 2 runs. But it sets it up from a neutral perspective. It takes it down to match number 3, and credit especially for Bandile and Bata, the time that he spent in the middle, that blow that he took to the head. Great character from the man to bat on, and it's I'm going to be there at the end, and that is going to be the end.
Yep, that is the end. As you say, that is played beautifully by Devan de Villiers through the covers for 4, and South Africa end on 164 for 5 and a victory by 5 wickets for the junior Proteas here. The SA Under-19 team have defeated England by 5 wickets, and just to run through that scorecard again for you, Lachaddin OBW Jamor for 10, Rouse Corden bowled Ali for 33, Hansen caught Vaughan bowled Ahmed 18, Bosman bowled by Ahmed for 17, and James caught Ali bowled home for 32. It is Bandile Mbata who ends 30 not out, Devan de Villiers on 5 not out, and for England it was Farhan Ahmed who took 2 wickets. Jack Home got 1, Harry Moore got 1, and there was 1 for Tazeem Ali. So wickets shared amongst them, but in the end it was just not enough runs on the board for England, and South Africa take the victory.
Now, returning the favour, the margin of victory for England in game 1 was 5 wickets. South Africa have matched them in that department with a win by 5 wickets, and the series is level. And if you're in the Stellenbosch area, or maybe you from the outer skirts of Cape Town, I invite you to go through on Wednesday, go and support both teams. Wednesday morning, 10 o'clock, it's the series decider. And then we still have 2 4-day games as well. Lovely to have England here, and we've been treated to a good game of cricket. The summary in closing, England then 161, bowled out inside 42 overs, and South Africa going home in emphatic fashion inside 31 overs, only losing 5 wickets en route to a series levelling win.
Stay with us for the post-match presentation, and Johan is going to be moving over there now. And from us all here, myself, James King, Johan Ferreira and Ane Hafaker, it's goodbye from the Western Province Cricket Club from the commentary, and over to Johan and the team there for the post-match presentation.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Western Province Cricket Club. The series is level, a win for South Africa today by 5 wickets. All to play for on Wednesday in Stellenbosch. Welcome to the post-match presentation. Our match referee is with us, and the man of the match is our first award for his bowling analysis of 4 for 25 from the South African camp, Raik Daniels. He'll collect the trophy from Cliffy Isaacs. Well played. It's my opportunity to call the losing captain, Archie Vaughan, forward. Archie, hard luck today, not the result that you wanted.
We had a bit disappointing, but all going into next week should be good.
Batting-wise, 2 scores, notable scores, 2 59s, but for the rest, that was basically where it fell for you guys, setting a target for South Africa today.
Yeah, it's pretty tough out there. I think Dorks and Morsey batted very well, but yeah, obviously a bit of a slow outfield in the first dig, but took trickies, but I thought they bowled well first dig, so got a bit easy second innings, but yeah.
Just talking about the plans towards the South African batsmen, it seemed that the plan was always good to go short, and some of it worked and some didn't, but something to take forward into Wednesday.
Yeah, I think when you get a low to target like that, you've always got to have a plan in your head. I think our bowlers, with their actions and how tall they are, I think short's the easiest option. So we get set good fields to that, we get rewards, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't.
Are you disappointed, just the pressure that you failed to build in the South African innings, too many loose deliveries and extras that gave South Africa that momentum?
No, I don't think so. I think our bowlers ran in all the way through. I was really happy the way we held in at the end. Keep trying to take wickets, which is the main thing. So definitely not. Our bowlers bowled really well.
Now, what's going to be the big focus for Wednesday?
Just rest up and nothing changes, I guess.
Best of luck, and we look forward to seeing you on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Archie Vaughan, the captain of England, all to play for on Wednesday. A man that's happier with life than what he would have been on Friday as the captain of South Africa, Benny Anderson. Benny, it was a must-win match. Great character showed by the young South Africans to get over the line and set up a good contest on Wednesday.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we obviously struggled on Friday, and I think the boys bounced back really well.
Mokoena and Daniels, they were superb. With the new ball, really put pressure on England, and they lost wickets in clusters, and suddenly South Africa had their tails up. Was that the key ingredient today?
Yeah, definitely. I think we had a plan, especially bowling first, and we knew things would happen up front. So yeah, they executed pretty well, and yeah, proud of them, and on to the next. Yeah.
Having been bowled out cheaply on Friday, it must be good to see that most batters got a start, a couple of 30s as well, and this is momentum that you can take forward into match number 3.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of confidence. We still have things to work on, so excited for Wednesday.
What's the reverse sweep tactic? Everyone's on the reverse sweep. Is that the new method of young and up-and-coming cricketers?
I think it just opens up an option, really.
We're going to see more of that from your bat on Wednesday.
Maybe. We'll see.
Very well played, and congratulations with the win. Everything to play for, and that trophy is at stake. Best of luck in Stellenbosch.
Thank you very much.
That's what we have for you from the post-match presentation. It's level at 1 apiece, a win for South Africa by 5 wickets. We move to Stellenbosch for the decider on Wednesday.